In the grid of a million screens, he moves like a ghost through coding beams. A chrome-crossed night with a focused eye, breaking down every false disguise. Spam wars flood the open gate. He reads the lies, he seals the breach. Every threat that tries to crawl meets a wall, meets a wall. Hear the call, the signal rise, from the coast to mountain skies. When the shadows try to land, we stand. America, hold the line. America, tonight is mine. Tactical Templar online. Guard the flame, defend the light. America, hold the line. America, we rise, we rise. Tactical Templar online. Steal the heart, defend the light. In the dark of the midnight feed, he plants truth like a battle creed. No surrender, no retreat, just the thunder under his feet. From the screen to the steadfast shore, he stands for the things worth fighting for. One nation, loud and alive. We endure, we survive. America, America. America, hold the line. America, tonight is mine. Tactical Templar online. Guard the flame, defend the light. America, hold the line. America, we rise, we rise. Tactical Templar online. Steal the heart, defend the light. Hold the line, hold the line. We rise. Tactical Templar, defend the light. He sat on a pile of gold with ale on his breath and spite in his throat. Heavy with greed, with glassy red eyes, counting his curses like stolen praise. His tower was packed with junk and bone, cheap trinkets stacked like a rusted throne. He sold his soul for a price tag grin and fed on the shame that he called a win. He raised black banners in the dawn, pointing at songs till the voices were gone. But every lie leaves a stain in stone, and every thief ends up standing alone. False flagger burn, your banners turn to ash. False flagger learn, the crowd has joined at last. Greed in your hands and envy in your caught in the velvet haze, chasing bright treasure through fevered days, flipping his relics for silver and pride, while faithful friends were cast aside. He called for the chains, for the mute, for the break, for every voice he could make the world take. But the halls grew loud with the thunderous call, and neighbors stood shoulder to shoulder in fall. No crown for the man who feeds on fear, no feast for the one who poisons the year. He dragged his name through mud and fire, then found the bridge burned by his own desire. False flagger burn, your banners turn to ash. False flagger learn, the crowd has joined at last. Greed in your hands and envy in your eyes. False flagger fall when the whole world rises. Come off in the war drum rain, and the liar hears his own name break. No throne survives when the people sing. No fraud outlives.
Hello, brothers! Welcome back to the show. It's so good to see you guys again on this beautiful Wednesday afternoon. Guys, I got a jam-packed special show for all of you. We're going to be looking at Alex Jones absolutely dismantling Sneako on the topic of Islam. And unlike Moist Critical, Alex Jones won this debate. Because Alex Jones didn't accidentally stumble into an unwinnable position, which is to affirm 9-year-olds transitioning. Guys, we're going to go over that debate. It's going to be fantastic. Guys, we also have to talk about Dark Side Phil, DSP pulling a move right out of the quartering and deciding to flag down a channel called RawPhil. A moment of silence for RawPhil. Hopefully he gets his channel back. But we're going to talk about that as well, because it appears that DSP is going on a tear, and he's now doing what the quartering did, which is getting channels taken down, which is terrible. It's absolutely terrible. You shouldn't be doing that. Just unconscionable. You're taking away people's livelihoods. You're taking away their ability to make money. You are taking an audience in a community, and you're basically saying you don't have the right to exist on this channel. Just unacceptable. Totally unacceptable. So we're going to talk about that. We're going to talk about Rupert Lowe going on Joe Rogan. And then, guys, we are going to be talking about Trump at NATO. Trump has been going scorched earth on all of these so-called allies of the U.S., and it has been incredibly satisfying. Incredibly satisfying. So, we have a jam-packed show. I'm glad that all of you are here today. And yeah, let's get into the pre-show. Let's get into the foundation. Let me go over the basic rules for all of you. If this is your first time, here's how it works. If you send in a donation to the channel, it's appreciated, but it's not required. Meaning that unlike DSP and unlike the quartering, I have a different philosophy. I appreciate donations. Very cool. Allows me to do amazing things on the channel. But it should not ever be done as a compulsory thing where you feel like the content is being paywalled behind you donating. You can watch my content forever for free. But again, I appreciate people that donate, but it's not required. If you're on YouTube and you donate, it will add into the support chest. That number will go up to show people, the sort of support that we've gotten, just how unbelievably generous people in the audience are. And if it's $5 and up, your message will be read text to speech on screen. So that's another way to engage if you want your point to be heard. That's a way to do it. But guys, we have a lot to go over. I mean, one of the most jam-packed shows. So we're gonna take about, I think it's about an hour and a half. We're gonna watch the Alex Jones versus Sneako debate. Well worth it. Well worth it only because I want to see Sneako get dismantled. And I think Alex Jones is the one to do it. But first, I have a couple things I want to go over before that. Okay? A couple of really notable moments. Let's see. We talk about that. Oh, so you remember? Let's go over. Let's go to SteamDB. Let's look at Avowed. What are the numbers? Ugh. All right. So first thing is first. First thing is first. Okay, here we go. This is going to be a story about the state of the video game industry. Brothers, the video game industry is going through a reckoning. Myself and many other people. Brothers, the video game industry is going through a reckoning that many people, myself included, predicted for years. We warned against this, but we were told that we were bigots, we were misogynists, we were problematic, that we should shut up, that we should just enjoy the content. Why do you even care? Oh, what? There's pronouns in the game? Why does that even matter? Oh, there's a race swap? Why does it even matter? Oh, the female characters are unattractive? Why does it even matter? Like, we were told that every objection, every criticism was irrelevant, that we were wrong, and we were insulted for it. So now we get to basically do a little dance. That's right, we get to do a little dance. You know why? Because people are being fired in the thousands. There is a reckoning here. And there are games that were greenlit that had no right to be greenlit that are now being canceled. And one of them is a game that many of you will know very well, and that is the game called Avowed. You see, Avowed was a game that was basically a poor man's Skyrim. It was uninspired. You had a lot of things from a game like 15 years ago that you didn't get today. It was a shit game, okay? We're talking like a 3 out of 10 game. It was embarrassing. It was garbage. And now people are looking at it going, well, okay, but maybe you deserve a sequel. Maybe this game deserves a sequel. Should we give it another chance? Well, no. No, we shouldn't. The game did terribly. And even on Game Pass, it wasn't enough to save it. This game is an absolute black hole of capital and interest. There is no one who wants Avowed 2, but they greenlit it for whatever reason, and that was a massive mistake. So, Microsoft's Xbox to shift Obsidian Studios to New Fallout, which is a smart move. Having a franchise that is more successful be the focus rather than something like Avowed 2. That's just smart business. Now, if I were Microsoft, I would be investing everything into making the most epic and incredible Halo game ever. I would be investing all my resources because Halo is Xbox. And when Halo is hurting, Xbox is hurting, and Halo is hurting like never before. Because you allowed a bunch of woke, meddlesome busybodies to get in there and to just tinker with it to make it a non-masculine franchise where you have to take the important classic badass traits and reduce them and minimize them to make it friendly for females, which I don't understand why you would even try to do that. There should be franchises for men and franchises for women. Guys get Halo and Gears of War and God of War, and girls get Animal Crossing, the farm sims, the dating sims. There are games, Hello Kitty Island Adventure. There are games for girls and there are games for guys. And that should be the way that it is. Now, it doesn't mean that girls can't like guy games or guys can't like girl games, but you have to understand your market. You have to understand who you're going after. Like, a Halo game is for men. Gears of War is for men. Warhammer is for men. Fallout is for men. If you fundamentally don't understand this, then you are doomed to repeat the mistakes and failures of the past. Now, the reason that we're here today is because there has been a huge shift in the video game landscape over the last, I'd say, probably 2-3 weeks, where you have studios that are, just completely resetting their entire mission structure, resetting what they're prioritizing, resetting who works there, budgets. It's scorched earth. It says, we don't want this shit. We want Avowed 2. That guy's obviously trolling. So this means the next Fallout game will be mediocre. Okay? What the hell was Phil doing over there? Yeah, he's talking about Phil Spencer. Phil Spencer sat in the shit for years. Running the company into the ground. Not having the testicular fortitude to do what needed to be done, which is to fire a bunch of studios. Just complete studios. You're gone. They have the wrong vision, the wrong direction. They didn't know their ass from a hole in the ground. But now we may actually get a resurgence and a revival of some of these companies if they actually follow through. Smart move. Don't make sequels to games players hated. Yeah, that's smart. The game didn't sell well. Nobody was playing it. Nobody wanted it. So make another Fallout game. Yeah, that makes sense. Make another Halo game. Make another Gears of War game. Focus on the games that made you money and put you on the map. And you know what's crazy? Right now, Nintendo is absolutely killing it. Do you know why? Because Nintendo, first of all, is continuing to put an emphasis on physical media. They're talking about their remakes and first-party games. There's a Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time remake coming out this year. That's incredible. That is a massive console seller. That is going to be a mover. And imagine if Nintendo were like, well, we're going to put all of our energy not into Zelda, not into Mario, not into Star Fox. We're going to put it into some lesser known, woke, just sort of de-evolution of the gaming space. And we think that's going to be a success. What about South of Midnight? Remember South of Midnight? The game was a 2 out of 10. Asmongold gave it like a 6 or a 7. You know, because Asmongold, I mean, he just defaults no matter how bad the game is to give it a 6 or 7. But that game was shit. It was embarrassing. You have this, retarded looking, ugly, female lead character. The whole thing was an absolute disaster. But they put money and time and effort into that. And the game, what was it, like Earn, or it was like something to do with pottery? Yeah, pottery. That's crazy. But by the way, all of Nintendo's first party games come on physical. They're not key codes, they're not game codes. They are physical. All of Nintendo's first party games are physical. So, but I mean, look at the current state of gaming. You have studio after studio. By the way, id Software. Yeah, id Software is nuking a lot of its team. id Software was pitching and toying with various projects, including a new Perfect Dark, a John Wick style original game codenamed Fury, and a co-op Doom before Xbox cuts hit the studio. Yeah, major layoffs. Because Doom the Dark Ages didn't sell all that well. And so, how many more games are we going to get? 136 employees have been laid off at id Software. There is a reckoning coming for the gaming industry, and I've been warning about it, and other people have been warning about it for years. We've been telling you, we've been warning you. But for our trouble, we've been vilified and called ists and phobes by grifters and malcontents and low IQ backbenchers. They've all wanted to suck at the teat of these companies and to milk clout or money or whatever else. But at the end of the day, the chuds were right. The chuds predicted it. Total chud victory. So, you can try to look at it any way you want. But the fact is that the gaming landscape, the gaming industry, is changing as a result to money running out and patience running out. There is no longer a culture where your mediocrity and your incompetence are going to be rewarded with a long-term paycheck. And now they're going to start mass firing people. And you know what? Every one of those is warranted. It's deserved. You sat in the shit. You could have been the one to speak up and say, you know what? We're not doing this. We're not having a black disabled female character as the lead. No, that's retarded. No, we're not doing that. We're not having a female as the main character. No one's going to buy that. No one wants to play that. And it's true. You can get mad at that. You can, recoil at that. The truth is, there was a time where female characters as the lead, it was fine. But you've lost that trust. You've lost that privilege. And there is no going back anytime soon. So if you have a female-led character, many people, myself included, aren't even going to give it a chance. Because I don't trust you, and I'm not wasting my money because things are more expensive than they've ever been. Why am I going to waste more and more of my money on something that's not a sure thing when all of the evidence tells me that the stove is hot? So why am I going to put my hand back on the stove? I'm going to pay you for the right to burn myself? No. Fool me once, shame on me. Fool me twice, shame on me. Fool me 3 times, shame on me. The whole time it was a shame on me. Nobody should have ever given you guys any leeway. We shouldn't have listened to the arguments from, irrelevancy and incredulity. We should have continued to push forward because ultimately at the end of the day, people are going to lose their job as a result of listening to these woke mentally ill freaks and these backbenching content creators that just, they wanted to basically supplement talent and being entertaining for insider access. So I think that Nintendo is going to come away looking phenomenal. I do. I think they're going to come away looking really good. I know some people may not like that, but that's the reality of the situation. Nintendo's going to come out of this looking pretty good. And all of it is to blame on this topic, this issue. You have more people getting laid off, more people getting fired. And now, the games that you wanted to make, Avowed and stuff, they're not going to get made. They're going back to basics. Anyway, that'll do it for this video. I want to thank you for watching, and I'll see you next time. Okay. All right. Let me get that one up, and then we are going to focus to another topic real quick, and then we're going to watch some Alex Jones. We'll watch some Alex Jones versus Sneako. Remember Atari? Remember N64? Back in my day, we had a ColecoVision. Okay. This is any Atari heads in the chat. Doyle doing what he does and just spamming about KOTOR, even though we've already established we're not playing KOTOR. But he just spams it to be annoying, but it's okay. We're not playing games. We're not playing games. We're talking about serious issues now. The most serious. Oh, man. That's not good. Whoever Olivia Rodrigo is, apparently to fund Planned Parenthood with concert sales after Trump defunded the organization. So whoever Olivia Rodrigo is, she supports killing babies. She supports killing babies. That's not good. You shouldn't do that. You shouldn't support killing babies. That's not good. That's not good at all. All right. Oh, what's this?
Grows up you see Jackson Dinkle in Iran saying death to America. He should be drone striked by Trump for that. This guy grows up a privileged white kid in California. He starts LARPing as some kind of communist revolutionary. Now he's in Iran saying destroy America. I get it if the Iranians say it, and on some level, you can't even necessarily hold it against them. We're in a war with Iran. If you're in a war with a country and they say, hey, destroy our enemy, okay, well, we tried to destroy you. We killed your leader. You were born in this country. You're a fifth-generation American. This country gave you everything you have, all the opportunities, all the memories, all the love that made you.
Yeah, it's really weird. It's really weird to watch these Americans go overseas and face no consequences for promoting terrorism. Yeah, I don't get it. I don't understand. I don't know why there aren't more consequences for stuff like this.
What you are, you go to some other country, a country we're at war with, and you say, destroy America. He should be drone striked by Trump. He should never make it home. That should have been the...
Damn, that's harsh. Harshly, but truly.
Back in my day we used to blow on cartridges to play, and sometimes if you blew too hard your mom would run into the room worried. True story.
If you blew too hard on the cartridge, your mom would run into the room. Oh, man. That's crazy. Thank you for the donation, my friend. Oh, wow. I didn't realize that. Yeah, I knew about blowing into the NES cartridges, but I didn't know there was a thing where the mother would run into the room.
The case when he went to Venezuela, should have been the case when he went to Burkina Faso. These people are now the enemy. Okay.
True.
This left-wing Islam, this third world alliance, they're the enemy.
True.
I'm not okay with Zionists either. Still, it's not. I didn't change my opinion on that, by the way. We can't be in league with Randy Fine and Laura Loomer. These people are psychotic. They want us to die in the eschaton. They want the church to be destroyed so they could get their menorah from 2,000 years ago. I'm still not okay with that. But these other people, they're just the other side of the same coin. So we need something.
Yeah. No, he's got a point. He's absolutely got a point. It's very bizarre how some of these people engage.
A little bit different, a little bit of a different flavor. Time for another night for Americans. 250.
Wow. Let's take a look at some of the comments. You spend every other minute hating on America and simping for third worlders. Yeah, that's crazy. Oh man. Let's see. Mikey No More. He's talking.
Audemars Piguet. This shit ain't nothing to me, man. Haters and shambles. They stay picking the corn out of my shit. I'm at.
Oh gosh, he's talking about it, the revenue he made on Rumble. Oh no. No. 35 cents. That's more than the quartering makes. That's for damn sure. That's for damn sure. Okay. All right, we're gonna talk about it. Talk about Black King. Oh, shout out Mikey Sector King. Is he a sector person? I didn't know. Let's see. So apparently there's RawPhil on Kick. Let me open the tab. Okay. Okay. So we will yeah, RawPhil is over on Kick. But it's a huge loss. It is once you Yeah. All right. So we're going to talk about RawPhil. Brothers, there has been a disturbance in the content creator space. It seems that Darkside Phil is on the move, and it appears that he got a channel called RawPhil taken off of YouTube. Now, if you know anything about me, I really tend to err on the side of I will defend somebody if they get their channel removed, whether I necessarily agree with everything that they do or say or not. The fact is that when you start going after people's channels and livelihoods, I think that is a step too far, way too far. And when it comes to RawPhil, it seemed like he was creating a community from all of the disaffected, Phil fans, the A-loggers. He was bringing people together to just have fun and make fun of Phil, because Phil had this thing where he would just ban people for whatever reason. So he created this alternative space where they could watch Phil and make fun of him without getting banned. Essentially it's a free speech argument. But DSP has been on the warpath. He has been absolutely livid for the past couple days, and unfortunately, it seems like RawPhil is the latest victim to a lolcow abusing the system. And yeah, we're going to talk about it today. And I am going to show you RawPhil has a Kick account. So definitely go follow him over there if you want to watch more content where he's making fun of Phil. I don't think Phil is going to be able to reach him on this platform. However, RawPhil had a massive platform over there on YouTube, so it is definitely going to be a loss. And so I hope that he's able to recover quickly, and this doesn't really affect his business all that much.
You want to hang out and do this? Fuck this. Fuck Resident Evil. We'll beat it another night. Nah, now I'm worked up. You work up fucking DSP. Nah, now, you know, you wake the fucking sleeping dragon, man.
Oh, man.
You awaken the sleeping dragon. What? This guy is so ridiculous. He's so unbelievable. So, Phil, you're not the sleeping dragon, okay? You're not the king. Like, I don't know why you speak in these grandiose ways. Phil, you are a below average content creator. You are a streamer. You're a guy that jacked off on stream and got caught doing it. It was disgusting. You're infamous for that reason. You're not the king, you're the fool. And people are trying to tell you about this, but your arrogance has gotten you into major trouble. So, by the way, this is RawPhil's channel on YouTube. It's completely gone. And people are thinking it's very, very clear that it's Dark Side Phil.
Sleeping dragon? Giant, first of all, is the phrase.
Oh
Secondly,
my God.
third person DSP.
Yeah, this is just like after Pearl Harbor, bro. When the sleeping giant was awoken.
Yeah,
this is exactly
yeah,
like that.
Yeah.
No. Let's go. Let's turn this shit
The
off.
shitting dragon. Yep, that's it.
Let's get my fucking PC hooked back up. Oh, brother.
Oh boy.
Like I'm gonna sock him good. Oh, like he's the least intimidating person on earth. Oh boy, this sure's got me steamed.
I'm peeved.
One of these days, RawPhil, pow, right to the moon.
Why I oughta?
Let me at him. Oh.
He really is a fucking stooge, bro.
Oh my God.
Right in the kisser.
That's right, RawPhil. It's detention. Up at the front of the class. This is the last time you will disrupt this classroom. You will respect me and the rules of this class.
Instead of right in the kisser, it's right in the shitter.
Oh no, he's gay.
Like, yeah, they did a great job of pointing that out.
You want to hang out and do this? Fuck.
Highlighting that. Phil, why do you talk like that? Like, why do you talk like you're a villain? That's crazy. Genuinely crazy. You know? Hold on. Hold on. I have to... What the heck? What the heck is happening? What is happening? Gotta make sure. Well, I'm having a little bit of technical difficulties. Huh. Is that it? Really? Okay, got it. Well, a little bit of technical difficulties, but we got it. We got it taken care of. Okay. All right. Can use his... Yeah, no. Okay. So we're gonna... Okay, we're gonna do that again because I had technical issues. I do apologize for that, guys. Okay, here we go. Brothers, there is an update in the RawPhil saga. It appears that Phil has resorted to false flagging. This is a move straight out of the Quartering's playbook, and now the channel RawPhil is now taken off of YouTube. So RawPhil, to explain it to people that may not be in the know, was a channel of people that were, basically disaffected RawPhil fans, people that were A-loggers. Basically they could come together to chat freely and to make fun of Phil, to talk about his content, because Phil had a habit of banning people in his chat for no reason. If you didn't glaze Phil, if you poked a little bit of fun at him, he would just ban you. If you asked him questions, he would just ban you. So people wanted to watch Phil to make fun of him in a, lighthearted, jovial way. And yeah, Phil was like, "No, you have to be banned. You have to be banned. You're not paying me enough money, so I'm gonna ban you. Now, guys, listen, if you're not paying me money, I'm just gonna ban you." It's like, genuinely, his content and commentary is some of the most pathetic things I've ever seen. So naturally, you would want to make fun of him. But he would just ban everyone, so they coalesced around this other channel called RawPhil, where they could watch it and mock him and have fun. That really is all it is. So the transformative nature of RawPhil comes from the chat and the community that are engaging with the content. Now, you can say that, oh, maybe they're taking money directly away from Phil, but not really. I mean, Phil is still making pretty decent money on his stream, comparatively speaking. I'm talking as like a smaller content creator. Phil makes way more money than he deserves. But I want to talk about this because I'm so sick and tired of this culture of flagging, of treating this like it's the normal thing to do. Sure, if I want to flag you, I can do that. The Quartering did that. Now it appears that Phil is doing that. And I want to put my foot down as much as I can and say, enough. Enough. So, RawPhil appears to have been removed on YouTube, and it's more than just appears. The channel is gone. If you go to look RawPhil on YouTube, it no longer exists. So, it says RawPhil appears to have been removed. So, Don Flurgandy says, Phil removed from YouTube. Days after DSP calls for RawPhil to be reported and even threatened with a lawsuit, the YouTube channel has been taken down. Here is the link to the Kick channel. So, here is the link, or here's the page, rather, of RawPhil. And if you want to go support him over there, you absolutely should. If you were confused, like I went on YouTube to watch RawPhil and it's gone, well, this is where he is now. And I think he is on Kick, out of the reach of DSP. So naturally, people are upset about this. They're confused. Like, they're trying to make sense of it. Why would Phil, after all this time, why would he do this? I think he's genuinely awful. Genuinely awful. Phil, he has this ability to just be the most oozing and unctuous version of a content creator. In fact, when I talk about donations for my own channel, I use Phil as an example of what not to do. I don't want to be that type of content creator. I don't want to be the type of person that Phil is, that treats my audience like a piggy bank. That's what Phil does. Phil's mentality is so unbelievably broken that he believes that the money from his audience, they don't actually belong to the audience. It's his money. They're just holding it for him. That's the way this guy thinks. And everything he does is locked behind a paywall. All right, guys, now you want me to play Pokemon, you're going to have to pay money. And here's the thing. I've had it. I've had enough of it. I'm tired of the flagging. I'm tired of the underhanded gay ops, the backstabbing, the bullshit. Why can't you people just be fucking normal? Why can't you just be normal? Why can't you make content? And you know what, Phil? If you don't like somebody, why don't you criticize them? That's what they're doing to you. But you have to take it a step beyond and go and flag and ban people and just, you're a mess. You're an embarrassing mess. And your head does look like a light bulb. But then when anything happens, the way the DSP responds, it's so embarrassing. I'll give you an example. The thing with YouTube and the freezing of his chat. DSP, I mean, honestly, he treated the situation like Donald Trump was going to be giving him a medal because he saved YouTube. Like, he genuinely acted like he had saved YouTube and the internet. No, Phil, you exposed a glitch, congratulations, and they patched it. It really is that simple. But Phil referred to it as the biggest W of his life. Of his life. So, I don't know what's going to happen with RawPhil. I don't know if this guy can get his channel back. But I think it's wildly unacceptable that content creators behave in this way over and over and over, and there are no ramifications and no repercussions. So here we have a statement from RawPhil. It says, channel probably got mass reported by Dents thanks to that Bucketeer guy, since I got blamed for the chat freeze even though I had nothing to do with it. And he literally was freezing my chat before DSP's. Then DSP was able to get YouTube's support's attention on Twitter thanks to the chat freezing thing, and he probably told them to ban my channel. That sounds reasonable. But yeah, I never saw anything from RawPhil that said, oh yeah, let's go freeze this guy's channel. It's unbelievable that people are getting blamed for this. All based on Phil's word? Phil, the serial liar, you're going to take his word for it? Listen. These channels, many of them, they're no fans of mine, okay? They're not friends of mine. It's like, I'm not doing this because, we're buddies, we're clasping in arms. I'm doing this because it's the right thing to do. Because there's no reason that this channel should be taken down. There's no reason why Phil should have any sort of influence with YouTube to get the channel taken down. And to be honest, I mean, of all the people, DSP, you're going to listen to him? You're going to put stock and faith into what he says? This guy is more than a serial liar. The guy has, like, an allergy to telling the truth. By the way, this is incredibly funny. You wanted the DSP doll, you asked for it, but where's the support? Where's the support?
Well, here, look at this thing. Look at the screen. The guy's just standing there. We're playing the Ricky game, right? I've got the full-size controller here. Look at this thing. Look at the screen. The guy's just standing there. It still says 0 inputs, dude. Come on. Pow, pow. Still nothing. It's not reading any of this. I swear this thing's busted. We're playing the Ricky game, right? I've got the...
So, yeah, naturally... A lot of, oh my god, DSP has no idea what he's done. Whether it was DSP or a flying monkey, there will probably be a backlash from some people who will be angry at this. Yeah, and you know what? The quartering went through that too. So I'm going to be here to document it, to make content on it, to comment on it, and to elucidate and illustrate just what a poor and foolish decision this is as a content creator. You're not going to win if you engage in false flagging and getting people taken down. It's going to make the problem 10 times worse. There are going to be 10 more RawPhil channels, by the time I'm done making this video. It's the reality of the internet. Now, if you have a problem with him, make your own video, comment on it, criticize it, criticize them, make fun of them in the same way they make fun of you. If you really have an issue with it, you should be able to easily debunk and, refute their ideas and to humiliate them and expose them. But it just seems like Phil wants to take the easy way out yet again. He just wants to be able to do whatever he wants, be treated like a king. Well, you know what, Phil? That's not what's going to happen. You're going to be made fun of 10 times more now. And people are going to treat you like the quartering. Because the one thing that people could say about DSP is, well, at least he isn't false flagging. Well, that's gone. And you know what? With Jeremy from the quartering on hiatus, Phil, this was the worst time for you to do this. Because now you are the one with the bullseye. You are the one with the target. And Phil, there's a level of accountability coming your way that I don't think you're ready for. I don't think you're ready for the beehive that you've unleashed.
So I don't play dress up and try to look like a cartoon character or something,
Oh yeah, he doesn't dress up. Look, Kino Casino, they do a great job dressing up. They're hilarious. Okay? Even though they are Canadian. They're Canadian, but they're funny. And they're wildly entertaining, and they do the dress up, PPP was the bald eagle, bald eagle. I appreciate the the homage to America during the 4th of July. We appreciate that. And, pretty soon, PPP, and Worski are going to be Americans anyway when we, decide to just say fuck it and invade Canada anyway. And I'm sure the both of them will be waving American flags on the rooftop to make sure that the bombers don't hit their house. But in all seriousness, it's their channel is way more entertaining than yours, Phil. I know that's not saying much, but you do the same sort of things. You have adopted a lot of the things that they do, but they do it better than you. Phil, you're wearing a costume. You wear your little vests and your little hats that you got from, I don't know, like the dollar store. But you want to criticize them for dressing up? That's a bold strategy. Let's see if it works.
I try to be like a normal person, try to portray myself like a normal dude.
Phil, you got exposed for jacking off on camera. You were on camera and you were jacking off. I don't think that's normal at all.
No, not too much effort. It's literally trying to attract a childlike, very infantile-minded audience.
What? What? A childlike audience. What are you talking about? Are you telling me that guys can't like pageantry? Like, if that were true, Phil, why are you watching and why are you playing like WWE games? WWE is grown men dressing up, Phil. Phil, wrestling is grown men dressing up, Phil. You put a fortune into WWE champions. So, what does that say about you? That you like children's content? What does that mean, Phil? What does that mean? Oh my gosh, this guy's so embarrassing.
It's just like when all the streamers all of a sudden decided they wanted to dye their hair neon colors, start talking in a certain way, and try to attract kids and teenagers to watch them play Fortnite. So, their audience is, hey, I know that these are slow people, So let's dress up and try to attract kitty-minded adults who have money. It's exactly what it is. I mean, and it's tried and true. It fucking works. So they just keep doing it.
Phil, that's what you do. Phil, you're describing yourself. You are absolutely describing yourself. I don't know how you have such little self-awareness, but that's what you do. Phil, you attract mentally ill people that will pay you a fortune and give you more money than you deserve. You don't deserve anything. None of us do, by the way. But why are you attacking them from this avenue? Like, there are plenty of other ways that you can go after them and criticize them and make fun of them. But this is not it.
Okay. Yeah, they do make more money than me, and they make insanely harmful content that, you know, is incredibly toxic and harmful for human society as well as the internet. And they take the money from people who are mentally deficient. So, you know, I feel good about the money I make. They, you know, they don't care because they have no conscience. I could never do that. I'd feel terrible.
Oh my gosh.
It's just as bad as everyone else who's a faker on the internet,
God.
just trying to fucking make that bag by any means necessary. It's garbage.
Man, that is embarrassing.
Okay.
He actually said that.
I've already said it before, but I'll just put it this way. The first time when I was casing people to work with, okay, about 2 years ago.
Casing.
And the first time I saw Kino Casino ever, the first year.
Yeah, casing. Like, you're going to rob them. I love the way he phrases that. Yeah, when I was looking for people, when I was casing the place. Yeah, just a little bit of a Freudian slip there, Phil.
I ever tuned into. I'm not kidding. Within the first 5 minutes, Ashton pulled out the fucking triangle and started doing ding-a-ling-a-ling-a-ling. And the moment he did that, I said, it's either they're mentally deficient or they know their audience is and they're trying to do the big shiny blinky thing that everyone can get into. Because a normal person sees that behavior, you're like, that's disturbing. Actually, it annoys you. It bothers you. You hear the loud noise. You see it. It's like, oh, why would you do that on a stream for adults? And then you realize, because that's not the audience they're trying to get. They're actually trying to get mentally deficient people who like drama to send them money. So the fucking slide whistle thing, are you shitting me? That's like from Looney Tunes cartoons from when you're 4 years old. And you're doing a slide whistle. Like, what is going on here? Obviously, this is a predatory audience right now. Like, they're really trying to prey on dumb people.
Then why, Phil, if this is true, and you think that the Kino Casino, if you think that they were retards trying to pander to retards, if you genuinely believe that, why did you want so desperately and so badly to work with them? Why did you work with them? If the first time you saw them, you said, wow, they're going after childish retards. Why did you work with them? Why did you decide that they were the right fit for you? You see, Phil, I don't believe any of this. I think this is sort of like ex-wife syndrome, where you basically don't want to take any accountability for what you did, so you're putting it all on them and you're blaming them. You know? I think this is more lack of accountability, low impulse control. It's absolutely egregious behavior from Phil. Phil, you continue to amaze me with your inability to be a normal, rational, honest human being.
Or slow people. It's fucked up. Like, the content is busted. The content shouldn't exist. But, you know, that's the internet. Everyone's free to do whatever the fuck they want. So, you know.
Apparently not.
Pretty messed up. And that's kind of when I knew when I saw them and what they were doing. I was like, yep, these guys will fall for it. And they did. We're at $99.
Oh, yeah. It was a master play by Phil. Phil lured in the Kino Casino. That's what it was. Phil, shut the fuck up. Like, seriously. You are one of the most greasy and obnoxious light bulb headed retards I've ever seen. I genuinely do not understand how you continue this farce, this pretense. I'm the king, guys. Phil, I mean this sincerely. I've watched your content a couple times. Like, we've watched it on stream. I've seen it, clips from the Kino Casino, and we've watched clips on X. And I can't think of a worse content creator when it comes to being so shameless, so unbelievably shameless about the way that they try to extract money from their audience. Anyway, that's going to do it. I want to thank you guys for watching, and I'll see you next time. Okay. All right, let me get this uploaded. DSP. The Okay. Let's see, got that. Okay, done. Okay. Okay. Need 1 second. So, do you guys want to do the Alex Jones segment next, or do you want to do the Rupert Lowe segment? Let me guys know what you want to do. Do you want to do the Rupert Lowe segment, or do you want to do the Alex Jones versus Sneako? I'm going to run a poll on my YouTube tab. I'm going to let you guys decide what we do next. What do we watch next? Alex Jones versus Sneako. Rupert Lowe on Rogan. Okay. You guys can go ahead and vote and let me know. You guys can let me know what you want to see next. We got Alex Jones versus Sneako, and then we got Rupert Lowe on Rogan. So, okay. It's pretty close. Neck and neck. It's getting pretty close. So if you're on YouTube, go ahead and vote. That will decide what we do next. If you want to see Rupert Lowe on Joe Rogan, then we'll do that. Alex Jones versus Sneako, or we'll do that. Yeah. All right, it's close. It's extremely close. Yeah, we're not playing KOTOR. We're never playing KOTOR. I don't think I'm going to be playing KOTOR again. So, maybe though. Who knows? Who knows? But I have no desire to play Knights of the Old Republic right now. I have zero desire. There are better topics to cover. There are better games to play. We're not playing KOTOR. So you can keep spamming and asking for it. Just We're not going to play it. All right, looks like Rupert Lowe on Rogan. It looks like Rupert Lowe on Rogan is taking the lead. So that may be what we watch next. Rupert Lowe, for those that are new or uninitiated, Rupert Lowe was the one that put out the report on, the Pakistani grooming gang crisis. Night of the 10 saying, just stop, not gonna lie. It's annoying spamming KOTOR. That's the reason that he does it. No, that's the point. The point is spamming KOTOR because it's disruptive and annoying. But it's not, it's just, that's why they do it, because they think it's funny. That's all. All right. Well, Rupert Lowe on Rogan it is. That is what we are going to be watching next. Fantastic. Fantastic. All right. Here we go. It's going to be a long one. I don't know if we'll listen to the whole thing. I don't know if we'll listen to the whole thing, but I do think it's important to listen to at least most of it. It says, I even said in Colin, I'm a troll who loves the show. Well, that's great. But I mean, there are times to be a troll, and there are times not to be a troll. Serious topics, it just doesn't seem to be conducive to making your point. Yeah, well, the point is it says, I'll never mention KOTOR again if I can type out an N tower but without the hard R. No, it's not. No, you don't understand. It's not a negotiation. And no, I'm not putting my channel at risk because you have no impulse control. Like, oh my gosh. I get it. I do. Like, we're dealing with Phil. I understand the element of being a troll, but you got to be a little bit more clever than that. If you do anything to try to get my channel taken down, like slurs that YouTube will absolutely do. I have people that want to take down my channel because they don't like my opinion. If you think that I'm going to let you put my channel at risk with that shit, you're crazy. I'll ban you in a second. I don't want to, but I don't make the rules. I don't make the rules for YouTube. You know perfectly well that if you did an N tower with an A or an ER, that they would come down and they would, RawPhil got banned. RawPhil got banned. He didn't even do anything. Literally, RawPhil just lost his channel because Phil said, oh, this guy was doing this and he was in this guy's chat. RawPhil didn't even do anything and he got banned. So no, if any of you idiots do anything to put my channel at risk, I'm just going to ban you. You guys are welcome here, but it's just, I don't play that game. I would never do that to you guys either, by the way. Like, can you imagine? I would never go to your chat and can I spam the N-word in your chat? You guys are fucking retarded if you think that that's acceptable conduct. You're a guest here, just as I would be a guest in your chat. I would never do that. It says, black people say the N-word without the hard R. Well, that's fine. I don't think that you're black. And I'm not black. And there's no reason to say it. You know? It's just a stupid... Doing that is as low impulse control and low IQ as the people I criticize. I'll say that. Brothers, I have a tremendous video for you today. Rupert Lowe himself, the guy that was the one that put together the Pakistani Muslim grooming gang report in the UK, that guy, well, he went on Joe Rogan. And I'm so glad to see somebody like him on Rogan so that he can share and broadcast the issues that we've been talking about. Now, if you don't know, on my channel, I went through the entire Rupert Lowe report on this very stream. On this very content, a couple weeks ago. We went over the whole thing, took us about 7 hours. We went over all of it. And what we learned in there was absolutely horrifying. Not only were some of these Pakistani Muslim men doing unspeakable things to these young girls, but the government, including law enforcement, was complicit. They knew about it. They were defending the perpetrators because they didn't want to be called racist. So I am extremely glad that Rupert Lowe is on Joe Rogan's podcast, and he is, as of 6 hours ago, this has been seen on YouTube by 500,000 people. Love to see it. Absolutely love to see it. So without further ado, we're going to watch this. I don't know if we're going to watch the whole thing, but my channel is small, but I'm glad to broadcast this or anything else that can highlight this issue in the hopes that somebody will see it and they will help to spread awareness about it themselves.
Joe Rogan Podcast, check it out.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Train my day, Joe Rogan Podcast by night, all day.
Thanks for being here. Really appreciate it.
No, it's my pleasure.
And thank you to Brett Weinstein, Jordan Peterson, and Elon Musk for helping connect us.
Well, we are going to see Elon on Sunday, so he's been an incredible support for us. So I don't know how you want to play I'm totally in your hands. I'll follow your lead. But I mean, he's been helping us because Britain's in bad shape. And
yeah, and that's why you're here. And
right.
This is what we're talking about.
I mean, we've been looking at stories out of the UK. It's really bad. It is really bad in the UK. Not only the censorship, but the way that the police will attack white British men and defend and let go some of these migrant foreigners for no valid reason. It is extremely bad. And I hope that this guy raises more awareness because I don't want the U.S. to go through this.
Well, the rape gang, we've done, we've crowdfunded this.
Okay.
Which I'm very happy to talk to you about. Which I
just
think,
this
look at that book. Look at that thing. Look at how thick that is. Damn.
This title of that rape gang report.
Yeah.
The idea that there's actual rape gangs in the UK in 2026.
Yeah.
And is it being ignored? Is it being downplayed? Like, how is it being received by the media and by the politicians over
They're
there?
not talking
the
about
history of it is that basically, as you probably know, Britain, after the war, decided they were going to play a part in Europe, a bigger part in Europe. Well, our elite did, the British elite. And to do that, they had to basically diminish the power of the nation state, and they had to head towards this European superstate, which is the EU, the genesis of which was obviously an monopoly.
Why did they have to diminish the power of the nation to do that?
Because I think Britain was a proud nation state. We with the American help, we'd won the war, and we hadn't been invaded or conquered, which most of Europe had been. So you'd had mass dislocation in Europe. Huge numbers of people had been dislocated and pushed all over Europe. And I think the socialists, I was in the European Parliament, so I spent a brief time as an MEP, a member of the European Parliament, when we finally achieved, a kind of Brexit. We can talk about that, but it wasn't a proper Brexit. So I think the genesis of the rape gang,
it wasn't the
going back to
Brexit
this,
that was
the fact
promised,
that
that's for sure.
multiculturalism was the order of the day. They wanted open borders. They wanted a multicultural society. They basically felt the nation state had been the cause of world wars, effectively starting with Napoleon. Then obviously we had the Kaiser, then we had Hitler. And I think they saw it that way, the Monnets, the Spinellis, and the people who constructed the European Union. So to the rape gang report, which was your question, ultimately, the genesis of that is this multicultural invasion almost of Europe.
Can I pause you for a second? So what you think is that the multicultural invasion, the way it was set up, was on purpose, and was on purpose to sort of diminish the idea of nationalism?
Yes, I think that well,
so this was like a long plan. So this was something that they must have had to sit down and like, who would be involved in this sort of a discussion where you would be willing to diminish patriotism, diminish this idea that Britain by itself is exceptional and the people are exceptional?
It was a long, deceitful plan. So I always say,
who implemented it?
The European elites in league with our elite, who effectively, if you remember, in 1975 we joined what was called the European Economic Community. It wasn't effectively anything other than an economic union, but that very quickly changed, and effectively they tried to politically integrate Europe. That failed, and then in 1997 they tried to force it through with the introduction of the euro. So having failed politically, they tried to do it financially. That was my first foray into standing as a member of parliament, to fight to save the British pound, because once you lose your currency, effectively you lose your sovereignty.
So not only are we getting like a brilliant opportunity to raise awareness for this, but we're also getting a history lesson that I think a lot of people really do need to hear, that this is coordinated. This was instructed. There was an attempt to neuter Europe and make it into this global just cabal. Like these people were trying to create a new world order. And I know that people scoff at that, like, oh, it's conspiracy theory. No, it's actually true. They wanted to create a weaker Europe so that they could have like interchangeable, human beings are interchangeable widgets. Well, I'm here to tell you, it's not working. The vision that they had is not working.
National identity. And our gold reserves were going to be shipped out to Germany, to Frankfurt. And we would have become a vassal state, part of the European Union. It would have been irreversible. But in the event, thanks to Sir James Goldsmith, we secured enough votes. We forced the establishment to promise a referendum before they surrendered to the euro. And we ended up saving the pound, which in the end resulted in the referendum in 2016, where the British people voted to take back their sovereignty, which ultimately, I think the establishment always knew that the core, the body of Britain, or body of England in particular, wanted its own accountable parliament in Westminster. It didn't want to be part of an unaccountable European socialist protectionist superstate.
So the quote-unquote elites in Britain and the elites in the United States, it's coordinated with both of them. So
I think less so in America, Joe. I can't speak for America, although when you look at what the Democrats did with US aid and all the stuff that was going on under Joe Biden, you have to wonder whether they began with the World Economic Forum to play a part in this. But I think the post-war plan for Europe was founded on a socialist principle, whereas I think America has always been a very sound politically based structure based on, obviously, the Founding Fathers and your Constitution, which I always think returns power to the individual and has always understood that the dangers are statist dangers, not individual dangers. So I'm very much in the camp, I like the individual and a minimal state. And I think that's much more in your DNA than it is in the European DNA, which tends to be more statist.
Right. So they did this on purpose, and they brought in people from what country specifically?
Well, initially you got in Britain, you got people from Africa. You got the Windrush generation. So you got a lot of Africans came, ostensibly to fill jobs that they always say the British people don't want to do. And it gathered momentum. It was relatively slow to start with. So you had an influx of people coming to the UK. You had open borders in Europe. So one of the absolute embedded rules they have is this freedom of movement concept. So they don't have effectively national borders. But we still obviously had the channel, but we embraced this and we started this immigration. What happened is it gradually happened, and I think these rape gangs have been going on, or we know they have, for 30, 40, probably 50 years.
Said it for years, height replacement real, not so much the race, but once you taste freedom, you will not surrender it. Replacement only way for elite.
Yeah. No, you're right. There is an element of truth to that. And it actually goes beyond that. What these people on the left want, there are people on the left that are, the foot soldiers, the mentally ill, low IQ, just zombies. But what the upper echelon leftists want, the celebrities and stuff, they want an underclass of people that are not technically citizens that'll do the work for them for pennies on the dollar that they can feel more important than. Essentially, what these people want is they want slavery. They want slavery, but just without the icky, stain on their conscience. They want to be able to have a slave, but we don't call it a slave. I pay them, pennies on the dollar, but they're still technically free. That's what they want. Don't doubt me on that. They want to be able to walk in and lord their status over people. That's why they hate Americans that are actually Americans, because they know that when push comes to shove, American citizens have rights. They want indentured servants. That's what they want. Don't doubt me on that. That is absolutely what they want. It's what they've always wanted. Don't forget, Democrats are the party of the KKK and Jim Crow. They are the party that fought against civil rights. They are the party that tried to bury Clarence Thomas under lies and false allegations. They have always been the party of evil.
To a lesser extent. But when Tony Blair got in and he undermined a lot of constitutional sort of historical law, you got an acceleration of immigration from other parts of the world, not just from Europe, but also from other countries, South Asian countries in particular, who came to the UK. And the genesis of the rape gangs really is, I think, the cultural oil and water mix of these people coming from what I call clannish societies in South Asia, and coming to very high trust societies such as the one we had and the one you have here, which have taken thousands of years to develop. So they're high trust societies where, Lee Kuan Yew based Singapore on post-war Britain, where you had honesty boxes for newspapers in London, and you had a country that was completely at peace with itself. So it won the war, it respected peace, it respected freedom, and people were rebuilding their lives, having fought a Second World War to free Europe from sort of, in this case, Germany. Previously, we'd done it at Waterloo when we relieved Europe of the French with Napoleon. So it really accelerated after 97 when a lot of the legislation that Tony Blair and his cohorts passed, such as the Human Rights Act, which embeds within it the ECHR.
Right.
He created the Supreme Court. They passed laws like the Equalities Act, and there are a raft of other legal acts they passed, which effectively empowered a multicultural society, which in some ways I think damaged the interests of the British people. So
yeah.
And you think this is on purpose? And this is my point.
Oh, it's absolutely on purpose. It's not an accident. They do this on purpose. Absolutely, 100%. Yeah. And what they've done to the world in general, there needs to be consequences for this.
What is the benefit for them to be joined up with the rest of Europe? Is it just purely financial? Is it a power-based strategy where if you can diminish the quality of life for people and institute more laws and put more restrictions on them, you can control them easier, and it's less pushback for the politicians, less pushback for the people that are in charge?
Basically, yes. I think it's the age-old battle between individualism and collectivism. So I think the EU is a collectivist construct, whereas I think Britain, as it was under our Constitution and our Bill of Rights, which, as you probably know, our Bill of Rights in 1689, a lot of that was lifted by your founding fathers who embedded it within the US Constitution. And that embeds freedom of speech, it embeds the individual, it embeds all of the rights that I think make the Anglo-Saxon world great. And
so how did it deteriorate to the point where they're arresting 12,000 people a year for social media posts?
You see why I like this guy? You see why I like Rupert Lowe? I think this guy's fantastic. I support this guy. I want him to be Prime Minister of the UK. Or if we go in and we invade the UK, we can make him governor. We can make him governor. We'll make him governor of the state of England.
It's shocking. And this is why I have got involved in politics. I've been involved in politics since I fought the Maastricht Treaty and then stood, as I said, in 97. I did a lot for Business for Sterling, a lot for Vote Leave. Then I stood for the Brexit Party and I was elected there. So I've been fighting this march towards an unaccountable state which effectively rewards collectivism and punishes individualism. to the extent that now I find myself at the age of 68 as an MP running a party called Restore Britain to try and reverse this tide, to re-empower the individual, to return to our original constitution, and to protect the interests, above all else, of the British people, to whom I think government should be accountable.
Do they still have that kind of unchecked immigration? Is it currently ongoing?
We still have illegal migrants arriving by boat. They can't be under the current laws and treaties that we're part of. They're not being deported. The judges, thanks to the creation of the Supreme Court, they are now a woke quango. I think a lot of our judiciary is corrupt. So the answer to your question is we still have illegal migration, and we have people living in Britain illegally. We have a lot of foreign prisoners in our prisons, and we have people who've come in.
That's so heartbreaking. That's so heartbreaking to hear. We need to liberate the people of the UK. We need to liberate them from their tyranny and this ridiculous government that allows unfettered illegal immigration. That is the worst. That is absolutely horrible.
Under various waves of immigration, one of which, the biggest of which, was probably under Boris Johnson, who was actually a Conservative Prime Minister, who allowed thousands, hundreds of thousands of people to come into Britain. And basically, they are now a burden to the British taxpayer. So the answer to your question is they're arriving illegally still. They're living here illegally, or living in Britain illegally still. We've got foreign criminals in our prisons, and we've still got the legacy of this huge amount of immigration which took place.
And are a large percentage of these people receiving welfare from the British government?
Yes.
What percentage?
Well, most of the people who arrive, they're all supported, Joe. I mean, they're put in hotels.
So immediately, as soon as you get there?
In Parliament, I see the contracts. Thanks to my parliamentary questions, I'm allowed to ask questions and scrutinise the contracts for instance, the Bibby Stockholm was a boat which cost the British taxpayer £1.5 billion. It's actually now lying redundant and not being used. But I've seen the contracts for these illegal migrants in terms of the laundry services they get, in terms of the taxi services they get, in terms of the food they require. I mean, literally, it is like it's like staying in a very comfortable hotel. And we've now got these people being settled all across our country.
How many?
In hotels. Well, I don't think the government knows, Joe, to answer your question. I don't think they know how many people are living in Britain illegally.
Was it the similar situation that America had over the last 4 years, where on the low number, they think it was 10 million people came in, which is insane. It's an insane amount of people to come in 4 years.
We think there's enough work to do initially to detain and deport people who are arriving illegally. I mean, to my mind, illegal means illegal, so it's fairly straightforward. To the people who are arriving illegally, people living here illegally, the foreign criminals, there's plenty of work to do to remove them from Britain. And then I think we need to turn our attention, and that's in our mass deportation document. I've given you a copy of that, which effectively sets out the constitutional reasons why we have a problem, how we correct those constitutional issues, and how we then practically detain and deport the people who aren't supposed to be here. And once we've done that, we will then turn our attention to people who are living in Britain, to your point, who are on welfare, who are going to cost the taxpayer a fortune for the rest of their lives probably, who aren't working, who are culturally different to us, who have a different view of their religion to the Christian religion, and are increasingly living in small groups of people who haven't integrated.
Here's I understand what he's saying, and I agree with him completely. But here's the difference between Rupert Lowe and myself as an American. It's not enough to deport the people that are there illegally. You need to seize all of their assets. You need to basically make their lives a living hell. But also, and this is very important, this is an invaluable part of the equation. You need to make the lives of the people that allow this as miserable as possible. I can't say on YouTube what I would allow to be done to these people in public, but let's just say that it should be something that basically has people do a collective gasp. You should be as brutal as possible to the people that allowed this to happen, that championed it, whether it's the judges, the police, the politicians, anyone who sat in this, profited off of it, encouraged it, flourished it. Those people need to face a reckoning and a consequence, the likes of which we haven't seen since the Middle Ages. That's the other part of it. It's not just getting the people out. You need to set an example that if you ever even think of betraying your country and your countrymen again, if you even think about it, you are going to face a wrath and a consequence, the likes of which you are not prepared to deal with. That needs to be the standard. Until the UK gets that serious, I don't think the problem is going to go away.
They tried this with Hispanics, not effective enough. Spain's still Europe. Now they must use cultures so alien and hostile to the West it is breaking.
Yeah, I think that's true. And unfortunately, the brutal reality is, until you get as serious as what I'm talking about, I don't think you're going to be able to solve the problem. You need to get as serious as what I'm saying.
Who are living under Sharia law and who have their own courts. And who
They have their own court.
They have their own court, Sharia courts, yes. A parallel legal system.
Okay, so it's an unrecognized by the British government parallel legal system that exists inside of England.
It's tolerated.
Tolerated. So they're aware of it.
Yes.
And they're aware of the punishments that this court dishes out?
It's rather like they're policing their own people under their own laws.
And they're just allowing that?
They're allowing that, yeah.
Whoa.
Now I believe,
crazy.
I don't know about you, but I believe if you come to our country, you should live under our laws.
Yeah, well, yeah. I mean, the idea of the United States in particular is a melting pot, and people come from all over the place, and it's one of the cool things that there's all these different cultures. But there's certain cultures that if you allow them to come into your community and then they institute the laws of the country where they came from, you're going to have a real problem. Like, they don't live the way you live. They don't have the same respect for women that you have. They don't treat them the same way. They don't allow dogs. Like, there's a lot of stuff that a lot of people might not even be aware that come with that problem. It's like the idea is supposed to be that Western society is inclusive and progressive because we're intelligent and educated and we care.
No, we don't need to be progressive.
You can care so much that you let in criminals, and then you give those criminals all your money, and then the criminals can take over your country slowly but surely. So, and this is no one thinks that's a possible thing. No, people look at the Colosseum, you look at ancient Greece, and they think, wow, I wonder what happened to those guys. What do you think happened? Probably the same shit that's happening right now to England, the same shit that could have happened to America.
Right.
Civilizations fall apart for various reasons. And one great way to get them to fall apart is to bring in a bunch of people, and they don't have to follow your laws, and they bring the laws of, wherever they're from, whatever fundamentalist religion country they're from, where they have a bunch of crazy laws that are kind of archaic.
Well, this is Sharia law, Islamic law, as you probably know. I mean, again, to your point, I think the best example I can give people of what happens if you do that is when Lebanon got its independence in 1948, they were a Christian country, and they were a very confident country. They were, they had the best universities. They had a very open society. I never went to Beirut. I don't know if you went to Beirut, but Beirut in the 60s was meant to be the best place on earth to be. A great wine, freedom. Very enlightened. It was great. Lots of people were there. The minute that the Muslim population went over about 15%, you started to get a problem with a civil war. You got the Druze and Maronite Christians in a civil war with Muslims. And now Lebanon is a Muslim country.
Almost like there's a reoccurring thread underneath all of it that past all of the bullshit that this group of people, no matter where they go, causes a problem. And not just a little problem, but a big problem. Almost as if we should, as a civilization, limit the number of people that are living in Western civilization, but also limit their ability to express and promote their religion publicly. Yeah, almost like you should allow them to live in the country, but not allow them to collectivize, not allow them to get in groups, voting blocks. You need to understand the problem and work to solve it, rather than pretending that the problem doesn't exist, that we know does exist.
And Hezbollah, backed by Iran, is effectively running the show. So to your point, I couldn't agree more. And the Rape Gang report, which we've written, was crowdfunded by 20,000 concerned English people who we raised not a huge amount of money. We raised about £600,000, in varying quantities people gave, and we did it because the government will not have a statutory inquiry. So our government, and particularly the Labour Party, have been presiding over this because it goes to the Muslim bloc vote. So we have in the UK a system of postal voting. And in a lot of the inner cities and the places where these Islamic populations live, they are or have historically voted Labour. That's beginning to change. They're beginning to vote for Muslim independence now. And I sit with some of them at the back of Parliament. So effectively, this inquiry we did, we set out with a completely unbiased view of what we would find. And we did it because we were pushing the government to have a statutory inquiry. And a lot of the reason I got involved in it was I think it was Elon Musk who triggered. He talked about it because a lot of people in the UK, I don't think, know the extent to which this has been happening and the length of time it's been happening for.
This episode is brought to you by OnX Off-Road. Ever wonder how to reach these epic mountain lakes? They're tucked away, dispersed campsites. With OnX Off-Road, you'll find legal open trails around you and even better...
Failure of the media, because the media are supposed to be an independent...
Yeah. But Rupert Lowe is absolutely correct. He's doing a great job. He's got a very soothing voice, and I think that's very good. Because, boy, we need him to do a lot more talking on this issue.
Independent body that holds to account failures of the state, and it's basically because this block vote through the postal voting system, which needs to be changed, is effectively or has been keeping the Labour Party in power. So they've put power ahead of principle. And in the report we cover this. We've covered the reasons why it's so serious. And to your point, we even cover, as you quite rightly say, the fact that dogs are not liked by the Islamic faith, largely because Muhammad liked cats, he didn't like dogs. And we what we wanted to do was interview victims, which we did. We did it properly. It took us over a year. We had a rape gang victim, Sammy Woodhouse, who led it. She's got a child by her rapist. And we had a team of people, and we literally produced the witness bundles, and we listened to the witnesses, and then we had a 2-week hearing in London where people gave evidence, and we had a proper barrister who effectively presided over it and then helped us write the report. So effectively Graham Smith, the barrister, did a fantastic job. And we didn't start out with any preconceived ideas. It started because we read some court transcripts of some of the people who've been found guilty of this, which the government, by the way, has tried to keep quiet. Some of the historical court transcripts disappear. So we've been calling for these transcripts to be kept now. We've actually tried to make a noise about that. And the more we read this and the more we carried on with the rape gang inquiry, the more it became clear to us that obviously there's a link between this power and the abuse and grooming and, if you like, damage that was done to white working class English girls. And it does go, and in the report we've looked at the reasons why, to your point, there is a cultural difference of opinion between an open, high trust Christian view of women particularly and the Islamic view of women, which is all in the report. So for instance, as you probably know, if a woman accuses somebody of rape, and a lot of these Muslims come from Pakistan, Joe. They're predominantly Pakistan, and they're predominantly from one part of Pakistan called Mirpur. There are some from Bangladesh, there are some from Somalia, there are some from Eritrea. There are other Muslim countries that perpetrate some of this. And of course, there are white people who perpetrate rape as well.
Oh, God, you gotta throw that in there. Of course there are white people. Yes, of course there are. But, you see, the thing is, when you even mention white people in this equation, you're giving ground to people that are trying to dilute and deflect and distract. The problem is that you can deal with the white people that are in your country, that are supposed to be in your country, that commit crimes. That's perfectly fine. But the problem is, these people shouldn't have even been here in the first place. So it's a problem on top of a problem. You are dealing with a problem that is resulting of a problem. They shouldn't even be there. So, no, it is not predominantly white men that are moving into the UK and committing these crimes. It's not white men that are, moving into different countries and committing this crime en masse. No, it is a particular group of people. And if you can't even talk about that, if you can't even call that evil out, you are lost. You need to continue to call that out, no matter who you are.
Well, but nothing on the scale of this. This is quite horrific.
Right.
And our report has effectively uncovered this. I think we've played a part with this report in the government saying that they're going to have now a statutory inquiry, because we didn't have any statutory powers to be able to force people to appear at our hearing. They all appeared voluntarily. The government can actually force people legally to appear. They can actually make it a legal requirement that people attend. We couldn't do that. But there had been reports in the past. There was the Jay report in 2014, and there's been the Casey report, all of which confirmed that this was happening, and the state still continued to try and pretend it was just happening in a small number of siloed areas where you obviously had a high Islamic population. The state has equally failed to collect data on the crimes that are perpetrated, so the ethnicity of the people who are perpetrating the crimes, and from there you can extrapolate, once you've got the data, as to whether or not you've got an extraordinary problem in one particular section of society.
Yeah.
And again, using my parliamentary questions, I've been forcing as much disclosure as I can get, and this is how we've discovered that a lot of the data that should be being collected, by the police particularly, by the National Health Service, by social services, a lot of the data has not been properly collected.
Yeah, they've been
Possibly
covering it
because
up.
the state does, I think, know that this is happening, but they don't want to admit that their multicultural experiment, which, as you probably know, famously Enoch Powell
failed.
warned would fail, with his speech, the Rivers of Blood speech, for which he was heavily criticised. So I think they do know, but they don't want to admit it. They don't want to be called racist. They don't want to, and this has permeated the whole of British society since Tony Blair. People are frightened to be accused of effectively being biased and white. And we're talking about things, you probably, I don't know whether you have it here, unconscious bias and all of the other sort of what I call woke DEI-driven rubbish, which has permeated Britain in the same way. I think it may have originally come from you guys, but it's certainly had a huge effect on us.
I think it had a great grip on us for a few years, and it's lessened its hold.
Well, thanks to the Donald. Yeah,
that helped a lot, and I think a big part of it was Elon buying Twitter, where you got legitimate free speech, and which is again back to this 12,000 people getting arrested each year for social media posts recently. Like that is, how is that tolerated? I just don't understand how people aren't. I was about to say up in arms, but that's also part of the problem, is that no one's armed over there.
Well, I have actually got some guns, Joseph, because I have a farm. So when you come to the UK, I hope you'll come and shoot some pheasants with me. But
if you don't have a farm?
Well, if you don't have a farm, you'll find it very difficult to get a gun of any kind. And even if you have a farm, so Reform tried to politically assassinate me in 25, early 25, and made false accusations about me threatening to hit one of the Zia Yusuf in a meeting, and somebody was saying I went around Parliament saying I was a very good shot and I was going to shoot Zia Yusuf. I mean, if you believe that, I've got a completely clean record. I employ lots of people, I have lots of businesses, and I've never had an issue. But listen, 4 armed police turned up, took all my guns away. I mean, and I'm a member of Parliament. I said to them, guys, you could have just called me up and we could have talked about it. But
that's
no,
absolutely
it turned
terrible.
up
Just from an accusation.
9:30 at night, left at 11:45. We got them on the cameras. Took all my guns, all my ammo, and it took me 5 or 6 months to get them all back. But look, so they don't want the public to have guns, and they are doing their very best to damage the shooters who perfectly legitimately like to go and shoot clay pigeons, who like to go and shoot game, who like to go and hunt. Effectively, they're trying to make that very difficult through the licensing laws for guns. As you probably know, they banned handguns.
The 90s, right?
In the late 90s, because there was a murder up in Dunblane.
One murder.
So everybody, my father used to shoot pistols for Oxford University, and he's dead now, bless him, but he had, all his pistols were taken away. The pistols he used to shoot with at Oxford University. I mean, we now have a society which needs radical change, and we need to release the individual.
Extremely radical.
And to your
change.
point on social media posts, there was a lovely lady, Lucy Conley, who was locked up for 32 months for just a very emotional social media post, which she deleted after 4 hours, about the Southport killings, where this chap, Axel Rudakabana, went and knifed 3 young girls and killed them.
He got arrested
the British
for that?
State through Prevent was aware of this.
He got arrested for that? Oh my gosh. This is why I find it so important for me to do this and to talk about this stuff, because in the US, I have certain protections. I mean, it's not perfect in the US, but I have protections they just don't have in the UK. And I want to highlight these issues because it is so important. It's so important. Oh my gosh.
and we've had a similar case recently with Henry Novak, where, again, it was actually, I think on this occasion, a Sikh, stabbed him. And the police, despite the fact when they arrived at the scene, he told them he'd been stabbed, the police didn't believe him, and they tried to handcuff him. And as a result of that, it's arguable that they opened up the wound, the stab wound, and he drowned in his own blood. Meanwhile, his murderer was never handcuffed. So this is where the British state's gone completely wrong. So instead of one law for everybody and one policing for everybody, this sort of view that the white population is racist, which I don't personally believe them to be, I think Britain is a very tolerant country.
Do you think that this perspective that society sort of adopted in the UK about white people being bad, do you think this was there was architecture to it? This was by design? That this was done?
Yes.
Or is this just a natural response to people being called racist? Because of course in the past there was more racism than there is today, and people always want to point to that racism as, you know, evidence of colonialism, evidence of whatever it is that happened in days past. But why?
Thank God for colonialism. Thank God for colonialism. Colonialism is amazing. Thank God that we were able to come, the white Christians were able to come, the Europeans, and bring civilization and allow for this unbelievably amazing country that we live in the United States, and to create a standard of living that has uplifted the entire world. Thank God for colonialism. Can you imagine what the world would be like without the colonialism of white European Christian men? Oh, man, it would be awful. It would be absolutely awful. Thank God for white European Christian men colonizing the world and making it safer and better and bringing medicine and society and religion and better food. Oh, man. Creating a standard of living. Thank goodness.
Why in England do you think that narrative took hold so well?
Because I think, Joe, to your point, that this post-war plan for multiculturalism, I think they realized that
So it was by design.
They've got a problem.
So part of it was probably infiltrating the universities and promoting these kind of ideas.
It's almost as if, with the World Economic Forum, there's this view that the Anglo-Saxon nations have commanded and dominated too much of the world's resources, and there's almost like this misguided altruistic view that we should become more concerned with global welfare rather than the welfare of our own citizens, which I totally disagree with.
Well, there's also you will own nothing and you will be happy.
This is your Klaus Schwab,
which is
palpable
hilarious that
nonsense.
someone would even say that out loud.
I know.
You own nothing and you will be happy. Like, is this a part of an Orwell book? Because this doesn't seem like a real person would say something like that. Because who the fuck is going to listen to that? It doesn't make any sense.
Well, George Orwell has been rather accurate in some of his
dead on. He was
predictions.
actually pretty optimistic. Like his version of the world was, a little bit more palatable than what we're dealing with right now.
Interesting man, old Etonian, fought in the Spanish Civil War. I mean, he was a very quirky Englishman who clearly had a hugely prescient foresight, and I think probably certainly like me, he had a healthy disrespect for what I call collectivist statism, and he was a very much an individual and a believer in the individual.
It's really interesting because when I first read that book was in high school, and I kept thinking like, what a crazy, this would never happen. This is not even possible, but what a crazy world this guy's created in his imagination of things going completely haywire. And then you realize as time goes on, oh, that's totally possible. It's totally possible that things can get that ridiculous. I mean, when you're dealing with, biologically male athletes that compete against women because they identify as a woman and use women's locker rooms, all the craziness that we deal with today, the open border situation, no one's illegal on stolen land. Hey, fuck off. Like, what are we doing? Like, what is this?
Yeah, it's embarrassing.
Well, it's almost as if we're subverting all the things that made us great.
Yeah. And, there's nothing wrong with immigration, but it's probably a good idea to make sure someone's not a fucking murderer before you let him in. Like, the idea that there should be no border at all is like, if the world was perfect, that sounds wonderful. If the world was perfect, everybody paid their taxes and everybody followed the laws, why have borders? Clearly, it's not perfect. Go to Pakistan, go to Karachi, go hang out, go down the street as a woman in a miniskirt and see how that works out. Go to some places
again,
in the
Joe,
world.
you're quite right. Pakistan is I think the
wild place.
example of a rogue state, basically, and I think their view of, as you say, women who dress in ways other than the ways of Sharia, i.e., totally covered.
Yes.
And again, it's all in various of the hadiths, which we quote in the Rogan report. They are considered to be meat, and this is something I've never understood. How do you square this circle of this sort of clannish, backward-looking culture, which comes to a highly open, high-trust society, and then embeds itself within that society, and undermines everything that we've achieved over 1,000 years.
And acknowledging that is somehow or another racist, acknowledging that some cultures are superior is somehow or another racist. But just understanding human rights, understanding the rights of individuals to be free, to not be subjected to other people's archaic laws. And this is, look, a lot of cultures in this world live as people lived thousands of years ago. No one in the United States wants to live as people lived thousands of years ago. No one. And this is not a racist thing. Like, you should be able to come over here and practice whatever religion you want. But if your religion has rules that violate the laws that we've all agreed are just and fair, then you're not integrating. And if you take over a whole town, and now that town is subject to these archaic laws, we've got a problem. And if you let that problem get bigger and bigger, they take over the country. And that's an actual possibility for certain countries. And we have to recognize that civilization is not as sturdy as we like to think it is. It's kind of flimsy in a lot of ways. A few bad things can happen, and things can go sideways quite quickly.
Well, I think liberty is very fragile, isn't it? Ultimately, if you don't protect liberty, you lose it.
Right.
It was Margaret Thatcher who was very strong on this.
And you have to have laws.
You have to have laws,
liberty.
but what you also have to have is everyone should be equal under the law.
Yes.
And to your point, I couldn't agree more. I mean, Britain used to be a very tolerant society. So, for instance, Europe was very anti-Semitic. Britain was never anti-Semitic. We used to welcome a lot of Jews and Protestants from Europe who were being persecuted, particularly in France with the Protestants. So we were a very tolerant society, but the people who came integrated and they contributed. And that is the essence, I think, of sensible immigration. So it should be limited, targeted, and it should be only people who accept your religion and your culture and your laws.
What do you do, though, if someone comes over here and then they're not violating laws, they're not violating any laws, they achieve citizenship, but then they start bringing over more and more people and then start instituting Sharia law? What do you do? Do you deport them all? Like, how do you, like, this idea of having all these people, recognizing how many people got in illegally, deporting them, mass deportations, deporting criminals. It all sounds great until you talk about actually implementing it. Like, how do you do that? How are you doing that? Are you going to knock on people's doors and pull them out of their homes and ship them back to where they came from?
Yes. Yes. Yes, Joe. Yes. Yes. And you know what? In addition to that, Joe, anyone who gets in the way of ICE, if these people on the left, if they go out there to, form a circle and they're going to impede ICE, arrest every single person that gets in the way of ICE. These people that are blowing their whistles, blowing air horns, arrest every single one of them. Every single one of them is going to go to jail for 10 years. Minimum. That's what you do. And yes, if these people are in the house, you go in the house. And you know what? You deport the whole family together. Joe, you want to ask, well, I mean, you let these people in, and then more and more of them come in, and then they become a problem. Well, what do we do? I mean, we can't really deport them. No, we can. We can deport them, Joe. We absolutely can, and we should. We should. Joe, let me just say something. We should take every Somalian in Minnesota and deport them. Every single one. But that's not fair. What if there's a good... Doesn't matter. They have no right to be here. Let me repeat that for you. They have no right to be here. Their community, their entire community, has been involved in scamming the American people. Not one Somali has come out to denounce the scamming and the taking advantage of the American people. In Dearborn, do you know what you need to do? You know what you need to do. The problem is that you don't have a politician with the will to do it yet. And the thing is, I am the voice of reason. I am the voice of reason. Eventually, if YouTube continues to censor people like me, if you deplatform me, demonetize me, make it so that, okay, this guy, we don't want him saying this. what is going to happen is the problem is going to get worse and worse. Then there's going to become somebody that's 10 times worse than me, that wants something that's very bad, that none of us actually want. But they're going to get their way because you allow the problem to get worse and worse and worse and worse. I'm telling you, the humane option is to deport these people, to go to their home, and to say, hey, we have an order of deportation. You got to go. That is the humane, reasonable thing to do, and that's what they should do.
Like, how do you do that?
I think the first thing you do is you stop them coming across.
Okay, well,
the
how
channel.
many?
They shouldn't be coming anywhere
what's
under
the
international law
estimate?
because they're traveling across safe countries, so they shouldn't be coming.
What's the estimate of the amount of illegal immigration that you have in Britain?
It's almost impossible to say how many people are living there illegally or living with us illegally. But in our paper, I mean, we think it's sort of 1.8 to 2 million people probably. That's our estimate. But people arriving, we know how many are arriving. There's a lot arriving every day, particularly when the sea is calm.
How many arrive every day?
They're coming. Well, it can vary. I mean, you can get 1,000 in a day. You can get, if the sea's rough, you get none because obviously they suffer if they try and cross in little overcrowded dinghies that they can't get across. But we're paying the French over £500 million a year to try and stop it. That I think is not happening. And as a result of that, our border patrol picks them up, gives them bottles of water, brings them in, and settles them in hotels and pays them welfare. They become, and then they apply for residency. And they say they're asylum seekers. I argue most of them are economic migrants. But our woke culture is not protecting the interests of the British people.
And it's also a massive incentive. If you live in a terribly poor country and you can just get to England and then instantaneously you will get money and housing.
That's right.
Why would you not do that?
Well, not only that, you go to the top of the waiting list for dental treatment, which British people don't get. The NHS,
What?
you go to the top of the waiting list.
Wait a minute. They get access to dental treatment that the British people don't get?
Correct.
Why? Why do immigrants get access to it?
Well, this, Joe, is the mystery of what our leaders, I don't know what they think they're doing, but they have this misguided view that these people are, actually they call them asylum seekers. They say they need to be looked after and protected. They're not. They're economic migrants. And to your point, if they know there's welfare when they reach Britain, they'll travel across multiple safe countries to get to the welfare, the free housing,
yeah, of course,
and all the other stuff. So, and then unless you deal with issues like the rape gangs and you force them to adhere to UK law and respect our laws, our culture, and our religion, they gradually set up their own cultures and their own laws, as I said. And there are large tracts of the country now where we've got these Islamic settlements, which effectively operate almost as a sort of parallel society. Yeah. I don't know whether it's quite the same here, whether you've got the similar thing with the Somalis in Minnesota.
You do in Dearborn, Michigan. Dearborn, Michigan just had a gigantic Islamic parade where you just see tens of thousands of people holding flags and walking on the street. And
yeah,
it's kind of crazy. It's crazy. And they've also, one of the things that's funny about Dearborn is all the progressives, it's a very liberal place. They're like, welcome, welcome, everyone's welcome for all cultures. And as soon as they got into power, they banned the pride flag. That was the first thing they did.
Well, I'm afraid they have quite strong views on that sort of thing.
Oh yeah, that's why Queers for Palestine is always hilarious. Like, and then you see the meme Palestine for queers, and it's throwing people off roofs.
It's like the chap who runs our Green Party is a gay Jew. So I mean, he's going to have a problem if these guys get anywhere near power. But that doesn't seem to put the progressives off. They still seem to.
But this is what's crazy: is that their society is like Islamic society is completely patriarchal. The women are absolutely second-class citizens. Yes. They have completely different laws for how the women can dress. What happens to the woman if someone has sex with? If someone has, first of all, if they commit adultery, they can be killed,
stoned
to death. Yeah, and I watched a horrible video where a father did it to his daughter.
Yes, well, you do get these killings.
Honor killings. Yeah. Or brothers. The brother will kill the daughter if the daughter shamed the family. It's like, hey, guys, how are you progressive when you're supporting this? And it's because the concept of not being racist, not being called racist, the fear of that is so strong. They're willing to adopt all sorts of things that are the complete antithesis of everything they believe in.
Well, in the UK, I don't know if you have it here, but the Me Too movement, it fascinates me that they never seem to say anything about these, what I call clannish, tribal cultures who have a completely different view of women. Yeah. And to your point, again, in our report, a woman, if she accuses in Pakistan a man of rape, she has to have 4 male witnesses who actually have to witness and swear that they've seen her being penetrated by the rapist. And you've actually got women in prison because if she can't prove that she's been raped under those rules, then she can be sent to prison. And there are many women languishing in Pakistani prisons for that very reason. And this is the sort of extraordinary cultural oil and water which just doesn't mix, Joe.
Well,
So
it's also the mental gymnastics that you have to accept that as a part of Britain, and because you're progressive, is really crazy. It just shows how these ideologies, these cult-like ideologies, can completely defy logic, completely defy common sense, and just you have a set of rules that you're supposed to adhere to. If you deviate from those rules, you're a racist. You don't want to be a racist, right? Then everyone's welcome.
As you say, it's honor killings, it's tribal.
Yeah.
It's your first loyalty is to your tribe and your family, not to your host country who's actually got their own laws. There are all sorts of hadith rulings which they can use to justify it. I mean, for instance, if they rape a white girl, that doesn't count in their view of life as adultery.
That's so horrible.
So they are
That's so
effectively
horrible.
Taught that a girl who doesn't dress as they would dress is meat to be abused, and they have these extraordinary sort of cultural views
You see,
that are completely incompatible.
And you know, it's more true than even they realize.
Like doing one good thing, which is that like if you have these millionaire, billionaire, WASP fail sons, at least taking them out of other colleges so they can only do date rape to other billionaire, millionaire failed daughters is like in some respects, you know, from a utilitarian perspective, of course, a little bit better. You know what I mean? Like taking these guys and putting them in a pen with one another is ultimately getting them away from the broader society.
Yeah, that was Hassan Piker. You know, yeah, just casually talking about how, you know, it'd be better for society if we just allowed white Christian women to be violated by these men. Yeah, we don't want people like Hassan in our country. In fact, we need to get on that, Mr. President. If you could deport Hassan Piker, that'd be great.
In my view, with a society like ours, where you know we are a matriarchal society which respects women, I think we have grown to respect women. Obviously, they've now got an omnipotent position within our society. Certainly in the UK, I'm sure it's true here too, and quite right. They play a part in our society. They're a very, very important part of everything. But again, under the Islamic code, I think that the Muslims are frightened of female sexuality. It's all there, and as you know, you get FGM, female genital mutilation. So. These cultures, I think, Joe, and to your point, are just incompatible unless you have a very strong government which basically protects its electorate from any subversive behavior which is not compatible with our values.
You keep using the term meat. Is that how they actually refer to it as?
That's how they consider it. Yeah.
What do they say? Like how are
well,
they?
It's in our report. That there was actually I think it was.
Is it a translation of?
I think Thomas Jefferson actually. It's in our report. Asked the Barbary pirates about the way in which they treated their slaves and their women. That was particularly slaves. They just also slavery is accepted within Islamic countries. So I think they have their own codes. They have their own terms of reference. And there is a quote in there. I'd have to look at the report to give it to you, but where one of them does liken white girls not dressing as Muslim girls dress, and he does liken it to meat.
Jesus.
And you know that is an analogy he used. So I mean, yeah, I think that's what they think.
This rape gang inquiry report that you have just released, the number, I want you to say it because it sounds so crazy. If I say it, people, it's going to sound wrong. What the number of people that were victims, the estimate?
Well, we've estimated that a minimum of 250,000 rapes
minimum
have taken place. It's probably much more, Joe, because we published in here, I think it's a list of 147 parts of the UK where this is happening. Now the government tries to tell you it's happening in Rochdale, Oldham, you know, one or two Bradford, one or two centres, and that's why their statutory inquiry, the terms of reference of that, have now been downgraded. So they make it look as if it's not a systemic problem, but just a little local problem, which it isn't. So we've listed here, and they're all in here, the places where we know it's happening from our rape gang inquiry. But every time we publish this, Joe, I get people emailing us or sending us messages on social media to say, what about Red Ruth in Cornwall? What about, it's happening here, it's happening here, it's happening here. So I think it's incredibly widespread. And there's other people who've corroborated that 250,000 figure. That's an incredibly conservative figure. You can't be exact because the state is not collecting the data, which it should be doing. And we've been lobbying in Parliament to make sure that the state's collection of the data improves. And then we can actually see the extent of the problem, and you can actually pinpoint it in the same way that we've done it in this report. So this is, I think it's linked to organised crime. I think it's linked to the drug trade. I'm pretty sure it's linked to drug trade, and obviously it's linked to prostitution. So as usual with an evil like this, and you've got girls who are transported around in the back of pickups and in cages, and at our rape gang inquiry we had examples of girls who were raped by dogs and filmed, either anally raped or vaginally raped, and literally watched, filmed, and a lot of it's about servitude and about, there's other stories in here about women having to lick the feet of their rapists. It's about power, it's about servitude, and it's about the fact that Muslim men are taught to believe that they are superior, not only to women, but they're superior to people like yourself and myself, who are considered to be, if you like, the infidels. And their job is to effectively spread Islam and effectively punish the infidel. And as you probably know, in the Crusades, if you lost to Saladin and you were a Knights Templar, a Crusader, you had two choices. You either converted to Islam or they killed you. And in the case of a lot of these girls, a lot of them were made pregnant. They were impregnated, and they then had to convert to Islam. Some of them were trafficked to Saudi Arabia, Pakistan, other parts of the world. So look, I mean, this is a massive national scandal, and I'm hoping, now I'm an MP, we've written this report, and this should stimulate debate. We've sent a copy of this on a PDF to every MP, and we're going to send this printed copy to all of them as well. Because everybody in power should look at this, and they should start to correct it immediately.
You use the term, or the term is used, rape gang. Why are you saying gang? And this is an organized practice.
They're gangs. Yes.
So it's not as simple as Islamic men are raping poor white girls. It's that they go out in gangs specifically for this purpose.
These are properly organized gangs who are grooming and abusing young girls as young as 10 or 11, and then literally trafficking them around the country. We know that from the testimonies we've had. So originally, when I went into Parliament, I was elected late. So I was elected in July 24. So at the tender age of 67. We heard them being referred to as Asian grooming gangs, which I think is a misnomer because it's unfair on, for instance, the Japanese or other Asian cultures who don't do this. So when we, thanks to Elon Musk, we actually did, and as you're quite right, thanks to him giving us a free speech platform, and Facebook's thankfully followed as well, so he's led the charge through his purchase of what was Twitter. So when I gave a speech in Parliament where I said they're not Asian grooming gangs. I'm going to call them what they are. They're Pakistani Muslim rape gangs. So I said this in Parliament. So Jamie will drag it up if he goes on to the, because everything goes into Hansard. And I gave this speech, and it caused shock in the House of Commons. Now, look, I'm not the smartest kid on the block, but what I do in Parliament is I tell the truth. So, I'm only interested in telling the truth and getting to the truth and changing the way in which we govern. That's what I've gone into Parliament for. I haven't gone into this. I give my parliamentary salary to charity. I'm a reasonably successful person who's lived his life. I've been chairman of a football club. I don't know if you're interested in Premier League football, but I was chairman of Southampton, so I built the stadium for Southampton. I used to play competitive hockey. And I built up the youth academy at Southampton. I loved, the best day of my life was when we got to the Cup final in 2003. We lost 1-0 to Arsenal, but it was the most amazing experience for everybody. So look, I'm not doing this because I want necessarily to be doing it. I'm doing it because somebody's got to do it. And if we're going to change Britain, we've got to get the public to buy into what we're doing. And as I say, I'm not a classic politician. I'm not saying you've got to vote for me. I'm saying that we've got to change Britain by 29, or I think the country, from what I can see, is in terminal decline. So I sit on the Public Accounts Committee. I see the waste. I see the unaccountability. I see the way in which the civil service does not serve the people which it's supposed to serve. Right. I see our debt rising to nearly 100% of GDP. I see massive misallocation of procurement on our weapons. I see fraud in the judiciary. I see...
Yeah, in chat over on Kick, Shelley Lala great name, says they say they are invading to take over. We should believe them. Absolutely. In fact, we have a debate after this to go over of Alex Jones and Sneako, where Sneako was basically saying as much. Yes, you should believe them when they say something. If they say we are here to take over, you should believe them and move accordingly. Like, you should take this seriously. Do not allow yourself to be gaslit by lesser people. Low IQ, pathetic, wormy freaks. Do not allow yourself to be gaslit. You need to take this seriously. Otherwise, it's going to be our daughters over here that are being violated, and they already are. So you should do something. You should be angry. You should take a stand. You should never, ever vote for a Democrat again. You should never vote for another Democrat or member of Labor again.
All the things that
Sounds like you're talking about America.
well, I'm talking about Britain at the moment, Joe.
It
But I
seems
think
like it's a widespread problem. is
well,
my
I
point is.
actually think America under Joe Biden probably was as bad as that. And if you look at what Elon and the boys uncovered with US aid and all the misallocation of taxpayer funds all over the world, a lot of it to England. Some of it came to woke causes in England.
Mm-hmm.
So look, whoever the architects of this are, whether it's the World Economic Forum, whoever they are, whether it's the Bilderbergers, whether it's the Council on Foreign Relations, whether it's whatever malign influence is trying to do this, we have to collectively try and reverse it. So I'm saying to people, if you want, I will do my damnedest to reverse it. I've run multiple businesses. I was in the City of London for 20 years, so I know about
This is okay, but listen/look up this guy. We cannot be satisfied with people like him, or Asmund. They allow this to happen then complain. We must push them harder or the cycle shortens and we lose.
I understand what you're saying. First of all, thank you for the donation. I understand what you're saying. I do. And what I will say is people like Asmongold, they didn't talk about this 5-6 years ago. I get it. I understand why you're saying this. However, here's the deal. For whatever reason, somebody like Asmongold, he has woken up to this. Somebody like Rupert Lowe, he's woken up to this. They have become aware of the issue, and you know what? They are using their massive platform to broadcast this. Listen, I don't care who it's coming from. My channel is small, okay? I'm aware of that. My channel is infinitesimally small. I have a small audience of incredible people that come in here and chat, and I appreciate each and every one of you, but my reach is limited. I understand that. So if there is somebody like Asmongold or Joe Rogan or any of them that are willing to broadcast my issue that I care about and do so in a way that I agree with almost 100%, I take that as an absolute win, because it's not about me or my personal ego or being the most right or I was the first one to be right. I don't give a shit. You have people like Asmund that gets 1 million views on a video about the grooming gang story. I will take that. Even if, yes, people like Asmongold were part of the problem. They were liberals, atheist liberals, that sat in the shit while things started to go bad. And part of that problem. But now they're not. And we are going to pull more people out of that so that they help to fix the problem going forward. So thank goodness there are more people than ever saying what I've been saying for years. Thank goodness that now some of the biggest people in the Twitch space and YouTube space and Kick space are talking about this. Thank goodness there is now a coalition of people. One of them is Tectone. Tectone was talking about how bad this is. Nuxtaku, myself, Jake Monroe. You've got D-Day Cobra. You've got people that are talking about this more now than ever. You've got Steven Crowder. There are people that are talking about this, and I take that as a win. I want more people talking about this. I want more people to feel like they're comfortable to bring this up. So I know what you're saying, and I agree with you. I do think a lot of people sat in the shit for far too long, but you know what? The time is now. The time is now, and people are starting to figure this out. People are starting to wake up to this, and I want to be there, not to slap them in the face and say, where were you all this time, but to extend a hand, to pull them up. Welcome back. You know, even after the Horus Heresy, they allowed some people back in. They allowed some of the Astartes back in that were part of the traitor legions that had admitted that they made a mistake. So that's where I'm at. I want to bring in more people, not less.
Finance, and I will commit to doing whatever I can to reverse this for the British people. But they've got to buy into it, Joe. They've got to buy into it.
Are there people that are in denial that this is happening? That this rape gang problem is real?
Oh, without a shadow of a doubt. Labour.
And what do they say?
Well, Labour just tries to look the other way.
But when confronted by the numbers, what is their response?
Well, we've been demanding a statutory inquiry, and in the end, we crowdfunded this.
Right. What is their response to that?
Well, their response to this has been pretty muted, to be frank. I mean, the BBC haven't covered it at all.
Really?
A national monopolistic broadcaster, paid for by a compulsory fee, have not covered this as a matter of...
Yeah, no, not only that. Do you know what Hassan Piker's reaction to this at first was? Do you know what Hassan Piker's reaction to this was? Do you know what Mehdi Hassan's reaction to this was? Oh, this isn't real. This is ridiculous. The number can't possibly be 250,000. This is propaganda. None of this happened. Maybe, some of it happened on a smaller scale. They did everything they could to downplay it. Of course, they denied that it happened. Of course they did. Yeah, they did. They're rape deniers because they're part of a backwards, primitive tribe. And they're going all in on their tribe. They're all in on the tribe. No matter how much harm may befall other people, they will never, ever turn their back on the tribe. That is paramount to them.
Public interest. Nor of Sky, nor properly of the Daily Telegraph. GB News have covered a tiny... Patrick Christie's covered one evening of it. Now, this is a massive national scandal that deserves a complete and utter airing.
How does the BBC justify not discussing this?
Well, the BBC is part of our problem, Joe. So to your point about, the Democrats, the BBC is a deeply malign organisation. So it was set up to inform, educate and entertain. And it was set up by a man called Reith. And Reith was a highly principled man. And I think at the time it was set up in the 20s, it probably did have a role. But in the digital age, where most of the young people no longer watch their news on the BBC, they get their news from whatever their favourite news channel is, whether it's Breitbart, whoever they go and get it from, they get it from somewhere else. But if you want to watch sport, or you want to, basically have your TV, you have to pay the TV license.
This episode is sponsored by BetterHelp. Summer is great, isn't it? It's the perfect season for adventures, but it can also be pretty exhausting juggling chaotic schedules and England, just as it exists in America, there's a certain subset of our society, a large percentage of our society, particularly older people, that things are not legitimate unless they're discussed in corporate media. And that if it's not in the New York Times, if it's not on CNN, if it's not, fill in the blank, then it can't be completely legitimate. It has to be a fringe thing. It has to be a conspiracy thing. They still need these sort of legacy establishments to give them the news because that has been the way they grew up. That has been how they were trained. Yep. And in their mind, they don't understand the internet completely. They don't go on Twitter. And so all that stuff to them is it's just too fringe. So that's always going to be a problem. And if someone like the BBC doesn't cover this stuff, for a lot of people that are woefully ignorant, they can still kind of claim that ignorance and dismiss it because the BBC isn't covering it.
That's exactly right. I mean, that's a very good summary because the BBC historically was totally trusted, and their news bulletins were designed, as I say, to be impartial completely. And being a public sector broadcaster, their job was to cover matters like this and create debate. But as we know, monopolies go bad. I mean, monopolies, in my view, are generally a bad thing, particularly in the digital age where, and thanks to Elon Musk and what he did with X, I think he has released free speech. I think he has.
Wesley Cope says, the BBC has covered the grooming gangs. He must mean that they didn't cover his party's call for another inquiry. No, he's talking about the BBC has not covered the grooming gang report. They haven't done a deep dive into his party's report. That's what he's talking about. They haven't done a story that's honest or insightful in any way, shape, matter, or form. In fact, they've done everything they can to ignore it or downplay it. That's what he's talking about.
Returned some sort of semblance of people's ability to be able to force debate without being bullied by a monopoly like the BBC. Right. So if I ever get near power, I will responsibly defund the BBC as one of the first things I do. I think the BBC is dripping poison into the veins of Britain every day.
What other examples of what the BBC is doing do you think is dripping poison?
I think a lot of their coverage is not objective. It's woke. I mean, they're into all this DEI. They're into obviously the LGBTQ+. They're into all of the things which I think, as we said earlier, probably came from this Democrat period. But it's been happening for a long time. I think if you look at the Labour Party, again, I don't know if you've ever heard of the Fabian Society.
No.
So the Fabian Society was set up in the 1880s. And it was basically most of the Labour front bench and most of the Labour Party are members of the Fabian Society. So the Fabian Society, George Bernard Shaw was a member of the Fabian Society. You'll have heard of George Bernard Shaw. So it's the most extraordinary organisation. Their emblem is a wolf in sheep's clothing. As if that doesn't tell you what they're doing.
That's their emblem?
So
can I see what that looks like?
That's their emblem. It's a wolf in sheep's clothing.
Fabian Society?
The Fabian Society.
I need to see that.
You should have a look at that.
I might have to get a T-shirt.
And shall I tell you what else they were?
I need a T-shirt.
Shall I tell you what else they were? They were eugenicists originally.
Whoa.
Yes.
When?
Well,
how far back?
George Bernard Shaw.
Look at that. That is damn crazy.
Well, everyone should look at the Fabian Society because that runs deep through the veins of Labour.
That is damn crazy.
What do you think of that?
That is damn crazy. So, ladies and gentlemen, if you're just listening to this Fabian Society coat of arms is really a black wolf that has a sheep's body strapped on top of its back. And it's like covering its body. This is insane. That's crazy. What a complete disdain for anybody else's intelligence. Like, they're not even trying to hide it. They're just like...
They're all members. The front bench are all members of the Fabian Society. So
that coat of arms is...
Keir Starmer is also a member.
I need a T-shirt, Jamie. Please order.
Of course
you want to hold in... You want a Fabian Society T-shirt?
Yeah, just for a goof. I think it'd be hilarious.
But no, so that runs through the Labour Party. So that's all part of it. So I think the agenda has been, to your point, they've infiltrated our education system. And, I'm proud of our history. I mean, Britain stopped the slave trade. It cost us a fortune. We did it almost unilaterally. And, we, I think, on the whole, have been a force for good in the world, not bad. I'm proud to say that. I've studied a lot of history. I think there are many other cultures, probably the Belgians and the French, who are far more brutal than us with their colonies. So I think we've tended to leave a legacy where we've tried to instill the rule of law. Look at India. Look at a lot of the other countries that we were involved with. They're now flourishing because of the structures that we left in place. And it's very sad to watch us almost turning in on ourselves. And having left the legacy in other countries, we ourselves have lost sight of what we should be doing.
It's really extraordinary seeing the perspective of a lot of young people that are very impressionable that come out of universities and have an utter, complete disdain for these successful societies. And instead of looking at these successful societies and saying, well, yeah, people were really terrible in the past, but this is a pretty good example of how people should be treated equally today. No, it's not perfect, but it's progressing in a better direction than it was in the past, right? Instead, they look to the past and everything is built on this horrible history of outrageous, atrocious acts, and therefore it must be punished currently. And all the people that benefited from it, specifically white people, need to be cast out. They need to be silenced. Multiculturalism is the only way to go. Complete open borders.
It's ridiculous.
The way they look at things is like, how do you think these countries got so good? Like, what do you think is about America or about England? About
there's a reason you're not
leads them to be where they are
to
today.
go there.
It's a long history of progress. A long history. And along the way,
progress is dirty.
Especially when you go back hundreds of years ago, people were fucking terrible.
These
They're terrible
on the
everywhere.
left,
Humans are just getting better at being people, like pretty recently. But to throw it all out and abandon it and to think that socialism is going to fix you. Like, do you guys read anything? There's not a single example of that not turning to tyranny. And they're their take on it is always it hasn't been done correctly. And that is so wild that people are still willing to
they're
swallow that.
retarded.
And the only thing that makes sense is they've been indoctrinated through universities to think this way. Because nowhere in the real world do you think that equality of outcome ever makes any sense? Because everybody realizes somewhere along the line, when you get your first job when you're a kid, when you're going through school, when you're playing sports, there's not equality of effort. There's never equality of effort. And there's always some people that want to put in more effort and they're putting more thought and more focus and they get further.
True.
And, oh, well, they're fucking over all these other people. Are you sure that's everything? Because it seems like it's not. And it seems like as soon as you remove any incentive to succeed, then you don't have any of the amazing stuff that you have around you all the time. The reason why you have beautiful televisions and Starlink and all it's capitalism. It's that you have to incentivize people to create these things.
Yeah.
It doesn't
Capitalism.
mean the only way to do it is to fuck other people
Thank
over.
God
That's
for
not
capitalism.
correct. It
Thank
can be done
God for
correctly. It can be
colonialism.
done
Thank God for
humanely. It can be
imperialism.
done wisely. You
Thank
can
God
vote with
for
your dollars. You
Christianity.
can,
Thank God for
boycott
Jesus
companies
Christ.
that do things that you don't think are
Thank
ethical.
God
There's
for the
all sorts
things
of
that have
wonderful
made
ways
our
that capitalism can be
civilization what
used,
they
and
are.
You can sort of influence things in the right direction. But to
Woo!
throw it all out and say we've got to go to socialism, like, oh, boy. I can't believe people are buying that.
You're
that to
retarded.
me is one of the real problems with not allowing
You're
conservative
retarded.
voices in universities. And that these universities, especially in the United States, are a lot of, especially like in sociology, psychology, and the overwhelmingly liberal. Like, surely there's got to be some historians out there that are conservative, and they would have a different perspective. And it might be good to have diversity of opinion as well as diversity of national origin, as well as diversity of gender, as well as diversity of sexual orientation. Yeah, all that stuff's great. But also diversity
Or
of
we
opinion.
could take
Like, the
the
only
left
way
and
to
we could
know
remove
whether or not
them
this person is
and
making sense is to have someone who completely
not allow
disagrees
their
that has a better
evil
point
ideas to
go up
flourish.
against them, and you watch them duke it out. And as soon as you silence all that because students don't feel safe or because, this is promoting X, Y, and Z, this person's a Nazi, oh, they're a Nazi, we can't let them on there. As soon as you do that, you ruin the whole thing that a university is supposed to be doing. It's supposed to be preparing young minds for discourse and for communicating and for figuring out the world on their own. They're eventually going to be independent and dependent entirely on their own actions and decisions and go out there in the world, figure out your way. Arm them correctly. And the way to do that is to expose them to all sorts of different competing ideas. The idea that that was ever accepted to be shut down in this country, especially in America, is a massive failure of the education system. Just massive. If you think that someone has bad points, come up with better points and let them duke it out. And don't pull fire alarms and don't silence them and don't scream and protest and throw things at them. Communicate. This is what, and anybody who doesn't do that should be shunned.
I agree.
If you're one of those people that says, no, you can't talk to Nazis, like, shun them. They are the enemy of thinking. They are the enemy of progress. They are the enemy of finding out what's right and what's wrong. And the only way we find that out is we communicate.
Free speech.
Free speech.
Well, free speech and a degree of Darwinism. You have to have what we have in the UK now is, I always say, reverse Darwinian theory. And again, at schools now, in my day, I was lucky, we like to win. To win was good. To win fairly in a proper game of hockey or rugby or whatever was great. But now in schools, winning is considered to be bad. So everybody needs to have an opportunity to be treated the same.
In sports?
Often in sport, to win, to be seen as a competitive winner.
You guys don't have wrestling over there either.
We don't have wrestling. I know you do.
It's a real problem.
Cage fighting and stuff, don't
I know,
you?
but I mean wrestling as a sport, just wrestling for high school and college. It's like wrestlers understand meritocracy as good as any human being alive because there's no way to make it unless you work hard.
But isn't this the battle,
WWE,
the age-old battle between individualism and collectivism?
Yes.
Because the collective likes to curb the individual. I like to foster the individual, and I think what the state fears most is highly successful, independent-minded people who are capable of putting their point of view and discussing it with each other. So what they try and do through the taxation in the UK, what they're doing is they're taxing, to your point, people who contribute, who work hard. And there are still a lot of people who fight very hard to feed their families. They're proud. They don't want to be part of this welfarism. They want to provide, and they work hard. But the state puts everything in their way, all the regulations, the rules, the taxes. Everything is the force is not with them. And that's got to be wrong. I mean, I think what you need is a lot of successful individual family businesses, communities which are self-sufficient, communities that respect each other and effectively can have this debate with each other. You get at the truth. And I think as a result of that, most of the best inventions have come from the UK, the US, from the Anglo-Saxon world, where individualism, when it's allowed to flourish, does a lot of good for mankind.
Right.
And to your point, I think this is what's been undermined by these what I call central planners.
And a lot of these great inventions in America have come from people that immigrated legally from other countries because they appreciated what America stood for and they really wanted to make something happen. And they couldn't do it wherever they were.
Well, the extraordinary thing in the UK is we've got a lot of support from people who are immigrants into the UK. They came to Britain because they respected our structures. And what they want is they want structure. They don't want to see the country.
Yes, legal immigrants in
everything.
America have the same perspective.
It's the same.
Pretty
Legal
much
immigrants
everything
in
about
America
you,
are
Americans
pretty
invented.
overwhelmingly against the whole open border.
We are number
Because
one.
It was so hard
Let's
for
go,
them to become an
America.
American citizen. It's a very proud moment for them to do it. Like
A lot of young people.
Yeah.
A lot of support from young
Yeah.
people who are, again,
young people are online. See, this is the thing. Like, so young people are much more, I want to say informed, but at least aware of the issue. They're much more aware of things than older people that are just, again, reading the newspaper and watching television.
But don't you think, is it maybe the same here in Britain? A lot of them wealth is tied up in what I call the baby boomers. So I'm a sort of tail end boomer because I'm 68, but the sort of bulk of them are probably 70 to 90. And a lot of the pension wealth is held there. And a lot of the damage that's been done to our financial markets has come from a aversion to risk. Risk is a good thing, in my opinion. So people need to take risk. Risk, the entrepreneur takes risk and he gets reward if he gets it right. But if you tax him into oblivion, he doesn't take the risk. And what's happened in Britain is the baby boomers, the wealth's all locked up there. They want to see their retirement through safely, and not enough money is cascading down to the young people to be able to build their lives in the same way that the boomers were given a chance to make money in this very...
when you say not enough money is cascading down, like how so? What's the bottleneck?
The money's all locked up with these old baby boomers, and they're more concerned with their pensions and their retirement than they are with generating an ongoing wealth chain, which gives an opportunity for the young to be involved.
So you meaning they're not starting businesses?
No, very much not.
They're just holding on to their money.
They're holding on to their money.
Yeah.
So that's an England thing.
Selfish.
In England, definitely. I mean, I think it's a big issue. I don't know whether it's an issue here. Is it an issue here?
Well, there's certainly an issue here with young people feeling like the system is completely rigged. Cost of housing is through the roof. Rent is through the roof. Groceries are more expensive. Inflation here is a giant problem. It's a giant problem for people that are struggling. We were just looking at something the other day on the internet where it was talking about a number, a number from, what was it, like 2007 or 2008 or something like that? There was like $225,000, and it's $450,000 in today. Like, that's crazy.
Yeah.
That's like 20 years ago. Like, to have something double in 20 years. And you just think about how many people that are coming up that just feel like AI is going to take all their jobs, so they don't know what to do. And now they're in student debt because you guys have free education over there, which is a wonderful thing. I mean, I completely support that idea. But in America, these kids get saddled down with debt that they can't escape from.
Well, we don't.
Ever.
In England, we don't have free education.
Well,
So in England, in Scotland, they do, because Scotland has free education. We did used to have it. You're quite right. But
When did it go away?
Well, now students have to take out loans, and this is another shocking.
I thought you guys had free healthcare and free education.
We have. Well, if you call it free healthcare, assume you can get a doctor now, because most people now are having to source their own medical treatment because it takes you so long to get an operation or to get a doctor's appointment. Although the sort of health
social medicine
it's
the worst.
Free healthcare. When it becomes incredibly inefficient, people have to seek their own care. Otherwise, they don't get treated. But I think with student debt now,
when did it change? Where university education?
It's changed. So now.
What year was this?
Well, it's been changed for a long time.
Really?
So yeah. So my oldest son is 35. So he took out a student loan. It was less then, and then the fees shot up. So
what's like for Oxford? What's a typical? How much?
Well, they run up. Students will run up debt of in the UK now. It's not uncommon to run up a debt of £60,000.
So it's very similar to what's going on in America.
£60,000, and they're charged the most hideous rate of interest on it.
And do you have
£60,000?
We do have bankruptcy laws. Yeah.
But do you have bankruptcy?
Student debt, you won't be bankrupted over student debt, though, because the student debt, they just accrue the interest. If you go and work in a foreign country, often you don't have to pay the student debt back. I think it's a 30-year liability. But once you start working, then the student debt organization will take interest and principal out of your salary.
In America, if you go bankrupt, they'll forgive credit card debt, all sorts of other debt, but not student loan. It's the one loan that you cannot ever be forgiven from. In fact, people who have Social Security in America, their Social Security gets docked because they owe student loans.
Is that right? I didn't know that.
It's crazy. Imagine you're at the end of your life, you're living on Social Security, and they're taking pieces of it for an education that clearly didn't help you out.
Well, I don't know about you, but in England, we've got these ridiculous courses in sort of humanities and sort of things that are completely abstruse.
Oh, sure. Yeah.
And these kids go and do these what I call bullshit degrees, and at the end of the day, they come out of it with a load of debt,
right,
and no real skills.
No skills and a completely ideologically captured mind.
Very much so.
Yeah, it's And there's not a lot of other alternatives. It's like most universities are left-leaning, you know, and that's the issue that these kids have. Even if you're from a conservative family or if kids grow up a certain way, send them off to college, and they're very impressionable, and they're going to get talked down to by a professor who's a communist, who's never had a real job in his life, and he seems so smart, and he's very smug, and he insults you if you disagree with him, and he is the ruler of the classroom, and everybody like little kids, they just give in to this guy's ideas. The next thing you know, you're organizing on school grounds, and you're doing all the same things that the other communists are doing, and you're part of the team. Hey, we're gonna fix the world. And you don't realize how ridiculous it is until like maybe you're 35 and you have a job and then you have a family. And like,
some
what the
people
fuck
never
are we
figure
doing?
it out.
Like, what is this?
It does change, doesn't it?
Oh, 100%.
But Oxford's the worst.
It's the old
I mean,
expression.
Oxford
Show me a young
changed.
man. Who's that? Who quoted that? Who was that quote from? Show me a young man who's not was it liberal or is it progressive or whatever it is? Show me a young man who's not a liberal, and I'll show you a man without a heart. Show me an old man who's not conservative, and I'll show you a man without a brain.
Yeah. No, well, I don't know who said that, but it's a common.
Who
it's
said
a
that?
common
Jamie?
saying.
Let's find out who said that.
It's a truism.
Churchill?
Was it Churchill?
There you go. One of your people.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh,
brilliant
Churchill.
and accurate. And it doesn't being conservative doesn't mean you're not kind. It's silly. It's just recognition of human nature, and you can't reward people for not putting in effort, because then they will find ways to not put in effort. You can't reward people for being a quote unquote victim, and I don't mean a real victim of a crime. I mean victimized by society, victimized by circumstance, You can't weaponize that because people will cling to it. People love excuses. Anybody who does sports, you played hockey, people love excuses. Not today, my back hurts. Today I don't feel up to it. Today I'm a little tired. I can't do the final lap. People love excuses. And when you weaponize that and you give people
They do love
incentives to be
excuses.
you give excuses, and then you put people on their heels like, whoa, I don't want to appear that I'm insensitive. Let's help you out. And then all of a sudden you've got a whole swath of society that has carte blanche over your tax dollars for nonsense.
Well, this is obviously what's happened in the UK. When I was brought up, again, competition was a good thing. You know, if you felt a bit rough, you just carried on. You didn't whinge, you didn't moan. You expected to fight for things. If you had a setback, you didn't immediately go and cry into your beer. You basically got on with it.
Well, we need to teach people it's character building. Like, you're going to have rough days, and you should cherish those rough days, because from them you will grow. You will grow from your rough days. The down times are the good ones, because those down times really give you the motivation and the real firepower to get out of whatever situation you're in and improve your life. And
Well,
it's
from
probably
adversity comes success.
Yes.
I think.
comes
In my
character
opinion,
for sure.
Character and success.
Yeah, character for sure. I mean, it doesn't exist without some sort of adversity.
But I think the young were also badly affected by the response to COVID. Joe.
Yes.
I think you and I share something in common. I'm a pureblood. I didn't have
Purebloods hilarious.
I didn't have those injections. I wouldn't go anywhere near them.
How did you get away with that in the UK?
Well, I
It's
used to
been
go to
quite
Australia
difficult.
a lot. So because I have some businesses in Perth, in Western Australia. I love those old rocks in Western Australia. The mining, the sort of Wild West, and Kalgoorlie and places like that. Which have got a huge historical connection to sort of gold prospecting and stuff. So I stopped traveling because it was very difficult to travel. But I don't know about you. I found the lockdown profoundly concerning. I thought
Yes.
things that I thought were the norm. I was losing everything that made sense.
Yeah.
And there were things happening that I didn't think could ever happen in Britain. The state literally took over, and it frightened people into submission.
Same as America.
And the young people suffered most because they didn't have the opportunity to socialize and to your point, discuss ideas and get at the truth. They were literally locked up. Everything was online. It wasn't right. The whole thing was completely wrong. And,
Imagine if you're in high school in America and you're in California, your entire senior year, you're at home. You graduate. You can't even go to a graduation because it's too dangerous.
Yeah.
Yep.
The whole thing was madness.
Well, Sweden got it right.
Well, I mean, more than that. If you have a family member who's sick, who's dying, you couldn't go see that family member. Yeah, it was insanity. The fact that we still haven't held accountable the people that put that into place, it is depressing. Like, I understand why people are so frustrated, because it would be nice just one time that people were held accountable for the evil things that they did.
Anders Tegnell in Sweden, he was a great man, very brave man. And he got that right.
And boy, there was a lot of pushback. It was amazing how many people were willing to do the work of the government, how many citizens were willing to enforce these ideas. It was really shocking. It was shocking to watch how many people became lemmings, how many people just stepped in line.
We had people ratting on each other.
Yeah, we did it.
Because
they were
people,
rewarding people in Los Angeles.
Yeah.
They were giving them financial rewards for telling on their neighbors that we're having parties.
That's what happened in England. I have a tennis court in the middle of nowhere, so I used to say, come up and play tennis, because it's ridiculous to stop you playing tennis outside. I mean, absolutely mad. Anyway, they used to come up and play tennis, and nobody can see it. But if they played it in the village, then people would report each other.
Yeah. In California, we had people report on us because this desk is not 6 feet wide.
Seriously?
Oh, yeah. And then they also said we were talking close to each other without masks, because there was a bunch of people that saw people walk into the studio, and we shook their hand, so they were ratting on us. And so we had to put a sign up in the front door of the studio, and we had to have a bag of masks, a whole bag of masks. Do we have to have hand sanitizer too? Did we have that too? I think so. I think we had to have hand sanitizer for a while at least.
Damn, that is
but
crazy.
We were getting ratted on because this desk is too close. So it's not. This desk is only 5 feet
Man,
wide, so it's no social distancing.
If you ratted on them, you
pathetic,
should get.
It was nonsense. It was so crazy.
You-
The whole thing
you
made no
should-
sense. And
you should
it completely
be
changed a lot of
punished.
people's
You should go to
ideas
jail for a
about trusting experts and trusting authority. So many people thought that the health experts in this country were literally just trying to make people healthy. And you didn't realize, like, oh, no. They're trying to prop up the pharmaceutical drug cartel, and they're trying to make as much money as humanly possible. And the only way to do that is to force compliance. And so they will do whatever they can. They will keep you from flying. They'll keep you from driving. They'll keep you from going to school. You can't work. If you have more than 100 employees, everyone has to get vaccinated. They were doing crazy shit where you're like, you guys are really going for it. And it worked. It worked for quite a while. But boy, did it ruin young people's perspective of authority.
Completely.
They don't trust anybody anymore, and with good reason.
Well, I think it damaged them most. Again, it's another negative for them.
Yeah.
I mean, our National Health Service was forcing people to have the injection. You had to work in the National Health Service, you had to have the jabs.
Yeah, and it didn't work.
It didn't work.
That's what's even crazy.
Actually, worse than that, Joe. It didn't work. It created major medical problems.
Right.
And I don't personally think we've seen the end of it yet. So I've got a lot of friends who are fit. They ended up having myocarditis, having strokes, having heart attacks. And at the end of the day...
Everybody knows somebody that has a horrible reaction to it.
Everybody does.
Yeah, everyone.
Yeah.
And the people that say they don't, I've had conversations with people, I don't know anybody got a side effect. I'm like, fuck you for lying. There's no way that's possible. Unless you are the luckiest person in the world and you have an extremely small social circle, and out of that social circle, no one had a bad reaction, which is very...
Thank you, the base bird, for the 100 kicks. Yeah, I'll say that we don't know for certain, but a family member of mine, yeah, we're kind of thinking that, you know, getting the jab, getting the coof may have led to him having a stroke, and it was absolutely devastating. It was absolutely brutal. So yeah, I think that, you know, I'm not saying that it's 100%. That's not what I'm saying. I'm not saying that it's 100%, but yeah, it does seem weird that, you know, after you got that, after a period of time, then these things started happening. It's worth noting. I'm not saying that it is a direct cause, but I think that a lot of people didn't know what the ramifications were. I don't think the pharmaceutical companies really cared because they were getting paid. I don't think politicians really knew. They just wanted to, you know, ease the public's, you know, apprehension. Yeah, it's brutal. Absolutely brutal.
Very unlikely. Unless that's true, like you're just lying. And you're lying because you probably were supportive of the vaccine initially, and you don't want to seem like you were on the wrong side of things.
Well, I lost friends. I don't know about you, because people said I hadn't been vaccinated, and therefore I was a risk to their mum or their dad or their granny.
Yeah, I lost a bunch of people.
And I lost friends like that. But I mean, in countries like India, you know, they didn't have the jab. They used ivermectin to a far greater extent, and that was just as effective.
I know.
I think I used to treat it's a wormer. It's ivermectin. I used to treat my cattle with ivermectin. But it worked well, and there were other I think treatments which worked far better.
Do you know what happened to me in America over ivermectin? Are you aware of that?
No.
CNN, like for days, was running this hit piece on me saying that I was taking horse dewormer for COVID.
Oh, it is a wormer.
Yeah, it is. But it's also, you know, it's great for river blindness and dengue fever. And I mean, it won the Nobel Prize for use in human beings. And they were claiming on CNN that I was taking veterinary medicine. And they not only that, but they changed the color of my face. So they took a video. I was supposed to do a concert with Dave Chappelle that weekend in Nashville. And I had to make a video saying, I'm sorry, but we have to cancel it because I got COVID. So I said I had COVID like 2 days ago. I was sick, but I'm fine now. And I explained all the stuff that My doctor threw the kitchen sink at it. We took all these different things. And one of the things that I mentioned was ivermectin. And because of me mentioning that, I also said monoclonal antibodies, Z-Pak. I talked about all the IV vitamins. I took a bunch of different stuff, and I got better quick. And they took the video and changed the color of my face to make me look green on CNN.
Yeah, he did.
Well, CNN's not a good channel, is it?
I didn't know. I didn't know until I saw that. I was like, wow. Like, this is. I was like, do I have to sue CNN? Like, this is crazy.
So is that Bill Hartzia when you're talking about with the eyes, the worm in the eyes? Is that the Bill Hartzia you get from the water in Africa?
But river blindness, I do not know what
I think it's called Bill Hartzia. I think I may be wrong.
You might be right. But I know it's used to treat yellow fever, dengue fever. It's used to treat a bunch of different things.
You guys remember that
But
when
it also
CNN
has
turned him, like,
antiviral
gray,
properties that
green?
have been demonstrated. Like, there's papers on it.
And it's very cheap.
Yes, but that's the problem. The problem is anybody can make it, and you could buy it for it's like $1 a pill or something like that. It's nothing.
Yeah.
And that was the real problem, is that if you want to have the emergency use authorization of a vaccine that hasn't gone through the safety protocols in America, you have to have no other medications that are available that can treat it. So the reason why they went after me on CNN was because clearly I was doing okay. It was 3 days later, and I said I never got vaccinated. So here's all the stuff that I took, and now I'm fine. And they went crazy, and it was this concerted campaign to try to destroy me. Neil Young took his music off Spotify because he said that
he was unsound.
Because he said that I was promoting vaccine misinformation, and he probably believed that. He probably did believe that, but he didn't know what the fuck he was talking about. He's another old boomer that just watches the news.
Yes, I did used to like his music when I was at school, though, didn't you?
I still love it. I still listen. I don't care. Yeah. I mean, I even told a story when I made the video about how when I was at a Neil Young concert, I was working at a Neil Young concert actually when I was 19, and that was the last day on the job because a riot broke out. And I was like, I'm a huge Neil Young fan. Like, I don't care. He just doesn't know. Someone told him this, or he really thinks he's doing the right thing by removing his music. Like, okay. But what you're doing is you're supporting this machine that is lying to people and telling people the only way to get through this is to get vaccinated. When in fact, there's real, like Uttar Pradesh in India, where it was just very low instances of COVID fatality. All of it was through ivermectin.
Yeah,
they had amazing success with just ivermectin.
But again, I think the state knows that it's caused damage. I just don't think they can admit it at the moment.
No, they're not going to admit. They're never going to admit it. They just gloss over it and move on. And some of the same people that were promoting that shit on the news, they still deny it. They still deny it. And they've lost debates. Like Chris Cuomo got destroyed by my buddy Dave Smith because of it. Like, they're in denial of the things that they were actually saying.
Yep. It was like fluoride in water and folic acid in bread and all this sort of
stuff.
All
that shit. It's all terrible.
It's sort of man getting high on his own supply, isn't it, really?
Well, it's also a business. That's the real problem, is that there's lobbies in this country that, they want to continue making money the same way they've been making money.
Yeah.
And one of the ways they do it in America is they...
Thank you to the Bass Bird over there on Kick, dropping a, what is that chat called? It's called send a rage quit. Thank you, the Bass Bird, sending a rage quit, saying, why is Link cross-dressing woke? Yeah, well, in order to get into the Gerudo Valley, you have to dress like a girl. But thank you, brother, for the 700 kicks. That is incredibly generous. Thank you, my friend. Thank you, my friend. I appreciate the donations.
Advertise on the networks. So the pharmaceutical drug companies all advertise on all these networks, and they're an enormous part of the advertising budget. I know in England, that's not legal. And it's only legal in America and in New Zealand. Those are the only two countries that allow pharmaceutical drug companies to advertise on television. But what it effectively does is it stops all criticism of any side effects. There's no stories on heart attacks. There's no stories on strokes. No stories on myocarditis. Now, if they weren't advertising, and then someone was making money off of something that was killing people, that's the news.
Yep.
The news would be all over it. But they have effectively ruined their own reputation by turning a blind eye on something that everybody knows.
But do you think they're turning a blind eye? I think they know. I think they know, but they can't admit it.
The individuals most certainly must know someone who got something from COVID, from the COVID shot. Someone who had a stroke, someone who's got a neurological condition. I know way too many people for you to not know anybody. I have two people that I know that have pacemakers now. There's a lot of weird, horrible side effects that happen from that. If you don't know anybody that had one, I don't believe you.
I know loads. I mean, my sister-in-law had myocarditis. I've had my best friend had a stroke literally a week after having the jab. People have had problems with heart arrhythmia, all sorts of stuff, and there's been some issues with blood too.
Yeah.
So look, I think as usual, money probably goes to the root of it, Joe.
Absolutely.
And we had something in the Britain called the nudge team, which basically was, I mean, how the government thought that was okay. It's a bit like when I was in football, people were hacking my phone and thought that was okay. But with the nudge team, it was to nudge people into accepting the lockdown, and it was effectively very clever manipulation of the population. So look, I mean, you can't believe that the state thinks that's okay, but they did.
They did. Yeah, they did, and they did it in America depending on which city you were in, to various extents. Varying extents. California was bad. It was real bad. I mean, they closed down all the comedy clubs. They lost 70% of all the restaurants in Los Angeles. I mean, it's crazy.
Yeah, it's a great place to live, California, though.
What's that?
It's a great place to live, California.
Beautiful. That's why people still tolerate it. I mean, if California had the weather of Seattle, it would be empty.
It would, yes.
You know what I mean? It's like the reason why people are still there is because, God, it's so amazing. And there's so many cool people there, and it's so nice, and the weather's incredible, and the views, and you could be at the ocean, and then 2 hours later you're in the mountains. I mean, it's an amazing place.
It's an amazing place. I went
filled
there.
with dumbasses.
Yeah, with socialists, Joe. Unfortunately, it's been permeated with socialism.
That and grifters pretending to be socialists. They're essentially those people with the wolf, with the sheep wrapped around them. That's a large
society.
Yeah, that's a large portion of the government in Los Angeles and a large portion of the government in California in general. And the way you know this is how wealthy those fucking people are, and how it doesn't make sense how they're so wealthy. You're making how much a year, and you're worth how much?
Crime.
Yeah, crime. They're doing crime. Well, one of the things that happened very recently is they just announced that the governor of California, one of the people on his staff had been wearing a wire for over a year. Did you see that story, Jamie? What's that? I don't know what they got. Well, no, I don't know what they got either. But this lady had been, see if you can find it, what it says. But she had been wearing a wire. She's working for the Gavin Newsom organization.
Yeah.
And she was working for the administration, and she was wearing a wire for the FBI because they had been investigating him. And this was during the Biden administration they started this. So they started this in 2024. If they're investigating him, it's supposed to be like, they must know that some real shit is going down. FBI infiltrated Gavin Newsom's inner circle by convincing governor's ally to wear a wire. Yeah. Not good.
Not good. But I think it's the same in Chicago. You've got some pretty bad spots. San Francisco, I think, is not good.
It's a lot of people that are profiting off of this idea that, you know, the government should be taking care of everybody and you should be making all this money from taxes. And then, you know, California spent $24 billion on the homeless, and it just got worse. It just like, and so that now it's an industry. So now you have this homeless, taking care of the homeless is now an industry. And there's people on the homeless industry board that are making hundreds of thousands of dollars a year. And it's like, what are we doing?
It's the same with compliance. It's the same with, as you say, DEI.
Yeah.
There's a whole industry in the UK of people making vast amounts of money on, you know, compliance, DEI.
Yeah.
Basically wealth creation. Which ultimately strips personal responsibility and tries to imbue everybody with a very sort of malign philosophy, which is very damaging to the
under the guise of being inclusive.
Correct.
And also, you're getting wealthy. How many people from these nonprofits are getting enormously wealthy? Like, this is insane. And that was one of the things that USAID clearly uncovered. I mean, I don't know if you've ever seen Mike Benz and some of his takes on it. Like,
It was shocking. I couldn't believe it.
There's so many hours of it. It's almost like there's too much information to digest. I could listen to like an hour of it. It's like, I got to stop because I just don't know when this ends. I'm not even absorbing this. I'm just so flabbergasted by the extent of the corruption and the amount of money that's been gone to fraud and possibly waste over the years. It's just staggering.
But it also went all over the world, didn't it?
Oh, yeah.
It was a philosophy, a poor philosophy that was being exported to other countries, and particularly to Britain. I mean, we have a presenter called Rory Stewart. His wife was being funded by some of this stuff, which got shut down. Did they shut the whole thing down?
They shut USA
Did they leave
down.
a remnant of it?
I don't know exactly how much they've left, but essentially it's been shut down. Of course, if there was ever a Democrat that got elected president in 2028, it would probably start that bitch right back up, open the borders right back up, business as usual.
That would not be good, Joe.
No, it seems like there was a desire to move people into blue states and then eventually get them on social assistance and then get them to become citizens, and then you have guaranteed voters because you want to continue this, right? You want to continue living like this? Well, this is the way. And then you would just completely take over the presidential elections. And I think that we're trying to do that. This is Elon's perspective, and I think he's right. And, you know, he's obviously much more aware of the problem in terms of, like, the extent that USAID was involved and these nonprofits and NGOs were involved. So it seems like there was a concerted effort to do this. And it's disturbing.
But again, a lack of respect for taxpayer funds, which is what we have in the UK. I mean, we need your help. At the moment, you've got, at least you're making a stab at returning to some form of normality.
For now, but if we don't fuck it, I mean, we might have fucked it up by going to Iran. I mean, this war is not something anybody that's conservative wanted. Most people don't want it, except supporters of Israel. They're the only people that seem to be thinking it's a good idea in this country. Most people are horrified by the idea because Trump was elected. One of the pillars that he stood for, apparently, was that he doesn't want any more wars.
Well, I came out against it on the basis for us of realpolitik, which is it wasn't in the interests of the British nation.
Right.
And I think, again, most of these leaders should put the interests of their taxpaying public first. And there's only a reason to go to war if it's going to benefit you.
Yeah.
And it was difficult to see what the benefit was.
So, I mean, I disagree with these guys vehemently. I disagree with both of them. Iran is the #1 state sponsor of terror. Iran is a country that says death to America. I am totally in support of taking away Iran's capability to wage war, taking away their ability to conduct these proxy skirmishes. I am totally okay and on board. I am totally okay with and on board with the idea of taking Iran and reducing their military capacity. I'm totally okay with that. So I disagree with both these guys. I do, vehemently.
Although I think Iran is a sort of malevolent state, and it is spreading very bad philosophy across. Obviously, you've got Hezbollah in Lebanon, and then we've got Hamas causing a problem. So I think they are a problem. But certainly from our point of view, I mean, you're the only country with the ability to do anything about it. I mean, we had one warship which didn't work properly when it was sent out to help. So I mean, goodness knows, we've spent all our money on welfare and not enough money on defence. So
what a disgrace!
No, we need help, and I think to your point, Elon Musk has been, to my mind, incredibly helpful in restoring free speech, because Starmer and these Fabian Pabloist Haldane society, as I call them, they've all got this malign philosophy, and I think what giving us free speech has done is it's stopped them crushing the spirit of those people who do want to debate, who do want to discuss, who do want to get at the truth.
Right, but they've done so much to stop free speech with all these arrests.
It's extraordinary.
Because they've incentivized people to keep their mouths shut because no one wants to be in trouble.
Well, it's two-tier policing. You've got, to your point about, that the Palestinian marches are tolerated, whereas any form of Tommy Robinson march, and Tommy Robinson in the UK, he's deeply disliked by the establishment. I give him credit for what he did. Again, on the grooming gangs in 2003, he was warning about this in 2003 in Luton.
Not only that, I remember people dismissing that in 2003 or 4, whenever it was when I first heard about it, they were talking about him as he was just horrible, far-right extremist.
I know.
And that he was making up these stories about these grooming gangs and rape gangs. I remember hearing that. I remember not knowing.
They try to lie about him.
What's
People like
accurate here?
Hassan.
Like, what's going on?
Well, I think the accuracy
People like
is that he
Hassan
was
Piker
right.
lying all the way back
The establishment
then.
didn't want to admit it, because if we're right, well, I think we are right about their multicultural post-war experiment. They realised it was failing, because you can't justify the sort of abuse and grooming of the most vulnerable people in your society by people who've come into the country. They should be treated equally under the law. A rape is a rape. It doesn't matter whether it's perpetrated by somebody from a Muslim country or a Christian country. Rape is rape, and it should be treated the same.
What would you do to stop this? Like, imagine if you got into power right now. What would you do to put a stop to that?
Well, we have to root it out, and we have to stop it.
How do you root it out?
We have to apply the law, the law of our land, to the people who are perpetrating it. The problem is the police have institutionally been taught that they are racist, and we had the Stephen Lawrence killing, which didn't reflect well on the UK, but the response to it has created this fear of being called a racist.
Which is the Stephen Lawrence killing?
Stephen Lawrence killing, I think it was in the late 90s. He was stabbed by some sort of British miscreants.
And where was he from?
He died. It was in London.
Where was Stephen Lawrence from?
Well, he was a black.
Oh, okay. So it's a racial hate crime.
It was a racial hate crime.
Okay, and this was in the 90s.
And it was blown up. And again, you find that the racial hate crime involving any white people is now blown up, whereas the very often and increasingly common acts against the indigenous white people are hushed up as much as they possibly can be.
That's a funny thing to say, indigenous white people.
Yeah.
And what I mean, it's real for England. But I mean, nobody thinks about that in America. You would never say like indigenous white people.
Well, we do have an identity,
yes,
Joe.
Of course. There's a reason why everyone's so pale.
Yeah. We do have an identity. But
it
I
really
think,
is indigenous.
as I say, we've been very tolerant of people who've needed help. We've let them into the country.
Right.
And on the whole, they have integrated and they have contributed.
Right.
And I have no problem with that. Like you, I'm absolutely in favor of that. And
Right. The only problem is the people that aren't integrating.
If people don't want to come and live and integrate and contribute, then they shouldn't come. They should remain in their own country.
Well, it's also the idea of incentivizing people to illegally migrate to your country is just pure insanity. Like, you're going to run out of money. And you're also putting a burden on these taxpayers for no reason whatsoever. It's a bad use of their tax dollars.
But in our immigration document, we put forward, the case for basically a hostile environment. We don't want to be handing out welfare.
Right.
We don't want to be encouraging people to come. We want to create a hostile environment and encourage people to go, unless they're contributing, to go back to their own country and live there, particularly if they don't like our culture and our laws and they don't respect us and they think we're the infidel.
But
unless you're trying to invade somebody, why would you go to a place that? Why would you leave a place to go to a new place and try to make that place like the place that you left? Otherwise, why wouldn't you just stay there? No, the truth is, these are economic migrants. These are people that come over, don't give a shit about our culture, don't give a shit about the culture of Britain. These are people that just genuinely continue to want to promote their this laziness.
I literally fought Iranians in Iraq. Imagine us getting sucker punched for 47 years, then thinking retaliation unwarranted.
Yeah.
Goldfish level memory.
Yeah, thank you for the donation. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's crazy to me. You have these people that genuinely are like, oh, well, we don't want to talk about the war in Iran. No, we should absolutely glass them. These are people that have called for our death as Americans for 47 years. Iran is the #1 state sponsor of terror in the world. So yes, you absolutely should do everything you can to make their life miserable. Yes.
Exist that would allow you to deport those people?
Well, you'd have to repeal. So that's why it's so important we win an overall majority in Parliament by 29, because then we can repeal a lot of this legislation, which will then empower the nation state again.
So this is the legislation that provides healthcare, dental, welfare, housing to
This is
people.
legislation largely passed by Tony Blair and his acolytes.
And this was all just to encourage mass migration.
I think it was to encourage this mass immigration and make it very difficult to stop it practically. Interestingly, he's quite crafty because he came out the other day trying to distance himself from a lot of the things that he has actually created. So he's quite a canny old fox. And he looks a bit like Beelzebub these days. I mean, he's got this white hair and these piercing sort of eyes. I can't help look at him and think of evil. But look, so he ultimately, I think him and his team realized what they realized what they were doing. And it was all done through the law. You have to do in a country that believes in the rule of law, the only way to change it is through control of Parliament. So you have to do it top down through the parliamentary system so that you can repeal the laws and you can pass the laws you want to pass to empower the nation state. And at the same time, which we're doing, you need to start controlling local government as well, because local government's gone badly wrong. And a lot of the failures from the rape gang inquiry weren't just the national government. You had failure at local government as well.
Are the local government willfully ignorant? Are they denying its existence? Are they gaslighting people on it?
Yeah, in the case of Labour, that they've enabled it. You know, I say I can't see how anybody can ever vote Labour again after they've read this report, because Labour has clearly enabled this, both at national level by denying what's been going on, and at local level where you have local government. So it happens mainly in Labour-controlled areas. You've got people denying completely that this has been happening, whereas we know it's happening. We have people like Sammy Woodhouse, who's a victim of it, who had a child by her rapist. So ultimately, local government has to be controlled from the bottom up, and we started that process. We won 9 out of 9 county council seats in Norfolk. So my constituency is on the coast in England, so it's a coastal constituency. Been very badly served by the post-war elite. So the fishermen in England have been sold down the river largely to the European fishermen as part of the membership of the EU. So Norfolk is a county on the east coast. It's got rich farmland, and farming's my passion. I love farming. It's my hobby, and I love it. So at the end of the day, we have to control local government and change it bottom up, and we have to then get control of national government and change it top down.
I would imagine.
And if we can do
And so Rupert Lowe didn't really answer the question about how he would implement deportations. I think it's because I think he's afraid. Because he knows if he were to actually say it, he may
do that, Joe, I truly think we
prosecute
can.
him.
I truly think we can release the spirit of the British people, and I think they want it. But they've got to show. They've got to show to the ballot box that that's what they want.
I'd imagine there's going to be an enormous amount of resistance to this kind of huge change.
From organised crime, which I think we're now in the hands of, from a corrupt judiciary, from a police force that's gone wrong, from local government that's gone wrong, the NHS has gone wrong. Again, it's a state monopoly, and its original function, I think, has been subverted. So you've got everything. To your point, the education system is wrong. So there's a lot of change that needs to happen. But I think fundamentally, the electorate, you saw them in 2016 vote to take back their sovereignty. The government wrote a letter to all the households in the UK recommending they vote to remain in the European Union. This is David Cameron. But actually the British people didn't. They voted to leave. And they didn't do it, I think, for financial reasons. They did it because they wanted their country back. They wanted their sovereignty back. They wanted an accountable parliament in Westminster. And some of our problems emanate from the fact that Tony Blair's reforms have undermined our parliament. So our parliament is supposed to be omnipotent. It's supposed to be completely contain the elected representatives of the people. So parliament is supposed to be right at the top of the chain. But what's happened is it's been undermined by these quangos that Tony Blair set up, which has effectively created a life of their own. So the Supreme Court. And literally there are hundreds of these quangos that now employ unelected
Quangos?
people.
Where's that word, quango?
Well, quango is like a quasi-national government organisation.
Okay.
So they are, you've got all sorts of bodies, the sort of Bar Standards Board. You've got loads of bodies which now prevail. You've got bodies on almost everything, which again have flourished since Tony Blair's legislation. Prior to that, power lay with Parliament. So that's why they've been able to control a lot of what goes on, because the two-party system, the Blues and the Reds, the Tories and Labour, basically have tried to outcompete each other. So the entire Parliament, Blair took it left, Cameron emulated Blair, and you didn't actually get proper conservative thought to change a lot of this stuff that was wrong. So I think this is an opportunity, and I think it's our last opportunity, and all the help we can get from you guys. I mean, we made a bad mistake in letting you declare your independence, which you're celebrating tomorrow in the first place. Had we played our cards better, I think you should still be part of.
I think it worked out.
It's worked out pretty well for you, but not so well for us.
Sorry, but I think we're better off.
But I do want to see.
Otherwise, it'd be under your laws.
Well, I do want to see the Anglo-Saxon world support each other. I think there's not enough of that. We're too fragmented. There's too much sort of. Whether it's the World Economic Forum, as I said, whatever the reason, there's too much fragmentation and too much undermining of this cohesive Anglo-Saxon world, which, let's face it, is the reason why we all have individual freedom.
I'm glad we're not British.
As we said earlier, individual freedom is incredibly fragile. And we could lose it at any minute, Joe.
I mean, the society that, the way we look at America, when people look at it the right way, or when people are proud of America, they look at it as a place where anybody can come and achieve your dreams. And it doesn't mean only white people. It doesn't mean only black people. It just means Americans. We're supposed to be a community, a team, and the fact that we're a melting pot, that we're not like, indigenous white people like England, is part of the fun of it all, that everyone's welcome. Just come over here and do your thing and follow the rules. But the problem with this country is the problem with any country when you're being run by people that are completely corrupt, and you're being run by people that are influenced by enormous corporations that don't care about the people, that only care about the bottom line, how much money they're making, and how do they rig things, and then you have politicians that are making $170,000 a year, but they're somehow worth $400 million, and no one questions it, and no one's in jail. The whole thing is bonkers, and it's just, you're always going to have crooks, and you got to hold them off. You got to hold them off as much as possible. When you recognize they're in, you got to do a cleaning. You got to clean house. You got to clean house and get rid of them. If you don't, you're just going to have the problem's just going to get worse, because they're going to figure, okay, it's just like antibiotics. When you don't take the full round and the stuff doesn't really go down, you say, no, now you got medication-resistant bacteria. Congratulations.
That's
Your
a great analogy.
Has made the bacteria
absolutely.
Worse. So if you fight off the corruption
Democrats
a little bit,
are the virus.
And then you stop, they go, oh, well, we were close. We almost figured it all out and got it all rigged, but now we got to make sure that we lock people down and have even more laws and even more restrictions. And
well, you've summed up what we need to do in the UK very well. I mean, we are, I think, in the hands of organised crime. I think a lot of the institutions that we had previously have become rotten.
I think it's the right way to recognize it too.
It is. It's in the and to your point, we do need to now punish people who've let us down.
Yeah, it's crime.
Yes.
It really is crime. And to just pretend because it's been going on for so long and that it's business as usual that it's not a crime. Like, no, it's crime. It's crime. It's just somehow another crime that's tolerated.
Well, letting down people who've elected you and given their trust to you is a massive crime. It's and
not just letting down, betraying them.
I mean, we have the same as you, but to a lesser
Yeah.
extent, because you've obviously got
Get
far
'em,
more wealth than us,
Joe.
but like, you see these officials
Get 'em.
who end up becoming rich.
They're
and you wonder how they
traitors.
do it.
Yeah.
And they're on salaries and they're taxed heavily, and yet they always seem to flourish. They never seem to be short of money. So I look at our judiciary, which is again now a quango. The judges are no
quango.
longer appointed by Parliament; they're appointed by this woke quango. And I had an issue in Parliament. You know, I challenged Parliament because, to the point where I've been saying we need to return power to Parliament. They have this body called the ICGS, Independent Complaint Grievance Scheme. And in Parliament, we have this system called parliamentary privilege. So I can speak on the floor of the House, and I can't be sued for libel. You can say whatever you want. That's the essence of free speech in the chamber of the Commons. Now, this body has actually been expressly taken outside Parliament. And the case I had against them was they tried to say I couldn't. I caught them doing something I thought was wrong, and I wanted to take them to court. They said, you can't take us to court because we're parliamentary privileged, even though it's not the chamber, it's not an MP speaking, it's got no MPs on this committee, it doesn't report to a parliamentary committee, and yet the judge found they had parliamentary privilege, didn't address the questions. So this is how the elected assembly has been undermined, and this is what we have to return power to the elected representatives of the people.
There's also another thing that Britain has done recently that's very disturbing, which is eliminate jury trials for a lot of
They're trying to
crimes.
do that.
Yeah.
They're trying to do that.
So it's not fit. It's not established yet.
They haven't yet done it because there are still a few decent Labour MPs who fought against it.
Oh, good.
But
crazy.
again,
Yeah.
I think that's all a manifestation of organised crime because if you control the judges,
Right, of course.
and you can force more and more people through a judge system rather than a jury system. And so for libel trials, I fought a libel trial when I was in football against the Times, which is Rupert Murdoch's paper. And you know, I think I had my phones hacked and I fought a libel trial against them.
So the newspaper hacked your phone?
When I was in football, they were hacking my phone every day.
Wow. How were they doing it?
Listening in through my voicemails.
How'd they do it?
And then they can blag a number from the voicemail and start listening. So if you called me and left a message, they could blag your number off my phone. And they thought this was okay. These were national newspapers. And again, I
How did
want
they get into your voicemail?
Well, because in the old days, you know, if people had a code to encrypt their phone and they didn't do it properly. So we had 0000.
Oh, no.
If you didn't change that, they got into your phone, right? So they got into my phone. They got into lots of people's phones.
Wow.
Because you never know quite how they did it. But so if you left me a message, they could blag your number.
Right.
And then they start listening to your phone and everything else. Now, I think, you know, that was in this case Murdoch. But Murdoch, I think, has done a lot for the right-wing cause. I don't always agree with everything, and I certainly didn't agree with him hacking phones. But this all goes to the point of the establishment becoming corrupted. And from corruption, I think, again, you end up with oppression. And we need to sort that out.
Yeah.
And I'm hoping if I put myself up and the people agree, they will change things. And I think they are in a febrile mood. So I'm hoping that they will take the opportunity and give us the power to do it.
I'm glad you brought that part up because we're not really aware in America of what the general mood of the country is, like where people are leaning in what direction as far as England goes. What is it like? Is a large percentage of the population fed up? I mean, what's going on over there?
Well, I think to your point, you've got this body of people who are profiting on the back of these concepts which you and I would agree are completely flawed. So they're obviously in control at the moment. But then you've got the body of people, this increasingly small percentage of what I call the private sector, which now accounts for a smaller and smaller proportion of GDP. So your percentage of GDP accounted for by the state is much, much smaller than ours. So directly and indirectly, I would estimate that the share of government now in our economy is over 50% if you take the effect of these quangos and everything else. Here, you're much smaller than that. Now, that's come, you know, pre-Blair, Thatcher, we were in a very, very good economic state, and the state accounted for, you know, where it was 33%, something like that. It's now up to nearly 50% and rising. And this is what the Fabians want. They want a dependency culture,
right.
A sort of centrally planned USSR-style dishing out of taxpayer funds. So they've diminished the private sector, which they're taxing into oblivion, which has meant that a lot of our most able people have left the country. So we've lost a lot of our rainmakers have gone. So a lot of our best people went to, obviously, Italy, to Dubai, to Abu Dhabi, all over the world. Some of them would have come here. So the best brains have gone. And I think the non-DOMs have gone, which, again, I think is a huge error because they've now been taxed rather than being encouraged to spend their time in the UK. So we're being hollowed out by this socialist philosophy, which is creating damage to the private sector and empowering the public sector.
Is there a large percentage of young people that are aware of this?
Oh, the young people have. I've been incredibly impressed, and a lot of them support us. So they can see that we're trying, I think, to at least rebalance this. And until we get this right, it's going to be very difficult to sort their situation out. Now, there's no overnight fix these days, and I don't know. I don't think any of us know quite what effect AI is going to have on the employment market, on opportunities for young people. I mean, in many ways, if they've got a very good brain, they've got a huge opportunity to do very well and enrich themselves. But increasingly, it's fewer and fewer people. It's not like the Industrial Revolution where the majority of people had an increasing standard of living. It's going to be very interesting to see how we all cope with this incredibly fast-moving revolution, which is what it is, which is arguably going to create some incredibly rich people, and those people who haven't got the brain power will end up struggling. So it's hard to see how that's going to end. But that doesn't mean to say we want a state central planning everything. We know historically that doesn't work. And from that comes a sort of shutdown of thought and debate and free speech and all the things that you and I love. I mean, that to me, that's a country I want to live in. I don't want to live in a centrally planned mess. So we're in very uncertain times, but I'm optimistic that if you release the innate ability of people in Britain in particular in this case, I think we can turn it around still. Can't guarantee it, but I'm pretty sure we can still turn it around. But it's got to happen now. If it doesn't happen now, it would have gone too far.
Well, I certainly hope you can, because for America, when we see what's happening, particularly with the social media posts and the arrests, it's so disturbing for us. And then, of course, with the rape gang inquiry report, it was impossible to believe. It's impossible. So, we hope you guys turn it around. And when is your elections?
We don't know, Joe. We've got this character, Andy Burnham, who Keir Starmer has stepped down, as you probably know.
Yeah.
And Andy Burnham, I call him the Ghostbuster. He is just a more user-friendly version of Keir Starmer. He's been the mayor of Manchester. He stood in a by-election recently where he was elected. And he's apparently going to be anointed as Prime Minister by the 20th of July. So this is a guy who, up until recently, wasn't even an elected politician. He's been a politician in the past. He's been in the cabinet.
Keir Starmer can just step down and put another guy in his place, and that guy takes over?
That's what's happening.
That sounds crazy.
I know.
What a stupid way to run things.
It's bonkers. But so the answer to your question is, it could run till 29. That's the backstop date. He could, and everybody says he might, have a snap election. I think that's highly unlikely. Labour have got the biggest post-war majority.
Why would he have a snap election?
He's got 3 years left with a huge majority. So why would he take a risk? In Manchester, he was Manchester mayor.
Uh-huh.
He's actually in the report, in the rape gang report. He's mentioned in the rape gang report for not doing enough in Manchester, which is a centre of rape gangs. So he's involved in that. He's involved in that. He's mentioned in our report. It's in there. So look, I think, in answer to your question, when's the election going to be? Some people would say he's going to have an election soon. I don't agree with that. I think he'd be mad, because I still think the public will judge Labour harshly because the economy is not going well. People aren't feeling richer, they're feeling poorer. Their businesses are struggling, their taxes have gone up. Our taxes are at post-war highs now. So, and the waste is just off the scale. So when I'm in the Public Accounts Committee, which I sit in, again, it's all on, you can watch it on, people watch it on screens. It's the Public Accounts Committee is the most powerful committee in Parliament, and we question these civil servants to try and hold them to account for the taxpayer. The waste is just off the scale. So you've got a wasteful, inefficient state, which is then taxing the private sector into oblivion, the increasingly small private sector. And that's not a recipe that's going to encourage risk-taking investment. It's not going to, they're taxing family farms, they're taxing family businesses for the first time. They're basically breaking the backbone of Britain to the Fabian point. They are enacting this Fabian agenda, which is designed to create a society that's reliant on the state. And I don't want that.
Nobody should want that. Well, listen, man, thank you very much for being here. I really appreciate it. I really appreciate you taking the time. I know it was difficult to get here for this day, and this is the only day we had open. So
no, it's very kind of you to have me on, Joe. I know it's
yeah.
a big.
Well, that was a great show. That was a very, 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 very good show. I'm glad that Rupert Lowe talked about this. As of right now, how many people have seen this? It's over 650,000. Over 650,000 people have seen this, and that is a lot of people that now have eyes on this topic that may look it up, that may never have heard about it because the mainstream media isn't going to talk about it. So, great conversation. Thank you to Rupert Lowe for all of your hard work. You're a wealthy guy. You could have just retired, but you're casting light on an issue that I think really, really does need to be highlighted. So anyway, that's going to do it for this video. I want to thank you for watching, and I'll see you next time. Okay. So let me turn that off. Okay. Okay. All right. Let me upload that real quick. And then, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be watching the Alex Jones. Rupert Lowe. Joe Rogan. Let's see. Okay. Okay. All right, now that has been uploaded, and we will move on. All right, now guys, if you want to see me do the Alex Jones versus Sneako conversation, I'm gonna need you to donate more money. Guys, you haven't donated enough money for me to do the Alex Jones versus Sneako debate. Guys, you asked for this. You asked for me to do that debate, but you haven't donated enough money. I'm sorry, but if you don't donate enough money, I just can't do it. Now, guys, you asked for this. Muskim over on Twitch donated 1 cent. Now, guys, now. Oh man. Now, guys. Now, guys, what do you mean I'm sounding like Dark Side Phil? We have a king tax that we have to cover. You asked for this. Oh. All right. Let's get ready to rumble. Not literally rumble. We're gonna. Okay. Okay. There we go. All right, brothers. We have the showdown of the week. That's right. Alex Jones called out Sneako for his statement in New York about Islam conquering the United States and every home in the United States being forced to convert to Islam. That is what Sneako said, and that's what people like myself and Alex Jones took issue with. Also, Nick Fuentes. So, Sneako wants to, on one hand, cry about Palestinians and, oh, how could you do this? Wants to play the victim. Yet, when he's surrounded by other young, low IQ, low impulse control Muslim men, wants to record himself acting like an absolute thug and saying that they're going to come and conquer the West. Well, if that's a declaration, you're going to lose. You're going to lose. Because if you really want to get into a conflict, if you think you're going to, by force, convert America, I'm here to tell you it's not going to happen. You're not going to like how this ends. So, Alex Jones said that Sneako should be deported, which I agree with. I do. I think Hassan Piker, Mehdi Hassan, Sneako, a lot of these Muslim activists, they should be deported. Absolutely, I agree with that 100%. Now, what we're going to be looking at is the debate between Sneako and Alex Jones. I'm going to do my best. I'm going to do my best to get this theater mode. Okay. Do my best to get this. Can I hide the... Can I hide his chat? Is that possible? Well, if not, I think I'm just going to move this over here so we can't see the chat. So we're going to play this right here. And because I know that Twitch has an issue with chats. You shouldn't show other chats on Twitch. So we will make sure that we cover that up. But guys, without further ado, let's watch Alex Jones versus Sneako.
Fight. Online merchants, this is the place for you. Now visit firstunitedpayments.com right now.
Days, weeks, and even years.
Oh, he's here. He's here.
That's right, guys. All right. Oh, what aura. What aura.
One sec. Let me fix everything.
Alex Jones got that aura. All right, now listen here, you little shit.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
1 second. Let me fix the Zoom.
No, take your time. I'm just saying we're going to simulcast some of this.
Yeah, go ahead. No problem.
All right, cool.
All right, here we go.
Screen this.
Take your time. We're not in a rush.
All right.
take your time.
How do I do the split screen on Zoom? There we go.
Oh, what a good start.
I'm a little tired, but glad to be here.
Yeah, you're
Alex
tired
Jones,
of talking shit.
It's good to finally meet you. I've been watching your work it's been like a couple decades. Well, since I was a kid, I've known about you. Been watching your podcast appearances on Joe Rogan, and now you want me deported from my country. So let's start with that. You challenged me to a debate. I think it's important to start with some of the claims you made. Is the audio?
That's right. We want you deported because you're not an American. You promote a globalist agenda, a jihad against the United States of America. Yeah, it's unacceptable. We're not going to allow that to stand.
Okay, in here, guys. Can you guys hear?
I hear you loud and clear, Sneako.
There's no echo. Okay, so you want me deported from America?
Yes, sir.
For exercising my First Amendment rights.
Yeah,
you're making the face, a shock face. This is what you said. You said
supporter.
Deport now, and then Elon Musk, the trillionaire African migrant, into America, who's bringing in tons of H-1B visas. He said, yes, he wants me deported as well.
Good.
Well, to be clear, I wasn't making a shocked face. I was enjoying my iced tea right here in Texas. So I was gulping it down. No, I did say that, and Elon agreed with me. on that viral post of your viral post. And, here's where I stand on that. Obviously, I was, saying that more rhetorically because we have separation of church and state in the United States. I've read the Quran twice. It is a battle manual of how to take over the world.
So you don't actually want me deported from America? Or
well, hold on. Can I listen? You want to do 3 minutes, and I'll do 3 minutes because we're debating.
No, ask me questions. Sure. I want to interrupt. Go ahead.
No, it's fine. I mean, here's the deal. Orthodox Islam is expansionist. Orthodox Islam in the Quran promises to take over the world. And we have separation of church and state in this country. And we have people saying every household will be under this. That's not the same as the New Testament saying every knee will bow to God when they finally see God. Okay, so my issue is you're jumping around all crazed doing throat slitting motions, saying F you basically, I take it as America, and saying you will go under this. We're going to take your cities. We're going to dominate you.
That's what he did.
I've seen thousands of imams say
That's
all
what he
this, and if
did.
you don't convert, we're allowed to take your women.
Sneako is such an absolute freaking pussy. Absolute pussy. Yes, you did. And the thing is, what these people do is when they're talking one-on-one, they use Takia, they lie to you, but when they're in a group of their own people, they're all hopping each other up. Yeah, everyone is going to be under Islam. And then we see what happens when these young Muslim men get together. It is an absolute horror show. It is the end of civilization. They're a problem wherever they go. Wherever Muslims go, they are the problem. And in many cases, the only thing that can solve them is the barbarism of other Muslims to put them down, like in Saudi Arabia. So the idea that this is just normal and every religion is the same, no, it is not. No. Different cultures, different religions, different peoples are different. And some of them should not be welcomed into the West. Not everyone is created equal. Not everyone's ideas or ideology are created equal. That is a fundamental principle of America and the United States.
And use them as sex slaves and, all the rest of it. It pisses me off when somebody says, I'm going to plant my flag up your ass and we're going to dominate you. And then there you are, an American with an American accent saying that. It's even more horrifying to people. And it basically starts a war. So I'd love to see a reformation in Islam like we had in Christianity back when some of the Catholics were trying to force people, to follow what they said or they would burn them at the stake. Okay, so Islam needs a reformation. I don't want to be at war with Islam, but there are 50 plus Islamic countries. Most of them are 99% Muslim. There's only a few Muslim countries where Christians can live in peace. Islam is expansionist. That's why I'm against Israel. It's expansionist. It is elitist. It says greater Israel. It sees everybody else as subhuman, at least Ben Gvir in the leadership of Israel. And so I am opposed to Israel and its expansionist supremacist activities. I'm against Islam's expansionist supremacist activities. And I am against the Chi-Com expansionist activities. I'm against the left's pedophilic Hollywood expansionist dominance, imperial operations. I don't want America to be imperial. I've been against all these expansionist wars. Even though I didn't like Maduro, I said I think we'll probably just put communists back in. Now they want to overthrow Cuba and put the communists back in. So I'm against all of that. I'm against imperialism, not from some leftist angle, but from George Washington's angle of not being involved in foreign entanglements. So that's where I stand on all this. And when somebody declares we're coming for you and we're going to dominate you, I said to Port Piers Morgan back in 2013, it became a national story whenever he said we're going to take your guns. And I said, if you do, 1776 will commence again. So anybody trying to take my guns, anybody saying I'm going to convert to Islam in all your homes, anybody telling me that they're going to stick their flag up my ass, I'm going to tell them if you want to fight, you better believe you got one. Go ahead.
All right, you said a lot. I mean, what flag? The difference between Israel as an expansionist state is that that's a actual country. I have allegiance to America. This is my country.
No, you
said
don't.
many things, and let's stick to this original claim. You said deport now. Where am I going to go if I'd be deported?
Well, I mean, there's 50 plus Muslim countries. You could go to Iran, you go to Sudan, you could go to Egypt, you could go to Afghanistan, you go to any of those shitholes. You could go to Pakistan. You know, they're marrying 9-year-olds. You could
there's child marriage here in America, but How would I be deported to a country that I
You
don't?
could go to Medina. You go to Medina, and 30 black
Right,
men
but that's
could
not
ride you.
deportation. That's immigration, like Elon Musk coming over here. How would I be deported to a country that I'm not from? I was born here in New York City.
Yeah, I mean, Sneako, my point was rhetorical, saying that we need to deport that ideology and we need to
So
not submit
you don't
to it.
deport me. You want to deport Islam.
What I'm saying is that jihad and dominance of our culture needs to be opposed at every level. I obviously didn't mean literally put you in a cannon like a clown and shoot you, over to a Muslim country. And I said I meant it as an allegory. You also said that I was trying to get vigilantes to kill you. I said my snake or black widow analogy was not talking about violence, but why I have a phobia of pouring gasoline on myself and lighting myself on fire, or jumping off a 5,000-foot cliff, or playing with black widows in my hand, or playing with rattlesnakes. You have those phobias because it's a natural thing to something your brain recognizes
I scared
is
you?
dangerous.
You're scared of me?
I am absolutely scared of giant hordes of third world populations that keep women as slaves and
Oh, you
get
said me. You
9-year-olds
said you want
pregnant.
to deport him now. You're scared of me individually?
Yeah, no, not you individually, Sneako. You're a homosexual. No, no, it's not you individually that Alex is afraid of or that anyone's afraid of. No, you're a twink. Your ideology that you were poisonously putting out there, that's what people are afraid of, because it is an evil, rotten, medieval, barbaric ideology that has inconsistencies and has a bloodthirst. So it is antithetical to Western values. So when you say, we're going to make every household Muslim, no, you're not. You're not. This is a Christian nation. And if you are adopting Islam, which is a foreign religion, then you are a guest here. You are not American. You do not represent America's values. You have this global, mindset, and that's fine, but you're not importing that over here. And if you think that you are, you're going to be met with opposition, which is exactly what you're facing here. And I think you should be deported. Send you anywhere but here. I don't care where you go. We'll send you to Antarctica. Elon Musk will put you on a rocket. We'll send you to Mars with Hassan Piker and Mehdi Hassan and all the other Islamists.
I am scared of being a cuck and laying down to people that declare their superiority and their supremacy over me.
He called him a cuck.
You are following Orthodox Islam and are openly announcing
He's
we
a
will
cuck.
dominate you, we will control you. You'll either so you follow the Quran, you believe.
Well,
you either have
let's
to pay
talk
the
about
tax,
the clip I said.
Pay the Jesus, pay the
Let's
tax.
be specific about what I
my
said.
head chopped off. Which way is it? Is it to the Quran? I pay the tax, I convert to Islam, or my head's chopped off. Which one is it?
It doesn't say that. It doesn't say it. You said you read the Quran twice. It doesn't say that.
I can show you 1,000 imams reading the hadiths of the Quran. No, there's three things.
Hadiths are not in the Quran. You clearly haven't read it if you think hadiths are in the Quran.
Oh my gosh.
So because you don't know about Islam, let's talk about
scholars. You're saying Islam doesn't say you convert or you pay the tax or your head gets cut off.
Absolutely not. Absolutely not.
He's a
So let's talk
liar.
about what I said because you don't know about Islam.
Hey, everybody, take clips of this and then show 50
Sure, go
imams
ahead.
saying it, and then show the hadiths and then show the Quran.
Alex, maybe you've seen a lot of Facebook posts and it seems like you're getting a lot of boomer propaganda. Let's be specific
Hey,
about
Sneako,
what did I say? Because you just made up.
What is the
thing that I say. You
punishment
said, I'm
for
coming to
apostasy
stick a
in
flag
Islam?
Up your butt. I'm here to dominate. I didn't say any of that. What did I say?
You said we're going to take over every house.
I didn't say
we're going
that.
to take
That's
over the
not true.
cities.
I
Alex
said
is retard dead. There was no Catholic Reformation. It was Spanish Inquisition as in Crown of Spain. No comparison, no salvation for Cuba lovers.
Well, we have to give Alex Jones a little bit of leeway here. Alex Jones is a very, very special unit, but what he's talking about is correct. Now, Sneako is being intentionally dishonest. He's being intentionally dishonest. Don't like that, but I expected nothing less of Sneako.
in Christian language, something similar. I don't know what type of Christianity you are. Every knee will bow, every tongue confess. I said, inshallah, the whole world becomes Muslim. I believe I have the truth. I want goodness for the world. I want you to have the truth. Christians want other people to become Christian too. Why should I hide? Why should I act like I don't want goodness for other people? Of course, inshallah, do you know what this means? If you know, you read the Quran.
God's will.
What is inshallah? God willing. So it's not up to me. It's not up to any force. It's not up to anybody forcing you.
You're lying, Sneako.
Oh, yeah, Islam never does that. Hey, Muslims always bitch about the Crusades. Were the Crusades a response to 700 years of Muslim invasion? Did the Muslims take Spain and put over 2 million women into sex slavery?
Well, if you want to talk about Christian expansion, we can too. But in the Quran, it says that you don't force anybody to convert. People will.
What do you mean? How many people have been decapitated because of Muslims like ISIS, Hezbollah, Houthis? Most of the world's terror organization are Muslim. What do you mean? Name a Christian terrorist organization. Oh my gosh. It's insane. He's just lying. I hope he like nails his balls to the wall. Oh my gosh, that's insufferable.
Willingly accept Islam. Nobody is trying to spread it by the sword. I want people to hear the truth and accept it. That's why I say inshallah.
Convert, pay the tax, or have your head cut off. Convert, pay the tax, or have your head cut off.
You don't know about Islam, so you might just, you should avoid this stuff, and let's talk about what I said.
You're just hoping people don't know. I do know. You didn't think I knew what inshallah meant. I know what all that means.
Yep.
No. Oh my gosh. So, Sneako is hoping that people don't know. That's what he's hoping. And I'm shocked by this. He is actively lying. Hey, Sneako, it's called the jizya. The jizya. Hey, Sneako. It's called jizya. It is a tax on people who are Christian or Jews. Jizya. Now I know, don't get excited, Sneako. I said jizz, and you probably were like, "Oh boy, oh boy, where's the nearest gay bar?" Calm down. Jizya is a tax that you must pay. You must pay. It is for non-Muslims. And if you don't do that, they will send in the military and they will kill you if you don't convert. It is an Islamic tax on non-Muslims. Sneako, you are fooling no one. And I'm sure you know this.
Yeah, but you said that I'm trying to force it and stick a flag up your butt. I didn't say any of this stuff.
Dude, you were going, fuck you to the camera. You were sitting there.
You want to know why I said this?
Whose throat you going to slit? You're like, fuck you, we're taking over.
I didn't say that.
Yeah.
I didn't say that.
Like,
yes,
like
you did.
When the Muslim invaders
We're
hit
taking
countries
over?
on their Zodiac boats with Soros.
What's the Muslim population in America?
And then you got the 200 to 1 Muslims raping and stabbing and murdering people all over Europe and running over people with
200
cars
to 1. Even according to Tommy Robinson on the Epstein list, the majority of pedophiles in the UK are white Christians. It's not even the Pakistani group.
You're such a stupid slimeball, Sneako.
Yeah,
and there's no doubt that
according to Tommy Robinson, it's predominantly white people.
And pick the little girls up and put them in dog cages.
Yeah.
Okay, before we get all heated, let's talk about what I said.
Now, Sneako, you're a by the way, Sneako, you defended cuties. You defended cuties. You are in favor of underage marriages. Sneako, you and your ilk, you are not in a position to be morally lecturing Christians on anything ever. Ever. Your morality is a joke. It's a bad joke. Your prophet, Muhammad? Yeah, you don't want to get into that. What are we doing here? You're just lying. You did these things on camera. You got called out for it. You don't like it. You're getting absolutely slapped around. And now you're trying to just make shit up. No, Islam doesn't convert anyone by the sword. No, jizya doesn't exist. No, taqiyya doesn't exist. No, it's fine. Sneako, what is the punishment for apostate Muslims? What is the punishment?
Said Okay, there's a lot of things, and you're spreading a lot of. It seems like you don't really know about Islam. What I said was God willing.
Okay, see that's a throwaway line. That's just saying, oh, looks like you don't know. You're like, what does inshallah mean? You sit there, and what we're going to do with this is, Sneako, is we're going to take what you said, we're going to show the Quran, we're going to show the Hadiths, we're going to show the imams,
absolutely
top ones
show the Quran
on
and Hadiths. Go
international
ahead.
Islamic
Yes.
TV.
Read the Quran.
Saying
Read the Quran.
You convert, you pay the tax, or we cut your head off.
Okay, sure. There's two things here. So you're afraid of an Islamic takeover of America, right? And you're saying the thing I said, F you. Do you know that I was banned from Australia? The game that I was at, you said this was an Allahu Akbar rally. This was a World Cup game. Egypt was playing Australia. Egypt beat Australia. I'm happy. Australia banned me. Do you want to know why, Alex? Similar things that happened to you. Attacks. Australia banned me. They said I was too anti-Semitic and I was too critical of Israel. They listed a bunch of reasons in an email saying that I criticize and that I'm anti-Semitic, and they revoked my visa. So when Egypt beat Australia, I'm like, no. It's too bad. Because the government applied pressure, the news was all upset, and I have a personal vendetta with that. That's what that was about. I wasn't here trying to threaten you. If you were scared, that wasn't my intention. I wasn't trying to scare you. Second, if you think there's an Islamic takeover of America, what is the majority of the immigration coming in? Because you spent your career talking about globalism. What's the percentage, and where is the majority of the immigration?
Yeah, we look at wherever Islam comes in, whether it be the Somalis or whether it be in Texas, where they want to create a super mosque. Wherever Muslims come in, it's a problem. Okay? Now, you may not like that. It may be uncomfortable for you, but it's a reality. So what he's talking about is perfectly
immigration
legitimate.
in America coming from? Do you know, Alex?
Let me tell you, it's coming from Latin America, and then it is coming from Asia. It's coming from Africa. It's coming from the Middle East. It's coming from India.
The majority is coming from India, from China, and from the southern Mexican border. India is predominantly Hindu, China is predominantly atheist, and Mexico predominantly Catholic. So if you're afraid of immigration and you want to protect your demographic, then the Catholic invasion coming in from Mexico, that should be your concern. Muslims make up 1.3% of the American population.
Here's the difference.
There's no takeover. Nobody's here trying to usher in.
You just said that there was.
You know, India was 3 times the size it is 1,000 years ago, and it was Buddhist and Hindu. Now the biggest subgroup is and you got Kashmir and all those areas, and Pakistan used to be India. The Muslims take over everywhere they end up. The Quran is a battle manual, how to take over towns, get violent, run everybody out, take over the next town. Are you denying
you're avoiding the real question. Is there a real threat of Islam?
So I'm going to ask you again. You didn't answer my question. I answered yours. Were the Crusades a response to 700 years of Muslim invasions of Europe?
Yes.
It was conquest back and forth between different empires.
No,
it wasn't conquest back and forth. The Eastern Empire of Rome, Constantinople, fell, 600 years ago or whatever. That was Muslims with giant cannons that they bought from Eastern Europe.
This is a false equivalency. There's no caliphate right now. There's no Muslim. What Muslim empire is going to take over America? Where's the caliphate today? Where's the Ottomans? It doesn't exist. You're saying they're going to stick.
Let me explain
what
how this
flag
works.
are they going to stick up your butt?
My family background is Protestants, okay?
Okay.
So on my mom's side of the family, the Greshams, who went back to England and then invented the stock exchange, a bunch of other stuff, but they were Christians that came over here, and then they owned a bunch of stuff and were rich in New York. And they met with Andrew Jackson when he was president down at the Hermitage in Tennessee.
All right.
And he said, I want Western expansion, it'll be after I'm out of office. And he said, I want you to, because you're volunteering, I want the Gresham family to sell your holdings, bring in, they accepted the plan that they came up with. My ancestors engineered the Texas Revolution. Took them 10 years. They came in with 2 ships at Galveston, had shootouts with the Jesuit priests. A bunch of people got killed. One of the ships got taken. The other ship got in. They went up the river to Washington on the Brazos, started bringing in Protestants out of Tennessee, Alabama, and Virginia. Took them 10 years to set up the operations. And then we basically started a fight with their dictator, Santa Anna, a decade later, and launched the war. So that's what these Islamists are too, is they're coming in as the foot soldiers to prepare the way for the takeover, and the government of Islam is Sharia law.
The government
and
of
they're
Islam.
pushing their Sharia law.
Which government?
That is.
Yeah. Hey, remember Rupert Lowe that we just watched on stream? Remember Rupert Lowe, how he was talking about how in England, the government has allowed for Sharia law, and basically the Muslims there are basically regulating themselves. They have their own court system, even though it doesn't make any sense, even though it should be illegal, that they've allowed it to happen because they're afraid of being called Islamophobic. You remember that?
The governing system with the Shiites and particularly the Wahhabis, that is 80% of
Those
Islam.
are completely different. Wahhabis and Shias have nothing.
That's
in
what
common.
I just said. I know.
The
Shiites are
government.
19%.
So you think Iran?
The Shiites are 19%.
You think Iran is trying to take over America?
The Wahhabist Sunnis are 79%, and then the rest 2% is Alawites and a few other groups. I know all that.
Okay, where is that happening? Where is that spreading in America?
In other groups of Islam.
Where's
what
that?
I'm saying is, in both major branches of Islam, but particularly in Wahhabist, it is the Sharia law down to the local imam that is the governing system of Islam. So is Iran. It is the Islamic Republic. Rulership is through Sharia.
What is Sharia law? What is Sharia? What does that mean?
Sharia law is the governing system of Islamic control.
What does Sharia
and the
mean?
3 forms of jihad.
What is Sharia
He's answering it. Shut the
Sharia
fuck up,
is
Sneako.
the Islamic law.
It means law. Sharia means law.
That's what I just
said.
said.
In Sharia law, if you're a Muslim
You
and
keep
you live,
trying to act like I don't know about Islam. I know all
you
about
don't.
it.
First off, let me explain.
I nailed every one of your little factoids.
No, you didn't, because Sharia law Sharia means law, and
what I said it's the Islamic law. You just said, Sneako, when I said it's Islamic law, then I'm wrong. It's bullshit.
Okay, relax.
Yeah.
Alice. We're just getting started. Sharia means law. Under Sharia law, Muslims are supposed to follow the law of the land. Nobody here is trying to change the Constitution. In fact, it seems like you are, because you think that I should be deported for exercising my First Amendment rights. We have freedom of religion here.
You are either you're super ignorant.
We have freedom of speech. Under Sharia law, you obey the law.
I got thousands of top imams saying we will make you take Sharia law. I got them at the state houses in Congress.
Where?
Everywhere saying you're going to adopt Sharia law.
Where are you seeing in America? The imams are trying to spread Sharia law in America. Name one.
My God, they have.
Name one imam.
City councils
Name one imam who's trying to bring Sharia law in America. Where?
Oh my gosh!
That's ridiculous.
Name
I'm
one.
Live on your.
Tell me. You said you know 20,000
imams called for Sharia law in America.
You said you know 20,000. Can you tell me an imam who wants to bring Sharia law in America, please?
Durga Muhammad Jihad.
Okay, you just want to just be stupid now because you don't have an answer?
No, I mean, my God. Listen, we're going to take this.
that's you don't have an answer.
You do it for us. Take this clip and then show them. Don't go too much. You just have 15 imams say it.
You don't even know one. You don't even know one person that's trying to bring Sharia law.
Because it's so ridiculous. Because
we're
so
banning
many.
Sharia law. Texas, we're banning Sharia law. Alex, why do you think they're doing this? Is it because there's an actual threat of an Islamic invasion, even though they're ushering in H-1B visas, even though Elon Musk, who's also calling for my deportation, is bringing in hundreds of thousands of Indians, even though he says that white men are dumb?
Let me tell you a story.
No. Before you get into a story, this doesn't make sense because you also...
Islam's not expanding. You're right. There's
it's
no
not
threat.
expanding in America, and you have provided no evidence.
Yeah, there's nothing going on.
The reason...
Yeah, nothing going on. Yeah. Hey, Sneako, you're not fooling anyone. Okay? We see what's going on in the UK. We understand what's going on over there. It was a Christian nation that is being invaded, and the problems that are coming along with allowing in Islam, in addition to unfettered illegal immigration, the problems that are being caused by this religion and this group of people, especially Pakistani Muslim men, that is an issue. And it is antithetical to our values and principles as a Christian nation. So you can be a Muslim in America, but this will never be a Muslim nation, ever. And anyone who tries to set up a mosque or tries to set up a super Islamic city or tries to create a voting bloc based on Islam, that should be shut down. And the moment that you see even a whiff of that, every person should be deported. Why? Because you have no right to be here. You don't. Oh, I'm an American citizen. You are not an American. What you represent is a foreign ideology. And you should go with that foreign ideology somewhere else. That's what should happen.
The reason that you're buying this propaganda is because they're pushing this to try to justify the war that you oppose. Are you not against the Iran war?
No, it's true. It's true. First thing you said that's true is the Zionists, Israel first, Likudnik, Ben Gvir,
just
psychos.
say Jews, the Jewish supremacists.
No, that particular, that's the dominant group running it.
Jews.
And then most of the billionaires, we're talking about, oh, God, I'm hiding for the Jews, covering up for
You
them.
said Chi-Com, so
Oh, I love how I oppose the EU tyranny. I oppose big tech tyranny. I oppose the Chi-Com tyranny.
No, you don't. You support it. Elon Musk is big tech, and he's there calling for deportation just like you. You allied with Elon Musk. He is big tech.
I cover all of that. Now, the point is getting back to this because you don't want me to nail you down on this stuff.
No. I'm telling you that you are echoing the propaganda of the people that you pretend to be against.
I know. I knew all you would do is claim I'm echoing Zionist propaganda. I'm explaining something to you. I can be against a cobra. I don't want to be put in a cage with 10 cobras or 10 vipers. I don't want to be put in a cage with 10 water moccasins or rattlesnakes. So if Israel's a cobra and Islam is a viper, you're saying, oh, you're against a viper, so you're for the king cobra. And that is not. I am 100%. I did a 4-hour show today and spent 2 hours on Israel trying to take over our military and intelligence and being listed as the top national security
and
threat.
How did they brainwash Americans to support their cause?
But you raise this claim. Let me finish. It's a false equivalency, apples and oranges, to say if I'm worried about expansionist Orthodox Islam, that then I'm covering Zionist propaganda. The Zionists have been successful with many boomers and people saying, you must support Israel and Christian Zionists support it.
How do they get support?
Let me finish. Or you're for Islam. I am not one of those people. I am saying Islam is a threat to the West, and so is the greater Israel
You haven't
project.
had any substantial evidence to show that Islam is a threat in America. You said no. You said Durka.
Yes,
you don't even know who's trying to bring it.
Let me go a step further. Not only is Islam a threat in America, it's a threat wherever it goes, unless it is regulated by other Muslims. Like, for example, the reason why Saudi Arabia is fine is because it's Muslims regulating other Muslims, and they're more reasonable than, the people that they're dealing with. That's the reality. They know how to deal with those people. But in the West, there is a huge aversion to this. There's a huge, massive aversion to being honest about Islam because, people don't want to be called racist. And, I don't know, corporations, they think, it's advertiser unfriendly or anything. But the truth is that what Alex is saying here is just objectively true. It's obvious.
Sharia law here, and again, you haven't even disagreed.
Okay. You want me to go to X or anywhere or Google?
Well, if you had some actual stats, 1.3%
I could. Oh my God, 90% of the refugees, the invaders in Europe that are Muslim or military.
Okay, are we in Europe or America?
Are
we in Europe or America?
No, we'll first
oh
talk
my
about
God,
whatever
I can
we
show
want.
50 videos a day of Muslims stabbing, shooting, killing, stabbing babies. Are you running people
stabbing
over with
babies?
cars?
Are you saying Ben Shapiro talking points? Okay, if you
one of the Muslims' favorite things is to find a baby carriage and stab them.
But here's the mistake you're making: is that people like Elon Musk support the wars that create the immigration. If you want to protect the demographic, then don't repeat their propaganda.
Oh, I did not support either one of the
Iraq
wars. I didn't support putting the head of Al Qaeda in charge of Syria.
Well, you supported the Venezuela regime change, and now IDF soldiers are in Venezuela right now. You wanted Venezuela war. That was a big mistake.
You're not
huh?
listening. That's not what I said.
Sneako's such a rat.
In practice, under gunboat diplomacy, Barbary policies and precedent, and the Monroe Doctrine, because they're involved in our politics, they're in our hemisphere,
ridiculous.
because they're a communist dictatorship, you could say that this would be a legitimate thing. But I don't trust that they won't put in the communist and have a dictatorship, which they put the vice president in, and now they want to do that in Cuba, arrest Raul Castro, but then put the communists back in. I don't believe the U.S. should do regime change and then not have free and fair elections, so I said I'm against it because they will
So you
do
oppose
that.
Venezuela regime change. Good. You did?
What I just said was, I said if they had free and fair elections, but they won't. So then I said that I would not support it. Yes, that's
well,
what
I'm
I said.
against it, and it was I was proven right. There's now
course you
IDF
are.
soldiers there. They're taking over $2 billion worth of oil was
Oh,
sent
that's
directly
like
to Israel.
IDF is training ICE. Where's the evidence of that? Now,
I didn't
the
even say that's not
the
what I said.
IDF is in Argentina, and that's one of the biggest Jewish populations, and they are trying to take the property and the government over, and because I think they may sacrifice Israel to create World War II scenario victim playing
You're
again.
saying a lot of things. Let's get to the core issue, right? Okay, so you want to protect the demographics. You don't want an invasion. You don't want foreign influence, right? Our country is dominated by Jewish.
I'm a Christian American nationalist.
True.
And white people are demonized by the left, by the Red Green Alliance, by Israel and everybody, and I'm sick of it. White people are 7% of the world population. Anglo-Saxons are like 2%.
There's no point in just
I am
preaching.
sick of being run over.
Okay.
And everybody that's declared war on us, I'm saying, okay, then.
You think
If
I declared
want a
war on you?
And you want to
Yes,
declare
you
war,
did.
I
I
don't care
declared
if you're
war?
Israel.
You
I don't care if
did.
you're a Muslim. I don't care if you're a Chi-Com. I don't care who you are. You want to fight? You fucking got one.
Okay, so you're
The fucking games are over.
you want a war? You want a crusade? Now you're
Don't worry. You're gonna get one, pal.
You're gonna then well
Yeah.
done. You just played into the hands of the Jewish
That's right.
supremacists controlling
don't
our
worry.
country.
Yeah.
Well done.
No.
That's
It's
what
gonna be
Elon Musk wants you to do.
It's going to be
Alex.
cultural, so you can sit over there and fuck your daughters, and you can sit
Okay,
over there and
you're
mix
chipping out
up
now.
7-year-olds,
You're chipping out.
and you can sit over there and fuck little boys.
You're chipping out.
We want your shit out of here.
The predominant pedophile demographic in Europe, I told you, was white guys.
Bullshit.
Yeah. Hey, Sneako, the predominant, the predominant pedophile demographic. Sneako, you don't want to have that conversation. Hey, Sneako, how old was Aisha when Muhammad consummated the marriage? No, Alex, get him, Alex, get him. Oh man, Alex, I love it. You want a crusade? You got one. Absolutely.
500,000 girls groomed by the Islamics.
250,000 was the estimated number. You just
Minimum.
doubled it, and that's completely
It's
inflated.
500,000 now. They had it in Parliament. And
Yeah.
here's the other thing.
500,000 estimated. Do you even look at the
We know
report?
Keir Starmer protected them. We know the British leadership are a bunch of pedophiles. I exposed that 30 years ago.
Okay. Do you want to? Okay, so let's get to the core of the issue. So you established that you're a Christian white nationalist. You want to protect your demographic, correct? Is that your main?
No, what I've established is
You didn't say white
I
nationalist,
am a
you fucking
Christian
idiot.
populist nationalist.
You want to protect your
Those are my
demographic?
terms. Who will not allow all these tribal organized groups, organized Islam backed by 53 countries, Israel backed by most of the billionaires,
He
and their
threw in the
nuclear
white
weapons,
supremacist
and all
part.
of their lobbies, and then we're
'Cause
told
he's
as
a
Christians,
sneaky,
period, whether you're
sneaky,
black or white,
sneaky.
Hispanic, and as Americans or capitalists, and particularly as white, that we're the devil and we got to shine shoes
Okay.
and bow down to Black Lives Matter and
Are you doing
Soros,
a rant, or
and
do you
I'm
want to
not
have a
bowing down to
conversation?
anybody except
Let him
Jesus.
rant.
Do you want
And
to
I'm
rant
Rant's more
done.
entertaining than
Okay,
your stuff.
Done.
Cool.
And if you want a war,
Nice.
you got one.
Nobody wants a war. They want you to start a race war so that they can continue justifying their wars.
No, it's not going to be. It's going to be a cultural velvet revolution. The new Renaissance, the new crusade will be the energizing of Team Humanity, led by the central pillar of Earth, the West, the superior system that developed
That's
almost
right.
all the modern technology and systems that's been hijacked by scum.
Okay, cool.
That's
Take
right,
a breath
brother.
for a second. So you want to protect the West, right? Let's stick to one issue.
Yes.
You want to protect the West?
Yeah, and I saw you supporting Black Lives Matter. I've seen you
Okay.
running down the
I
West.
saw you. I was in Connecticut when you lied about Sandy Hook there, and then now you're getting sued for $1 billion.
Oh!
For saying that
I
was
didn't get
crisis actors.
sued. I didn't get sued. Judges found me civilly liable.
I
running
saw
Oh,
you say they were crisis actors.
Sneako is such a fucking rat. Sneako, bringing up Sandy Hook. That is nothing to do with anything. You're such a weasel. Alex should bring up the fact that Sneako is a cuck. The Sneako is a man that likes to sit in the corner and watch his girlfriend get absolutely pounded by another man. Likes to sit in the corner, likes to enjoy that. Shut the fuck up, Sneako. You absolute rodent. You are sitting there bringing up Sandy Hook. Has nothing to do with anything. Nothing to do with anything. Shut the fuck up. Get out of here, Sneako.
The FBI was found guilty by judges with $1.5 billion judgment, and all of it's pure crap. And I'm still on the air at AlexShowsLive.com.
Okay, so do you want to debate, or are you just
And there
plugging
you
in
go.
rants?
I know you're from Connecticut, a rich boy. A Catholic.
No, I'm not. No, I'm not. I was born
There
in-
you. I know people that went to school with you. There you are.
Okay.
There you go. You live in Connecticut?
Yeah, no, I did. I was in Connecticut when I had to go home. I had to go home on Sandy Hook.
I don't know. I wasn't a rich boy. This is the same thing that Hassan does. This is the same thing that Hassan does. What is it about these people that they just can't tell the truth? Hassan does the same thing. No, I grew up in a poor. I was like, I was not that rich. No, my parents were poor by the time I went to college. It is unbelievable how much bullshit these people just excrete. It's insane. Absolutely nuts. Alex, get him. Get him, Alex. Get him.
Co-host that knows you.
I know your son, and he does a podcast with somebody.
No, his co-host knows you from Connecticut.
Relax. I know you're not saying anything we don't know.
And all about you, Sneaky.
Calm down.
Sneaky.
I was born in New York City, and I grew up in New Haven, Connecticut, and I had to go home from school when Sandy Hook happened, that school shooting.
And you support a Democrat talking point.
Okay.
You know,
and people like you said they were crisis
actors.
actors.
You know, all I did was interview a few people that said it didn't happen. I had a few debates. The Google searches from when it happened to when they sued me didn't exist.
I'm only bringing this up because you want to do ad hominem attacks.
They just brought it up as a way to demonize me. They raised $300 million.
You're the one demonizing me and calling me a jihadist terrorist. Do you want to actually talk about an issue, or do you just want to chimp out and yell the whole time? Do you want to talk?
Oh, chimping out, yes. Yeah,
you are.
You
are chipping out. I mean, for a white nationalist, you're chipping out crazy.
Great.
Oh, call him a white
difference.
nationalist.
Intellectual gravitas and tens of millions of people that support me behind it.
Okay, great. Congratulations. So do you want to protect the West or not? Do you want to have this conversation?
Oh, yes, sure. I want to protect the West.
Because you can see that deporting me is stupid. I'm exercising my First Amendment rights.
No, I think it sounds
practicing
pretty good.
freedom of religion, and I'm not declaring war. You're the one declaring a cultural war, whatever. I don't want war. I'm against it. So you want to protect the West. What is the number one issue? Who is dragging us into these wars that destroy the West, Alex?
Israel and the Jewish
Okay.
charities.
What propaganda do they use to get Americans to support?
They say that Iran wants to destroy them, so they've got to do that. Well, they blamed Iraq with WMDs, which was a lie. They on the Project for the American Century from April 2000. Cooked up by Netanyahu and neocons in the Bush administration before they got in.
Bingo.
Was to stage a 9/11 attack that would, quote, kill 3,000 people as a pretext to take down 7 Muslim nations and establish a greater Israel. For the Pax Americana, Iran would be the final country to fall. Wesley Clark also exposed that, and I exposed it back at the time.
Bingo.
Before 9/11.
Essentially, they demonize Muslims and they say radical Islamic terrorists. They use words like jihadist, the one you're saying right now. They demonize Muslims to justify war and say that there's a war on terror that needs to happen, and Muslims are blowing things up. You were one of the first people to expose that 9/11 was a lie. Clearly, you know that there's an overwhelming amount of propaganda towards Muslims that justify war. So why then go and repeat that exact propaganda that drags us into these endless wars that destroy the West that you love so much?
He's completely obfuscating.
All right, let me answer your question. It's a false equivalent. Islam is expansionist. We need to control the immigration from the countries. We need to not incentivize and let jihadis run around and let all this foreign money out of.
You're not answering the question.
Let me finish. $20-something billion a year out of Qatar and all the rest of it. I'm against the Israeli money, the Qatari money, the Chinese money, the EU money, the globalist money, the Rothschild money, the BlackRock money, all of this stuff coming in and controlling us. Islam is one of the things, one of the heads on the hydra that I cover. So let me finish. Israel sits there and twists what Iran does. Some of it's true. Iran is 90 million people. They're horizontally set up. They're not going to fall. It's going to destroy the economy. It's a trap for the midterms. It's for Israeli expansion. And so I'm against that, and I was against attacking Iran, and I was against Midnight Hammer, and I said this would get us into a full war. So just because Israel uses that, their own false equivalent, to say, support us, we're fighting Islam, when really they stir up Islam. They founded Hamas. Netanyahu doubled their payments. He ordered the stand down. He ordered the stand down October 7th. Now he's using what's left of Hamas to not let them set up a legitimate government. Israel's admitted 20 years ago in the news that, we put Hamas in so the Muslims would be violent so that we'd have a pretext to destroy them. Now Turkey and Israel overthrew 2+ years ago Syria. They put the leader of Al-Qaeda in charge. I'm totally against that. It's disgusting. Operation Ajax, the CIA and British intelligence overthrew Mohammed Mossadegh, who was pro-Western in Iran. They then worked with the Ayatollahs to actually help them come to power. They did the Iran-Contra deal with them. And so expansionist Islam at its highest levels isn't controlled by the West, but works with them and is just as Machiavelli, just like Jimmy Carter helped set up the Mujahideen, and then Reagan
You're going on
continued with
tangents.
Afghanistan.
So
No. I'm saying Israel works with Orthodox Islam, and they all double deal.
Israel is allied with Orthodox Islam.
You know, Israel founded Hamas, right?
Yes, Netanyahu gave him $35 million. They created
that was
Hezbollah
just in
too.
one
They create Hezbollah too. They create the terrorist groups that they demonize so much.
Qatar made Netanyahu 2 years before October 7th sign an agreement and admit he was giving them money, but he wanted to hide it to give to Hamas to carry out what they did. And they thought they had a deal with him.
Let's stay on track. So the major issue, because you brought up the Rothschilds, BlackRock, Netanyahu, Israel takes the majority of our tax dollars to bring us into endless wars, correct? Let's be simple.
I've said this. Israel currently is the most dangerous, dominant group.
Bingo.
With Section 224 of the NDAA Defense Authorization Act that says dozens of times, integrate, merge, lifetime feeds, marry the U.S. military. That's been Netanyahu and his surrogates, Mark Levin, all of them, marry, and the U.S. ambassador, the Israeli ambassador to the U.S., really what he is, Mike Huckabee. We're going to take the whole Middle East. Israel's going to take over. We'd rather live in the Middle East. We owe everything to Israel. Yeah, it's a cult.
Okay.
They right now, to secure control of our foreign policy, are openly primarying everybody like Massey and now saying we're the masters of the universe. That's a quote. And we're going to run you and we're going to control you. And Netanyahu 2 years ago proposed shipping the Gazans to Europe and the U.S. So yeah, we destroy their countries and then ship a bunch of pissed off Muslims over.
Endless
Nobody
wars.
said Muslims aren't victims of Israel. Nobody.
You're against the Gaza genocide because some people are now saying that they don't care and that they want Americans to be kicking butt and committing the genocide. You're against the Gaza genocide?
No, I don't. No. When I say a new crusade, I mean cultural, not putting up with Islamic expansion, shutting down the immigration. I do not believe in genociding Muslims because most Muslims are not even bad people and are very nice people. It is the jihadis, as the UAE has pointed out, that are coming into the West.
What is a jihadi?
There's a lot of things. I'm trying to stay on track.
What is a jihadi? What is an Islamist? I don't understand. What do you even mean? There's no such thing as an Islamist. No, Sneako, it's not working. It's not working.
What does jihad mean, Alex?
Jihad means following God's orders and carrying out the holy war. There's family, there's political, there's charity, and there's military.
No, it doesn't. Jihad means the struggle of faith. Smiling.
And the struggle of faith is the types of jihads.
Oh, the struggle of faith? Oh, yeah. The struggle of faith. Oh, really? Is that all? Is that it? Just the struggle of faith? That's it? That's all? That's all it means? What is an Islamist? Oh, there is no Islamist. Oh, jihad? Oh, jihad is just, it's just our faith. Sneako is one of the reasons why you should be very careful about allowing Islam into your country. What he's doing here is lying. And he's lying and he's playing dumb and he's pretending that he doesn't understand that jihad means a holy war. Jihad is a declaration of battle. That's what it is. That's what it has meant. So, no, we're not buying this.
Do you want to see jihad right now, Alex? Smiling. Struggle of faith, doing what's right, doing what God wants you to do is jihad. Not watching porn.
Hey, jihad is smiling.
This is all jihad. They take these words and they misconstrue them to confuse people and get them afraid of Muslims to justify their wars.
Oh, gosh.
If you don't want the West to be destroyed, then don't echo their propaganda. You understand that Alex, 1 second. You went on for a long time. Alex, hold on.
Muhammad was dead. They'd taken over with Saudi Arabia.
Alex, hold on a second.
100 years later, they had most of the Middle East and parts of Africa and expanded all over the place.
Okay.
Hey, guys, did you know that Muhammad wasn't a warlord? No. Muhammad didn't say that you will ask the tree and the rock, or the trees and the rock will say out to you, Muslim, there is a Jew hiding behind me. No. Jihad just means smiling. Right? Right? That's all it means. It just means smile. Guys, nothing to worry about. Everything's taken care of. Sneako, he's put our minds at ease. We have nothing to worry about. In fact, all of the terms that we know to be true because they're from Islam that they've been using for like the last 100+ years. All of that is, you just hand wave it away. Yeah, ignore the fact that Iran in the 70s was a nice place and now it's an absolute shithole thanks to Islam. Ignore that. You know what? Ignore that. That's not even a problem. I'm like, you would have to be several generations inbred to believe any of this. This is some of the most retarded stuff, and it is designed for people that already have this software on their brain. And I mean, just the whole thing is bananas.
Let's launch the war. You started the fight. 1,400 years ago, pal.
A crusade. Alex, let's stay on point. Okay, the Iraq War was a mistake, correct? Weapons of mass destruction, they didn't exist, right?
Yeah, and that was to take out a former CIA operative who'd actually been put in there and launched the
You don't
Iran
just need to
Iraq war.
repeat stuff you memorized. Weapons of mass destruction, that was the pretext of the Iraq War. They were not found.
That was wrong. I didn't say Israel and the globalists are going and blowing up the Muslims and attacking them, and then you having the Jewish and Catholic charities ship them all in here pissed off so then they can have shirt off, put naked body scanners in and grab our kids' testicles and vaginas at the airport.
Are you good?
Yeah. Are you good? Are you chimping out?
You okay?
You just got slogans, man. I am pissed off. They brought in a bunch of radical, pissed off Muslims to create a crisis so they can take our liberties and freedoms and bring in all the Palantir surveillance. I understand the Hegelian dialectic of problem, reaction, solution.
Okay. We need to establish some things if we want to have a conversation. What is the Muslim...
You establish the rules of the game.
The Muslim population in America is 1.3%. Only 8% of the immigrants are Muslim. It's predominantly coming in from Catholics, from Mexico, Hindus from India, and the Chinese. Elon Musk, the guy that's amplifying you, is behind this. He banned a lot of people for opposing his H-1B visas. His team is predominantly comprised of Indians through H-1B visas. They made it clear, and Trump just said, that he wants to go to war to defend India. They're okay with immigration. They're not anti-immigration. They only pretend to be by demonizing Muslims. The Iraq War, you said this was all a lie. There were no weapons of mass destruction. George Bush said war on terror, war on terror. Turns out there were no weapons of mass destruction.
Mission accomplished.
This war was a lie. What? And you're much older than me. Throughout the entire 2000s, what were they saying? Radical Islamists, jihadists, terrorists, they're taking over. But if you look at the country, nobody's trying to bring Sharia law. You couldn't name anybody.
So here's the thing. You're lecturing
Let me
me.
finish. Muslims are 1.3% of the population. The war on terror, that was a complete farce. Netanyahu himself said that he was one of the pioneers of the word terrorist. If I say the word terrorist, people know what that is. They know what it looks like. They don't know the definition. Just like the word jihad, which you don't know the definition of.
Yes, I did.
So, no, you didn't know what the definition of jihad was.
I'm lying.
So don't repeat the exact
propaganda.
propaganda.
Forms of practicing Islam.
If you want to
listen to the groups.
If you want
to listen to them.
Alex, if you want to protect
you even said I didn't know what God's will was. Listen, let me make my point here.
You've made a lot of points. Let me finish real quick, and then you can go. Is that fair? You've talked most of the time. If you want to stop the endless wars, if you want to protect your demographic, if you care about Christian values, then looking at the Muslims who are 1.3% of the population in America, when we believe Jesus is the Messiah, we believe in the Immaculate Conception, we believe in the Virgin Mary, we believe that Jesus will return. Maybe focusing...
No, you don't believe that Jesus is God. You do not believe that Jesus is God. Let me reiterate that, okay? Guys, we need to watch this.
Period. We all worship the same God, each to their own way. Shame on you for denying your Lord Jesus. The Lord said, I am the way, no other way. No one comes to the Father but me. You're telling me that someone can go to God without Jesus Christ? Now, you are not a Christian. You're a coward. You're a traitor. You sold your master. Then shame on you. Without Jesus, there is no God. Without Jesus, there is no heaven. Jesus is the only way to heaven, to God, period. Period. Now, whether you are a bishop, whether you are a cardinal or a pope, shame if you say such an evil statement. Shame on you. And now I'm angry.
Based. Based. Absolutely based.
What is this joke? Jesus is God. I will not share the same table with someone that comes and says Jesus is not God, he's just a prophet. I won't share the same table with you and pray at the same table. I'll pray for you, yes, but with you over my dead body. With you I won't, but for you I will. Because the Lord said, love everyone.
Absolutely based. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. No, you don't believe in the same Jesus. Your version of Jesus is twisted because your religion is twisted.
And energy and saying that you're going to declare a culture war on Muslims is a distraction. Maybe that's not helping the cause. Maybe saying, oh my God, they're trying to take over when there's not a sort of mass immigration coming here from Muslims at all. This is helping the Israelis that are destroying the West and not actually helping you. If you want to protect your demographics, then stop repeating what they want you to say. Don't say jihadist and don't call me a terrorist. Call for my deportation when I'm exercising my free speech rights.
No.
You are playing into their hand. And if you want to talk about the immigration in Europe, why do all these immigrants go into the UK? They come in predominantly from Syria, from Afghanistan, from Iraq.
Yeah, I know they're refugees.
These are refugees that are the result of these endless wars that the Israelis create. And the propaganda that they feed good Americans and brainwash us with is that radical Muslims.
No, they're economic migrants. They're not refugees. No, they're economic migrants going to these places and showing no appreciation for the culture that they're moving to. And many of these people are low IQ. They're disgusting. They're low impulse control, probably several generations inbred. They have an inferior culture. They're rude. They're disrespectful. They treat white women like garbage. And no, they should not be allowed in. They're not refugees. They're economic migrants. And they're a plague. And they should be removed. That's basic. That is the basic problem here, is that nobody wants to get to that truth. Now, it doesn't mean that you have to treat them unnecessarily cruelly, but you have to accept the fact that these are not refugees. You have to accept the fact that these are people that need to be sent home. They are in these countries because they take advantage.
Are taking over.
Right,
so don't play into their hand and repeat these. Let me get in there. Don't repeat and echo these fear-mongering lies that only help them out and destroy your demographic. If you care about Americans, you care about whites, and you care about Christians.
You repeated that 8 times. Why'd you say in that viral video that we're going to, the cities are all going to be like this if God wills it? Because the Muslims vote as a bloc, and you've got Europe on average is about 8% Muslim now in many of the areas. In the cities, 20, 30, 40%. It's the dominant group now in the voting bloc. Why do we have Sadiq Khan in London? Why do we have Mondami in New York?
You're asking a lot of questions. You want me to answer?
No. I'm stating, no. The Muslims are the swing vote, and they know that with the Democrat Socialists to be able to dominate. And I could play you thousands of imams in Dearborn, Michigan, and Houston, Texas, and everywhere else in Plano, Texas, saying we're taking over. And everybody sees those videos, buddy. Just like when you said we're taking over, and now you're in the, I'm a victim. Come
I didn't
on,
say
you're
that.
being mean to
I
us.
didn't say that.
You have been a victim of the neocons in Israel, okay? And that's
yeah,
wrong.
and of Elon Musk, the globalist that you're allying with, who's bringing in H-1B, is the richest man in the world.
I like the fact that he's pro-free speech. I don't agree with everything that Elon Musk does.
You don't want free speech if you want me deported for using my free speech. Actually, you're against it.
You go back.
It sounds like you were demonizing Black Lives Matter. You kind of sound like a woke liberal.
No. You're anti-American, and you are pro this foreign enemy. You are pro this foreign ideology that is antithetical to Western values in a bloc. What Alex Jones is saying here is just objectively true. It's obvious to anyone with eyes.
That I want to.
You kind of sound like a woke liberal with the woke mind virus. If you want me deported for using my free speech,
Yeah, I responded to that.
yeah,
I told
because
you
you're
it was
actually
rhetorical.
using the strongest form of censorship. If now the richest man in the world is saying that I should be deported for free speech, especially when he's an African migrant. So if you actually want to protect it,
Listen,
that doesn't
what
seem
we're
that-
saying is,
If you ask me a question, why did I say this? Why you asked me a question? Why did I say that?
Dude, we know your plan.
You asked me a
We've got
question.
your Quran, and I'm telling you, you're going to lose.
You
okay?
asked me a question. No one here. This is not a. This is the psyop. This is what they plan to do: is pin the Christians and Muslims against each other so that they can repeat their endless wars. It worked before. Don't let it work again, Alex. If you're opposing the
No,
Iran
I'm
war.
not supporting Israel and going to war for them.
No, you are
And-
supporting Israel.
and
You are.
I'm not-
You
and
are
I'm
supporting
not in bed
Israel.
with you and the Democrat, Socialist, and Black Lives Matter that you supported, and all the stuff that went
Well,
on in
you're
this
the
country.
woke liberals trying to get me censored. If you said
No, I've seen you say if we were going to be violent. we
I
need to
saw
be
you say that
political.
they're crisis actors in Sandy Hook, and look what happened. If you want to do ad hom, so let's stay
Oh
on
my
point.
God, Sandy Hook! Oh God, you
Let's
got me.
let's stay on
Oh,
point.
boy.
Let's stay on point. I went
How
home from school
devastating.
that day
What a
actually because
freak.
you're talking about my childhood. You said, "Why did I say?"
Did I hurt you as a little baby?
You said, "Why did I say if God wills
Am
it?"
I a bad guy? Hurt you?
Okay,
Did
Alex.
I do something to your poopy?
Well, no, you got the trillionaire to try to put a target on my head. So yeah, well done.
Oh my
Well done.
goodness!
Well
You're
done.
just showing your teeth,
Well
and
done.
throat slitting, and
Well, they
we're
don't
taking
cry about
over.
white genocide. Don't
No,
cry about.
Oh, I'm your friend. Hey, the Quran isn't a battle manual to take over. Come on, there's no imam saying that.
I don't want to hear
There's
you
nothing
cry
going
about your
on. There's no
demographic replacement.
jihadis.
Oh no, America's getting
Oh,
destroyed.
no.
Oh no, the
we
globalists
don't
are
do
taking over.
anything. We
Oh
don't want to take
no,
over.
America's
We
getting
don't believe it's
replaced.
our world right to
And so Sneako is he's finally showing his true colors. Yes. Sneako the whole time understood the misuse of language, the manipulation. Sneako is not a very intelligent person. What he is doing here is so transparent to anyone with eyes to see and ears to hear. He is so unbelievably transparent. You know? And I think that Alex is doing a great job exposing this. He keeps going back to Sandy Hook, but the reality is that everything that Alex Jones is saying is just true. Yes, Sneako did stand in New York and make the throat slitting thing and said, yeah, he basically made an extremely radical hyperbolic statement. Yes, he did that. And why did he do that? Well, because he was, he's a radical young Muslim male. And when you allow a lot of them into the country, that's what they start to behave like. Now, during this interview, he goes, no, jihad is just when you smile. No, we're not buying that. It's bullshit.
to dominate the planet. No.
Oh no, the West is getting taken over. Oh no, there's immigrants here. Oh no, immigrants are here from the wars that I
Take
caused.
over Spain for 700 years.
Immigrants come in from the wars I caused.
No. The immigrants are not here from the wars that are caused. They're economic migrants, and it's expansionary. No, these are opportunists. These are opportunists. And by the way, we have no obligation to take any Muslims into the country. None. We have no obligation to take any of these refugees in. None. Zero. Zilch. What? By the way, if this is about refugees and them needing help, why aren't they going to countries nearby? Why aren't the other Muslim countries helping them? Hey, Sneako, why are the other Muslim countries, why are they not helping them? There are some rich Muslim countries. Why are they not helping them? Because it's not about that. They want to go to these Western countries because they want to take advantage. It is an economic migrant issue where these people that are scammers and the worst of the worst, the most subhuman, disgusting, inbred, just foul, creepy, pedophilic individuals, they're coming to the West. And then you get enough of them, and then you get the Rupert Lowe report, which is just an absolute atrocity. So, no, you're absolutely wrong. And we see through that, and we're not going to be quiet about it because it's important. It's crystal clear why they're not going to other Muslim countries. Other Muslim countries would take them in, right? Of course. Right? But they're not going there. They're going to Christian nations. And they're making life worse for everyone. They're not integrating. They're trying to turn the place that they're coming into the place they came from.
In Hollywood allied with you. Oh, the Crusades just attacked the poor little Muslims.
I didn't
for
say,
no
I didn't
reason.
say any of
They all
that.
started
You're arguing
1300
with your
about
own head,
Hollywood.
Alex.
I
You're
said
going
Hollywood.
delusional.
I said Hollywood does that. I just said Hollywood does that. I didn't say
You said
Sneako,
Chi-Coms control
Sneako.
Hollywood. Didn't you say the Chi-Coms control Hollywood and not Jewish supremacists?
No, what I said in the full clip was I read a Wall Street Journal article about how China, was it like the 10 biggest Hollywood production companies, had bought a controlling interest in 6, and China admits they're funding a lot of the anti-Western, anti-white propaganda. China is heavily allied with Hollywood, and they're anti-American.
China's allied with Hollywood. This is why the demographics are
China's not
changing.
involved in the universities.
This is why the West is getting replaced.
In Hollywood.
This is why the West is getting replaced. So he's admitting it. So all of that pretense about jihad, all of that stuff, now he's just coming out, oh, this is why the West is getting replaced, and they deserve to get replaced. Well, Sneako, this is why you deserve to be deported. This is why we should take your bum ass and move you to, one of the shithole countries that you are advocating for and agitating for. That's why.
Hollywood. China doesn't control and own big parts of Hollywood.
Yeah.
Alex Jones just
The Chinese.
China doesn't. Are you kidding me?
The Chinese. I mean, this is why the West is changing, because when you spread these lies that the Chinese control Hollywood, people get confused and you mix the truth with lies.
Sneako.
You say some things that are true and say 10 lies.
That's an old white supremacist attack on me that I cover China. I mean, look at brain dead Mitch McConnell and his wife flees to China, who's a known Chi-Com agent. And you look at Fang and Swallowswell and all the Chinese spies.
You're going on tangents again.
Are you saying China, geopolitically, is not our main military adversary and is not the main spy force?
I didn't say that. I said China does not predominantly control Hollywood. I didn't say anything about.
I'm going to say this very slowly to you.
They do.
You said two separate
I'm going to say this very slowly.
They do.
Wall Street Journal, like 15 years ago, did an article about how China bought a controlling interest of 6 of the 10 top Hollywood production companies. I didn't say they were the producers. I didn't say that they were the directors. That's mainly Jews. And I said that in the full show.
So
just
say
like
that.
I did an hour on atrazine
just say
with
that.
scientific studies and clips, and then said, I don't want them putting chemicals in the water, turn the friggin' frogs gay. The media only showed that 10-second clip, not me showing all the studies. And of course, I was proven right.
Yeah, kind of like you when you clip up everything and try to make me sound.
Are you saying China does not have a controlling interest? I don't know what it is now in a lot of U.S. media.
Of course, but it's predominantly Jewish supremacists, and you're messing up the conversation by redirecting it towards
I constantly
Chinese.
talk about the anti-Western, anti-white, anti-Christian
If you
stuff
want
in
to
Hollywood.
protect this country, then talk about the main issue, Alex. Don't just get it twisted with the
Yeah,
bunch
don't-
of
You're
nonsense.
doing like
tell 'em
Dan
what to
Bilzerian
talk
did,
about.
saying Nick Fuentes doesn't go on Piers Morgan and big shows and talk about Israel when he does. That's just not true. That's this thing of I talk more about Israel than you do. No, I just talk about all the major power blocks in the world. That's what I do.
And you're confusing
China-
people when you say
China-
globalist Chi-Coms.
Anybody
It's like,
watching can type in Chinese interest in Hollywood production companies, China funding anti-American stuff, China taking over U.S. Universities via the Confucius Institutes. That's a whole other subject. China putting kill
it
switches
is.
in U.S.
It
computers.
is. It's a whole
While-
other subject. Let's stick to the main subject that's destroying our
No,
country.
you created a straw man that I said China controls Hollywood. I said
I didn't
China
say
is
it's strawman. I
buying
said
up
that you're
Hollywood.
confusing the conversation. You're just making people focus on things that are not extremely important. The most important issue.
No, I didn't bring up China in this conversation. You just did.
You brought up a million things in 5 seconds because you don't want to stick to one topic because you just wanted to misdirect
No,
the
you're
entire
not
time.
controlling the debate is what's happening here.
Well,
And
the
I
debate
go
is
right
about
to the
you
heart of
calling
the
for my
matter that
deportation.
Israel-
The debate
that
is about
Israel-
you called for my deportation.
Israel worked with Hitler. The Zionists worked with Hitler to not let any Jews get out that wouldn't give them part of the money, the Zionists, and give the rest to Hitler. Madeleine Albright's dad was one of the main guys that ran it. George Soros was a low-level guy that went around finding hidden Jews to get their money. And they worked with Hitler to only let Jews get out to what was going to become Israel. Israel hired top SS officers to set up the Mossad, and they hired top Nazi assassins to set up the Mossad, and they never really hunted down Nazis, just like the U.S. government shipped them over here. And then Israel blew up synagogues all over Spain and all over the Middle East to blame it on Muslims to then get Jews to immigrate to Israel.
I don't even know where we're at right now.
And Israel
I don't even know where we're at.
And so
we have gone so far beyond
behind the evil scenes. You've got Islam working.
Oh my gosh,
with
Alex
Israel
Jones is
in a big sick plan.
Islam's working with Israel.
Yeah, not Iran. But
Islam's working with Israel.
Definitely Saudi Arabia.
I'm not trying to get a clip. Are you saying Islam
definitely UAE? Yeah, you didn't know
Islam
that?
works with Israel. The UAE is not representative of Islam. The UAE is not the caliphate.
Did Israel back Al Qaeda in Syria?
Islam is not working with Israel. Islam is a religion. The people make mistakes. The leadership has clearly betrayed the Ummah. We agree. We know. But don't misconstrue it and say that these are the people that are taking, this is the government of Islam when they don't follow Sharia law. The UAE, they have casinos in Dubai.
Sharia is the governance of Islam. You said I was wrong. You just said it yourself.
The UAE is the governance of Islam?
No, I just said Sharia.
Sharia.
Syria?
Yeah. Sneaky.
Sharia is the.
I know.
You got him.
What government are you? Okay, so you're afraid of Sharia law. What government is practicing Sharia law that's threatening America?
No.
I said that's the governance of
what,
Islam.
Sneako is not very clever. Sneako is not very clever. You see, what Alex caught him on was Sneako said, well, what is Sharia law? Well, Sharia law is just following the law of the land. That's just following the law. That's what Sharia is. It's it's incredible. Watching Sneako, this guy genuinely is an idiot. Like genuinely low IQ. He keeps getting caught up in these moments. And I have to imagine the people that even like Sneako, like privately, they're probably like, oh man, this is cringe. This is embarrassing.
Islam is Sharia.
Right. What country is threatening America with this?
Oh my God! Here in Austin, they handed out Qurans and had little girls wear hijabs without parents knowing, and said you need to adopt Sharia.
Handing out Qurans is a.
They're the city councils trying to get Sharia. They have their own police forces in Michigan that were popping up saying Sharia. You said don't tell your story. I'm going to tell it. My wife was at HEB at like 9 o'clock at night a couple months ago, and a Muslim in a nightgown, wearing the traditional outfit, comes up and says, you should not be out at night. You could get raped. And like got in her face and was yelling at my wife. I mean, I can show you 100 videos in the UK where they're bitching and saying, don't bring your dog to the park. And the liberals go, yes, we need to ban dogs. The Muslims don't like you. I don't trust anybody who doesn't like dogs.
True.
Sneako, what do you think of dogs?
I like dogs. Like, Alex, do you want to have
then you're not a good Muslim.
The whole point of this conversation was that
you are violating what Muhammad said. Unless a dog is used for sheep herding, it is not halal. It is bad. I want you to reject Islam right now. I want you to get a nice French bulldog.
Okay, you could have a dog. It just doesn't need to be in the house licking your face in your bed. Just keep it outside. You could have a dog if you want to know about Islam. The whole point.
I just told you I know about Islam. I just said.
This is kind of, I mean, what did you say on Joe Rogan? I'm kind of retarded. Like, this is kind of retarded right now. Like,
no, that was me quoting Socrates. Was it Aristotle? I know that I know nothing.
Okay. We're going all over the place. The whole point of this was that you called for my deportation because you're upset about what I said. And you asked a question and you went on a million tangents. You said, why did you say that you want people to become Muslim? For the same reason you say every knee will bow, every tongue confess. You want people to have goodness. I don't want to force anybody. I don't want to spread it by the sword.
You said every house will be under this.
Inshallah. Inshallah. God willing, people will know the truth. This is the same statement.
I like you. You have big balls.
Turn the freaking frogs gay.
That's from Team America. He goes, I saw him drop fire on my goats. That's when I knew I'd do a jihad on their ass.
I mean, like, do be real for a second. I mean, you're a funny guy. Do you want to make a change? Like, do you want to use your platform for good?
I think I'm gonna be like Muhammad and have 30 black dudes ride me.
You don't even know what you're talking about. You want to make stupid insults. This is like saying that.
No, Al-Zut! He mentioned Al-Zut! Oh, no! 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 Not Al-Zut! No! He mentioned Al-Zut! You do not know that. Do not mention Al-Zut. No. Oh no. 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 Al-Zut. Is there anyone in here that doesn't know what Al-Zut is? Is there anyone who doesn't know what Al-Zut is? Is there anyone that doesn't know? I'm going to assume that all of you know what Al-Zut is, okay? Al-Zut. Yeah, it's not good. Oh, man, that's brutal. That's absolutely brutal.
The Holy Spirit was going to, astaghfirullah, come on the Virgin Mary because you don't know how to translate it, read it properly. You said it.
So now Freako. Now Freako is gonna get disgusting on let's see, 29, 33.
You read it twice. You don't know anything about Islam, bro. You don't know what jihad meant.
He knows enough.
I'll tell you about it if you want to know. Did you know that Jesus...
So under Islam...
Did you know that Jesus was
does
Messiah?
Does it say in the writings that if you are a herder and there is no woman, you may take a sheep or a boy? Do they have the thing of the dancing boys in Islam?
Learning that you read the Quran on Facebook from Boomer Slop that programs evangelicals.
Boomer Slop.
Boomer Slop. Yeah, the boomers that are in mega churches saying God bless those.
Did the mayors put all these mayors in Afghanistan?
You can interrupt me the whole time. You can interrupt me the whole time.
He should.
This is the same Boomer Slop that convinces Americans that God must. That convinces Americans that God must bless those that bless the state of Israel. This is what Mike Huckabee is saying. They're saying I'm a mere boy.
I don't believe that. That's not in the Bible.
Ted Cruz is posting about the IDF on July 4th. Clearly, the influence is coming from one place.
Clearly, Netanyahu and all of them said in Huckabee that we owe Israel our existence, and all that's not true. I've covered it all.
Okay, and the American government, people like Randy Fine are saying ban Islam. Laura Loomer Jigsaw, this lady is saying ban Islam. Why are
I heard you and Laura Loomer. I heard you and Lauren Loomer might be dating soon.
Oh,
there's no way you're even a serious person. Like, did you?
He's Alex Jones.
Oh, I'm not a serious person.
He's Alex Jones.
You do it. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. Look, I don't know if Laura Loomer's... That has aura. That has aura. Become Muslim. Abdul Alex Jones. Inshallah, Alex Jones is Muslim.
Will you wear the burqa again? I saw you in that latest video where you're like wearing it like a woman.
It's a scarf. It's a scarf. It's wearing it like a woman. It's not a hijab. Also, how do nuns dress? You're like insulting the hijab. Trump is posting kindergarten girls.
Those are women that are chastened that have decided to go into that life.
Yeah. So are the hijabi girls.
No, they're not.
Oh, they want to. Oh, so in Saudi Arabia, women don't have to wear the hijabs?
Yeah.
Well, since the crown, prince
they
started reform,
they have to.
Yeah, it's a choice. Yeah. They choose to wear it. It's not a trash bag that they force people to wear.
You're so full
Women
of shit.
can choose to dress modestly.
You're
Islam, so full of shit. They choose to, guys.
Half of that as a man.
Her word is not taken half of it. You want to be...
A woman's word in court is taken as half as strong as a man's.
True.
Well, I mean, look at the West. You're complaining about the demographics being changed. Happy wife, happy life. How's that going? What's your birth rate looking like?
Well, you certainly did.
How's feminism? How's liberalism going on? You want to protect America. How's that going for the white race right now?
You got the liberal women supporting you.
Yeah, but how's that going for you? Because you hate Islam so much. Like, we could have 4 wives. The women are beneath the man. Well, not beneath, but she
Oh,
has.
yeah.
The man is the leader.
Hey, don't worry.
The man is the
Liberal
leader in
women
Islam.
hate
In a
America.
marriage,
They love that.
the man
Liberal
leads.
women start squirting when they hear you say they're beneath them. They love being cucked by you. They're just, here's the thing, the West has been too nice to women to the extreme. So
Yeah,
they're
but you have no
cucked and wanna be
solution.
Islamic
But you have no
slaves.
solution
And listen,
to it.
Tell the white liberal blue-haired women, tell them you're beneath me, and they're just gonna have orgasms, just go, oh God, yeah. Oh.
Like Blair White. Like, look, you have no solution to it. I mean, you're afraid of the hijab so much,
Oh,
but your birth
God.
rate's declining. Feminism's everywhere. There's more atheists than Christians in America. You don't practice any Christian
don't worry.
values.
I got 4 children, and I think I'm gonna have probably 4 more. So don't worry.
That's great. Most of them don't because liberalism is rampant. Because you guys are so afraid of Islam.
Yeah, well,
and real
I mean, I live by what I say. In fact, that's it. I'm having at least 10 more.
But
I admire Elon having 100 kids.
the majority of Western people that follow you and the majority of the people that are afraid of Islam, they don't. Conservative values are decaying everywhere.
Yeah, because they're too busy watching football and living in their own world. Please don't equate the average, brain dead Westerner, what color they are, with me.
Okay, so what's the solution? Because Sharia law you're so afraid of. How are you going to solve this birth rate?
Man, all I know is I've been to Europe, I've been to London, I've been all over, and I've seen how the Muslims behave. I mean, I remember going to London like 20 years ago. I've been there before that. And I would just be shooting video of Big Ben, and Muslims would walk by and say, you don't video me, you blah, blah, blah. And as soon as I went, F you, they were used to, cucked British bowing down. They go, oh, God. And so...
You had no answer to what I said. I asked you, how are you going to solve the birth rate problem? And you just have no answer.
No, the answer is the great part is liberal leftists aren't having kids, so they're extincting themselves no matter what color they
true.
are. And so we're speaking out, we're talking about it, and we're pushing that. But to say that the West is committing suicide because of decadence, that's a normal part of the cycle. We're coming out of that cycle in the fourth turning. Hard times make strong men make good times make weak men.
So you want to bring
make
conservative
bad times.
values back, correct?
What I want to do is bring the life force back and realize where we are in the competing systems and
Under a
expose
Christian
the
ethic.
different competing systems so the general public can make a choice through free will what system they want to join.
Free will is why OnlyFans is rampant. Free will is why feminism is here. Free will is why the body count for the average 20-year-old girl is equivalent to her age.
Are you against free will?
Well, look, if you want to have some sort of conservative law, if you want to have a birth rate problem, don't cry about the birth rate and then say Sharia law is
I'm not talking about
horrible.
law. I'm talking about free will in general, being able to have your own freedom.
Of course I want free will.
Freedom, no. Freedom to be educated, informed, and touched by God, by the Holy Spirit, by Jesus Christ, to then be a light and salt in the world. To say free will creates evil, well, that's because free will, you can choose good or evil.
I'm saying liberalism
Free will is
creates
the
evil.
gift. Free will is the great gift God gave us, part of consciousness.
Yeah, I'm not
and being
against free will,
autonomous
Alex.
beings.
You're not understanding what I'm saying. Liberalism is why the birth rate's declining. And then people like you love to have a boogeyman and say Muslims are taking over even though they're 1.3% of the population. This is not...
Dude, you're 2 billion people, you're expanding, you're having more kids than anybody.
Yeah.
And the thing
Yeah,
is,
so maybe you should take...
over.
Oh,
you
great
say
point.
You're taking over.
Great point.
Listen, just because we're...
Great point.
Just because we're sick and a parasite is coming in, a Stone Age... monotheistic religion that enslaves women, and that I'm supposed to then
Enslaves women.
embrace
That's
you.
it.
I'm supposed to
True.
embrace you as the answer. to everything.
Women in
No.
America are slaves to Jewish supremacy, telling them to open up an OnlyFans. This is what is the dominating ideology here.
And I oppose that, and I publicly speak about
So
that.
then
We're
maybe
having
take a page out of our book. There's 2 billion
We're
Muslims.
discussing Islam right now. You want to talk about Israel? Let's go.
No, I want to talk about the birth rate problem. And this is all tied in because you're so afraid of Islam. Clearly, we're doing something right if we figure out how to have children and you guys can't.
Well,
If
yeah,
the-
you even have higher birth rates in the West because you go sign up for welfare and become welfare queens and sit around in your nightgowns all day.
I mean, they never talk about the welfare happening in Lakewood, New Jersey, where they are having their own
The
hospitals.
the Jews are milking it too. The Orthodox Jews.
Absolutely, and that doesn't get talked about. I mean, look, Tyler
I talk
Oliveira.
about it. I talk about it.
The other guy, what's his name? Tyler, Nick Shirley, he gets invited to the White House for exposing the fraud in Minnesota. Tyler Oliveira exposes the fraud in New Jersey, and he gets banned from Israel,
Let
and
me ask
nobody
you
talks
this about
it.
Islam. What about the marrying first cousins over and over again and the fact that very small percentage of Muslims
Cousin
in
marriage
Europe
is allowed in the
account for
Bible
most
too. Look,
deformities?
more boomer slap, Alex. Cousin marriage is allowed in the Bible. You know that? There's so many
Slavery was
similarities
too in the
between
Old Testament.
Christianity
I
and
don't support
Islam.
the Old Testament. I don't. There's a new covenant. So you support multi-generational first cousin marriage?
I support Islam, and we have
So
far
you
more in
support
common.
having 2 eyes on the side of your head like a flounder?
Most of the incest is coming from people that want to keep their ethnicity the same. That think that they can't spread, that they have to be within their own. Incest is rampant within Israel. It's not rampant in the Muslim world.
That's a lot of their paranoia and mental illness. And so Islam has that with royalty and with Judaism, lot of inbreeding.
You still haven't answered what is going to be the solution to fix your birth rate. What are you going to do?
Well, and what's the solution for you to fix the record number of deformities in Pakistanis and others? That's
complete. You're just echoing
what about your
more.
Incest problem?
You're just repeating more slop.
So you endorse first cousin marriage, even multi-generational?
So do you, you're Christian. Cousin marriage allowed in Christianity.
I mean, I know it didn't do.
If you want Christian, if you want Christian law, you agree.
That's a problem.
You're acting like Christianity and Islam are very different.
We had to tell people in West Virginia, hey, quit screwing your sister.
Okay. Are you gonna
hold on a minute? Hold on. You endorse multi-generational first cousin marriage.
True. Yes, he does. He also endorses child marriages. You know, I know that because I saw his debate with Moist Critical.
I just answered your question like 3 times. I support Islam. Islam is good. We have a solution.
So is it good that Muhammad married the 9-year-old?
Yes.
Is it good that Rebecca was married to Isaac at the age of 3? This is in the Old Testament.
Oh, your holiest of holy. Your holiest of holy. And you counter, well, I mean, technically he's married at the age of 3. Oh, man. Well, you know, Sneako, it must be tough. It must be tough. You know, you don't actually think about any of this stuff. You don't, you know it's disgusting. You know it's wrong, but you don't want to admit it. You don't want to admit it.
Testament. Is it good that you can go pay 50 shekels for your rape slave in the Old Testament because you believe that?
Is it
okay that you can rape a woman and then she become your wife? This
no,
in the Old
your
Testament.
prophet Mary denied
perform circumcision with their teeth. No.
Okay. But all this is also part of Christianity that you're acting like there's all these differences. It's not.
No, the New Testament is a new covenant and changes the Old Testament. There's a new covenant in the New Testament where we don't have all that.
Yeah, but you also acknowledge that this is part of your religion, part of your faith.
Under Islam, you follow the Old Testament.
You follow the Old Testament too. This is part of. Do you not know what Christianity is?
No. But you specifically say it's just as important as the new.
No, we don't. We say it's been corrupted. We say that rabbinical Judaism.
By the way, you say Jesus will return at the end of the world where we all fall asleep and die. That's not what the Bible says. But you do not say Jesus is the Son of God. So you're not saying Jesus is the Messiah. That's not true.
Jesus is the Messiah. He's not the Son of God. He doesn't have a dad. His dad is not God. Do you want to talk about something real? Yeah, okay. Look at how upset you got about me saying, Inshallah, the world becomes Muslim. There was a Jewish celebration for the Antichrist in Times Square last month, the day after the Times Square prayer. Maybe you got upset about that. They're chanting, we want Mashiach now. Do you know what the Mashiach is?
Why do the Muslims block highways and do their prayers?
I can't even answer. I can't even make a point without you misdirecting. Is your whole thing just confusing the conversation constantly? So
I'm not confusing the conversation.
Is that your whole thing? Every time somebody gets to a point, you just say Chi-Coms and something else so that nobody can make any sense.
You brought up Chi-Coms.
It's all unbelievable.
Okay. I'm saying something and you immediately just don't want to listen. You just immediately misdirect. That's your whole thing.
Go ahead. Tell me about how sweet the Muslims are. Go ahead.
I'm not. I'm talking about the
We love our Somalis. We love our Muslims too. Oh, they so good. Oh, they so sweet. I'm going to stab your daughter at the mall. Woo. Going to stab your son, your wife. And then the police chief is going to say, we love our Somalis. We love our Muslims too. Oh, they so good. Oh, they so sweet.
You don't hate me.
Sneako.
You want to hate me. You want to demonize me. I don't know what it is, but come on, man. We're not that Christians and Muslims. We're not that different, Alex. We have a common objective.
We
want Jesus to return.
Yes.
We could not be more
your defenses. We mean you no harm. It's like Mars attacks. Don't run. We are your friends. And like, wait.
You're the one calling for me to get deported.
You should.
I never called.
I told you that was rhetorical.
Well,
that was retarded.
I don't think it should be
retarded.
That was stupid. Like, you can't just say something and then backtrack completely. The entire frame of this conversation is based on.
He ruled a planet called.
What does that even mean? What does that even? What do you mean? So you're just saying nonsense knowingly? You're just saying slop to get people enraged and spread fear mongering?
Because you're ridiculous.
Sneako, I Did 4 hours before this. I'm doing this to you. You're coming on my
Are you
show
drinking? Are
tomorrow.
you drunk right now?
No, unfortunately.
What was that? What was that in that cup?
That's iced tea and some.
Come on, you put a little bourbon in there.
No, it's iced tea.
You've been working
Guys,
out.
bring me the Rudy's iced tea. If anybody's down here out of the thing, I actually want some more of it. It's non-sweet Texas iced tea.
Are you on Ozempic?
Nope.
No. You got healthy out of nowhere. You lost some weight. The bald look is not bad on you.
I got fat. Thank you. I'll do it. This is what I'm on. See this? This is not what you get Jack Daniels out of.
Yeah.
I'm not really a whiskey guy either. Back when I used to drink, that's how I lost so much weight.
You're sober now?
I'm on not drinking. That's what I'm on right now.
You're not cloned, right? You got to beat the cloning allegations.
And I got this too. Topo Chico. Mineral
Sparkling water. Yeah, you played that clip of your friend Andrew Tate saying that I tried to have sex with him 4 years ago, and then he continued to do streams with me for 4 years. What was that all about?
Well, you did say that you thought you were gay when you were 14.
You said that you thought Blair White was attractive and that God works in mysterious ways, and your genetics thought that was a real woman. I was saying that this is from a comedy podcast clip from when I was 14 years old.
My main show.
You're clipping up from when I was 14. You're the one saying you were bricked up from Blair White from this man. If you want conservative values, why are you getting horny?
Oh, God, Sneako's gay.
I've never. I was explaining that why are the transgenders saying it's a woman when they dress like big fat demon clowns to take over the thing of women?
Your phone background was Blair White in a bikini. This transgender man.
Well, I'd never been with her in a bikini. She was on the show, and I said, I understand there's some men that feel like they're women, and I know there's chemicals that bend
you
genders.
empathize. That sounds kind of woke of you. That sounds a little bit leftist.
That's why I had Blair White on like 12 years ago when he first transitioned, and I said I thought it was destructive, but I don't hate those people individually.
Oh,
Blair
you
White
champion LGBT. That's good.
No, Blair White.
You're
is
an
not
LGBT
targeting
champion.
I'm not going to throw Blair White off a building. I'm not Islamic. The point is that you're not letting me talk. You're like, oh God, Blair White, we got this secret.
No, it's good.
Blair
You support
White.
trans people.
No, what the point of having Blair White on is Blair White says keep away from the kids, don't have it in schools. I've been at a comedy club before with Joe Rogan when Blair White, uses the men's bathroom. And my issue is that the chemicals in the first month of the embryo forming, atrazine, doesn't just bend frogs or birds or other things, but mammals, it actually changes cells in the brains. So people literally become hermaphroditic in their brain structure and in their bone structure. So they're not really female, but it bends them that direction. I've said give them testosterone to bend them back and growth hormone. Like when you have a midget, give them growth hormone. Or if they have acromegalia, you can block that or do a surgery in the pituitary. So I was saying that it really is people are being born like this because they're being bent by the chemicals that are in all the studies. The atrazine alone at allowable levels bends our genders. And I was saying that you're not an ugly, gross, horrible goblin man who's actually attacking women's spaces or trying to be in women's sports, and that I don't single out people like you that really think they're a woman. I don't think you're a bad person because I do not want to throw homosexuals or trans people off of buildings. I do not believe they should be killed under Islam. And so you're right. But you act like you found some big secret
champion
thing.
the LGBT. Imagine if you dedicated 1% of that energy about transgenders towards getting rid of Jewish supremacy in America. Man, we would be so much further.
Man, listen, I'm against men and women's sports. I'm against recruiting kids in schools. I fight that. I spent a lot of time on that because the system was pushing it. And then I spent a lot of time on Islam, a lot of time on Israel, a lot of time on China, a lot of time on people being lazy, people not being hardworking. I mean, I cover it all, dude. I'm on the air 4 hours a day. So I don't know what you're talking about. You jump around here. I've always said I don't hate homosexuals. I don't hate trans people. Okay, I don't sit there and judge them for that. Okay, that's the media goes, Alex is a right-winger, homophobe, blah, 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 blah. I am a populist, conservative Christian, but I don't hate people. Listen, here's my deal. It's just as big a sin that I lust after women. It's just as big a sin that in my life I've been very promiscuous. I've done sins way bigger than gender bending. A lot of people didn't have choice. When I was younger, the left always goes, God, he admitted this. He's a hypocrite. He's against abortion now. It's like saying I committed a murder and then I went to jail for it, hypothetically, and now I'm against murder. When I was younger, I believed it was a blob of tissue, and I paid for probably 6, 7 abortions I know of by the time I was like 18. And then I repented of it and stopped doing it. And the next time I got a girl pregnant, I got married to her and had 3 of my first kids. So That's how that is. And I said, I'm not judging people that have had abortions. I know you got tricked or you didn't know. You need to soften your heart, repent and say you're sorry, and now save others and give money to groups that tell women that they can pay to help have them have their kid and have it adopted. And I've donated money to that. And I've done that to reprove myself in front of God. And I've told the story of how I killed 6 or 7 of my children and it tears my guts out to now know what I did so that people that have done that don't have to harden their heart and can understand there's a way out of it and that God will forgive you for it. That's the same reason I've had Blair White on a couple times.
You killed 6, 7 kids?
I said why in the show and people took
you
it
killed
out of
6, 7
context.
kids?
Yes, I've murdered I think it's like 6 or 7 of my children now. I'm a murderer.
You kind of sound like a jihadist terrorist that you're afraid of. Killing 6, 7 white babies?
No, I mean, when I was promiscuous and like 15, 16, 17, 18, I got girls pregnant. And then sometimes I'd give them the $300. I'd take them to Planned Parenthood, once I had a car. And then one time when I was 18, my dad was in my room and found a Planned Parenthood receipt for $300. And he said, quit killing my grandchildren. And he said, by the way, you're getting out this week. I had a job, I had money. He literally said, I'll help you get an apartment. He co-signed it. I was out of the house in 2 days. And my dad didn't talk to me for 6 months. And then I had nightmares about it. I realized it was wrong, everything else. And then I stood up and I protested hundreds of times at abortion clinics. And I've supported anti-abortion groups. And I've stood up for the right to life groups. And I've exposed the baby organ harvesting.
You know that would have never happened under Sharia law?
I've been a sinner and I've been wrong. And I've done things and I've admitted I've been wrong so that others that have been wrong can understand that they can fix themselves with God and with Jesus.
Okay, under Sharia law, that would have never happened.
Oh my God. I mean, there's Sharia law says if you just apologize later, if you're, it's all okay. Listen, here's the deal. I did this hour with you. I have got to go do headlines. I've got to go work on a bunch of stuff here with the new network we're building. But you said you're coming on my show tomorrow, right?
Yeah, what time do you want me to come on?
Hey, will you go grab Scott or
also when you went on your
hold Sneaky, what time? Noon Central.
Noon Central. Okay, I'll try to get up for that. Last thing, you said that Ye was on 5 hits of MDMA on the Tucker Carlson show when he went there and said that there's a lot of things he loves about Hitler. That's not. He wasn't on 5 hits of MDMA.
I didn't say he was on 5 hits of MDMA. I said he looked like he was. He pulls up. First he gets there.
Oh, God.
And then we take him to this hotel and he doesn't like it. So he goes somewhere else. And then he shows up 2 minutes before the show starts.
Sneako
in a mask.
How'd you know he was on MDMA if he had a mask and you couldn't see his face?
Oh, God, you just disproved me by interrupting.
But he had a mask on. How does he look like
You're not. Go ahead and tell me that. You asked me a question. Go ahead.
Go ahead. I mean, you did interrupt me literally the entire time, but
I know, but you just asked me to tell you a story.
Too much.
No, I just wanted you to explain how somebody could look like they're in 5
2
hits
weeks
of MDMA
ago,
with
I
a mask
said
on.
Ben Gavir, when he's beating up flotilla women and men, on camera, looks like he's on 5 hits of ecstasy. He always does. He looks completely psychotic, megalomaniac. I don't think he's actually on 5 hits of MDMA. What I said about Ye was, I'm telling the story. He pulls up 2 minutes before the show. He gets out in a mask. He has a net and a Yahoo chocolate drink, net and Yahoo. And he says, I'll just wear it for a little while. I said, fine. He comes on. He does like 3 hours. Then he wasn't going to eat. He goes, I haven't eaten in a day. I'm fasting. Later he goes, I got to have a salad. So we take a break. He brings in a salad. He pulls the hat off and his eyes, whatever he was on, were like just solid black. I mean, like pupils like in the conference room. And he looked like, and I was like, whoa. So, and he's admitted he's had drug issues before. Now, I didn't see him take MDMA. I was just guessing. And I said it looked like he was on MDMA. Okay. So that's what I said. I'm not trying to be mean to him. I wasn't trying to put him down. He looked higher than a kite. And so that's what I said.
Okay. Let's leave on this.
I just talked about the yay Heil Hitler guy and everything. I mean, I don't give a shit.
Did you see everybody else?
I don't sycophantically. Ye used to call on these long conversations. I said, sorry, dude, I can't have these long conversations. I don't give a shit. Okay? I don't give a shit about any of this stuff. Celebrity, none of it. I just tell it like it is. AlexJonesLive.com, Real Alex Jones on X. And I look forward to talking to you tomorrow.
Wait. I'm not going to come on unless you say that I should not be deported for exercising my free speech rights.
No, you should be deported.
That's an American value right there. I'm a real patriot for exercising
No,
my
you're
First
not.
Amendment and my freedom of religion.
No.
Well, under Sharia law, it bans most of our speech and creates a monotheistic tyranny.
True.
And so
Well, I never
think
said
anybody
I said
trying
I want to
establish an
practice
Islamic
American values.
dictatorship-
I believe in the Constitution.
I think anybody trying. Well, I already told you that it was rhetorical, just like when I said Piers Morgan. And I think if you don't like how America is, you want to impose, I think you should self-deport to one of these Muslim dreamlands. Why? Okay, so that's what I'm saying.
Self-deport.
Yeah. Leave.
Again, too, maybe talk a little bit about how Elon Musk is on the Epstein files. Remember when he said that Trump was not releasing the Epstein
well, let's
files?
have that. Listen to me. I literally have a bunch of work to do.
Oh,
so I'm not.
Okay, go ahead. You had
So I'm
had
not-
all your
I'm not-
story times about Blair White. I'm gonna hear and say Elon Musk said that Trump was not releasing the Epstein files because he was implicated in them. Then he shows up with a black eye doing the Illuminati black eye ritual, and then he goes back on the Trump team. That's weird. And now he's amplifying you trying to deport me. That's anti-American.
Did you know? Okay. Let me just answer that. You'll say I got off here to not answer that. About 6 months ago, I'm in a hotel room. It's dark. You forget where you're at sometimes. I wake up to take a piss, and I like walk into a wall and cut my nose and like kind of bruise my eye. And then when I get back to Austin days later, I never put makeup on for the show except this. I went, oh my God, they'll say I'm an Illuminati ritual. My eye is black and my nose is cut. They'll take people get black eyes.
That's not the important part of what I said. It's the Epstein files.
No, hold on.
part.
I was just
It's the
addressing the
Epstein
last
part.
thing you said. Oh God, I'm dodging again. We can spend an hour on this tomorrow, and I'm not Elon Musk apologist, so that position you put me in is not who I am.
Kind of sounds like it.
I'm saying, boom, back to the same bullshit. So what I'm saying is this. He comes out and says Trump is in the Epstein files back in June or whatever, or before
25.
June.
June 2025, yeah.
Yeah. So I then say this is terrible. Then Trump goes from saying release it to a cover-up. I've exposed that. He was known Mossad. I was one of the first ever exposed.
Elon Musk was in there.
Oh my gosh.
And then Elon is not on there. Elon is not on there.
We know that Elon sort of loses control sometimes, and he says things that are not true, or he says things maybe that are true but are framed in a way that's a little bit hyperbolic. We know that.
All over the emails, he was trying to go and have the craziest party. He wanted to let loose.
You're not letting me finish, man. You asked a question.
But you're saying things that are incorrect. He was emailing Epstein saying you want to go to the craziest party. He wanted to let loose. He's been really stressed.
You're not. I haven't even gotten to this yet.
You're telling a story about the hotel room and a frog before you could just. You got a little.
Sneako, you're a cuck.
No, you brought up that crazy schizophrenic thing that anytime somebody has a black eye, it's an Illuminati ritual.
Okay, that's the least important part of what I'm saying.
I know you said it, not me, buddy. Let me finish.
Go ahead.
And then don't do another question at the end to keep me on here. That's another dirty trick. We can do 2 hours tomorrow if you want. You can say whatever you want.
But let's stay on topic because you went to a million things. Let's have specific topics.
We'll start with Epstein tomorrow. How's that sound?
Absolutely.
Okay, so I am in the Epstein files. Did you know that?
You were mentioned, but you weren't communicating with Epstein.
No, exactly. Well, I haven't got to my point yet. I wasn't defending Elon there. I was being attacked for attacking Epstein.
Yeah.
And I'm in the WikiLeaks with the Clintons and the globalists attacking me.
I know.
And I'm in all the secret FBI and Crossfire Hurricane and Arctic Frost and Obama put him under national security surveillance as a top threat because I'm not a Fed and I don't work for Israel and I don't get money from Qatar or anybody else. I am 1776. I'm not even MAGA. I'm 1776 Americana.
Base.
Now, obviously, Elon was kicked out of the White House. Elon is not on that big AI board that Trump is on. Elon did get his head of NASA later. He got really upset about Doge not making the real cuts, getting run out. And he said, yeah, you're on the list and you're going to cover it up, which Trump then did. There is Elon talking on there because Epstein was the head of the Trilateral Commission. I didn't even know that until that stuff came out. I knew he was powerful because David Rockefeller brought him in 1990 when he was 30. And he would stand in for David Rockefeller, the founder and creator of one of the most powerful groups. So Epstein wasn't just a super gopher. He was the main Rothschild representative, their ambassador to the world. And so everybody was talking to him. Everybody was dealing with him. And so I don't give Steve Bannon a pass. I don't give Elon a pass. I don't give any of them a pass, except with those guys, it's about political power, money, talking to the head of the Trilateral Commission. With Trump, he's actively blocking 3+ million more files coming out. So that is terrible. Epstein was Mossad. All that's bad. And I think Elon should respond to all of that, but at least he got pissed up front and said that. But him talking about, you know, going to globalist parties or being around these elites and making money. Nobody's ever said Elon Musk raped anybody. Nobody's ever said Elon Musk is underage girls. Nobody's ever said any of that stuff.
I'm just saying,
I think you try to act like I'm not his apologist. I've just never seen anything there. But with Bill Gates, it's how do we get rid of the poor people? There's all this stuff about sex slaves being delivered to the hotel and eating people.
Right.
And we need to know those excise names. And I've been all over Trump about it. And I've broken with Trump over that. So,
and it's strange. Let me respond. It's strange that somebody who was saying, Elon said he wanted to go to the craziest parties on the Epstein Island. He wanted to let loose and just go wild. Now he's all up in arms about Pakistani grooming gangs. I find that strange. That the guy who's saying Trump's covering up for the Epstein files
Elon
is now pushing the slop that you're eating up.
They're exterminating the whites. I mean, I think he legitimately is for the West. He's pro-human.
No, he's not.
He's
bringing in H-1B visas. He's saying that white men are dumb and that he wants more Indian H-1B visas.
I think that was Vivek Ramaswamy.
No. I have the tweet right here. Elon Musk says white men are dumb. That's why he doesn't hire them to work for X. Look at his SpaceX team. It's all Indian. He's not pro-West.
He said white men are dumb. That's
yes. You want to see?
Wow.
Can I share my screen? You want to see before you leave?
Yeah, let me see that. I don't agree with that.
Okay, I'll show you right here. I came with the receipts. Can you see her?
I'll be honest with you. I'm not like the aficionado on Elon Musk.
Look at my. If you go to my stream, I have it right here. I'll send it to you. Well, I'll read it to you.
He said we're dumb. Yeah.
Yeah. White men aren't being hired anymore. Elon Musk says, "Yeah, we're just dumb." Allegedly.
Oh, come on.
We're just dumb.
It's a joke. He didn't say white men are dumb. He said, "Oh, we're dumb."
Oh, it's a joke when it's Elon Musk. When I'm at a World Cup game, I'm declaring jihad on America. I'm trying to conquer. I'm the caliphate.
Well, I'll give you your emotional. Okay, fine. You should.
Oh God, he's yeah. Oh God, Sneako is such a rat. You made a disgusting video because you're a disgusting person. You made an incendiary statement, and then when you're confronted, you back down. You tuck your tail between your legs, and all of this could have been avoided if you just shut the fuck up. If you simply hadn't called for, the entirety of America to be under one Islamic. No, nobody wants to be under Islam because Islam is not the truth. Islam is not the truth. Jesus is the way, the truth, and the life. Nobody comes to the Father but through him. So, anyway. We're going to wrap things up. They're just, at this point, they're just sort of going back and forth on this waffling thing. But yeah, I just want to thank you guys for watching. I want to thank you for supporting the channel. You know, this was a very long, very interesting conversation, but I'm glad that we went over it because this is something that I think more people need to pay attention to. That people like Sneako are part of the problem. They should be deported along with people like Hassan and Mehdi Hassan. But anyway, I want to thank you guys, and I'll see you next time. Okay. All right. Is there anyone here? Hello. Yes. So, let me upload that real quick. All right. Jones versus. Okay. Okay, guys, I'm going to wrap things up there. I want to thank each and every one of you for watching. I want to thank you guys for supporting the channel. You guys allow me to do some pretty cool stuff, and I just want to say thank you to each and every one of you. Thank you to everyone for the donations. The donations help the channel run. They're not ever required, but I can't even begin to tell you how much I do appreciate your support. It's hard to even put into words, so thank you. I want to say God bless you. God be with you. I will pray for you guys. And yeah, we will be back tomorrow. Hopefully you guys will come and let me entertain you yet again. Maybe we'll take a look at the Sneako versus Alex Jones part 2 tomorrow. But anyway, guys, thank you for watching.